Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 1 Looting the Chance System. Xianwu Continent, Northern Territory. Spirit Sword Gate. Hiss, where am I? Xiao Ming covered his head, waking up with a splitting headache. Looking around, he found himself in a very dilapidated thatched cottage, with many neatly made beds. He was currently lying on one of them. Xiao Ming was immediately dumbfounded. Yesterday, he had been partying and drinking all night. He fell asleep in a daze while going to the bathroom. How did he suddenly wake up here? Just as he was puzzled, the pain in his head slowly subsided, and a flood of memories rushed in. After becoming familiar with these memories, Xiao Ming finally understood the cause and effect of the situation. His name was Xiao Ming, currently over 17 years old, and he was a miscellaneous disciple of the Spirit Sword Gate. He had cultivated to the 5th level of body refining. 2 days ago, he was doing heavy work in a quarry and accidentally got hit on the head by a large stone. Then he completely lost consciousness. He only woke up slowly just now. His body was awake, but his soul had changed. Over 17 years old, a miscellaneous disciple of the Spirit Sword Gate, often doing heavy work. Sigh. Xiao Ming couldn't help but sigh. This starting point was really bad. In the novels of his previous life, every transmigrator had a gold finger, either incredible luck, an old grandfather's help, or some even had a powerful system. System? As soon as he thought of the word system, Xiao Ming became excited. System? Is the system here? Xiao Ming silently called out in his mind, I have sensed your presence, come out quickly. Beep beep beep, the host has sensed this system, and this system is about to activate. Suddenly, a vague and profound voice appeared in Xiao Ming's mind. Xiao Ming was stunned. Then he became ecstatic. There really was a system. Actually, earlier he was just casually saying it, but he didn't expect to actually coax the system out. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but scratch his head. Having a system was certainly a good thing, but his system was so easy to deceive, it seemed a bit foolish. The voice of the system continued, this system is activating 10%, 30%, 70%, 100%. Activation successful. May the host have great fortune, this system is wholeheartedly at your service. Xiao Ming was happy and asked, what functions do you have? The full name of this system is the Supreme Plundering Opportunity System. Through this system, the host can view their own and others' life scripts, and then take action at the opportune moment. The system explained slowly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. He could view life scripts? Take action at the opportune moment? To take action at the opportune moment meant to plunder the opportunities of others and enhance oneself. Opportunities were extremely important. With opportunities, one could soar to the sky. Without opportunities, one would be mediocre. Thinking like this, Xiao Ming opened his own life script. Name, Xiao Ming. Realm, 5th level of body refining. Fate, calamity of bloodlight, black. System note, fate is divided into 12 levels from low to high, black, grey, white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, gold, and 9-colored. Life script, about to meet death. Recent opportunities, if not promoted to the 10th level of body refining within a month, will be expelled from the Lingjian Mountain Sect, and after leaving the mountain, will be captured by evil cultivators. The evil cultivators will take you in as a male pet because you look delicate and tender, and 10 days later, you will be tortured to death. What a waste of the Xiao surname, a famous surname in the cultivation world. Xiao Ming? After reading his own life script, Xiao Ming became completely emo. What the hell is going on? Being expelled from Spirit Sword Gate is one thing, but being killed by a demonic cultivator as well? This FG life. Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly, a dark-skinned teenager entered from the door. This teenager was the same age as Xiao Ming, but his skin was dark, his muscles were strong, and he had a pair of small, cunning eyes. Wang Keoj. Xiao Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow. He recognized this dark-skinned teenager. This guy's name was Wang Keoj, also a miscellaneous disciple of Spirit Sword Gate. However, Wang Keoj had cultivated to the 8th level of body refining, so he was the little leader of all the miscellaneous disciples. When Xiao Ming saw Wang Keoj also saw him. Hey! You're still alive, kid? Wang Keoj looked at Xiao Ming in surprise and exclaimed, "You're really lucky. You survived being hit on the head by a stone. Come on, come over here and take a few steps. Let me see if you can still walk now." "No need to worry, I'm fine," Xiao Ming glared at him angrily. Speaking of Wang Keoj, Xiao Ming really despised him. Wang Keoj was cunning and sycophantic, with a thoroughly corrupted conscience. On one hand, he flattered the named disciples who had higher status and desperately tried to climb up. On the other hand, he bullied other miscellaneous disciples, insulting them with words or even physically attacking them. All to balance his despicable and perverted mentality. Whenever Wang Keoj was mentioned, the entire group of miscellaneous disciples would curse him. Wang Keoj's parents and ancestors up to the 18th generation had long been cursed and compared to pigs and dogs. But because of Wang Keoj's strength, everyone dared not speak out in anger and could only complain in private. "You can still talk, and even glare at me. It seems like you've recovered quite well," Wang Keoj said with his hands on his hips. "I just received a task to collect spirit herbs for spirit beasts, 2 elemental stones per day. We're short-handed now. Do you want to join me on this task?" "No, I won't go." Xiao Ming refused without hesitation. He wasn't refusing the task, but he didn't want to work under Wang Keoj. "You really won't go?" Wang Keoj doubted. "That's a reward of 2 elemental stones per day, which is quite generous for you. You better think it through." "I won't go," Xiao Ming said firmly. "Fine, you're stubborn. Let's see how long you can hold on." Wang Keoj snorted coldly. He didn't waste any more words and turned to leave. Watching Wang Keoj's arrogant appearance, Xiao Ming, out of curiosity, opened the function to view his life script. But as soon as he looked, Xiao Ming was stunned. Name: Wang Keoj. Realm: 8th level of body refining. Destiny: quite lucky, but prone to being cuckolded, green. Life script: relying on shameless flattery and some decent luck, eventually cultivated to the late stage of the origin energy realm and became the logistics manager of Spirit Sword Gate. Emotionally, it's a mess, having married several wives who all cheated on him. Recent opportunities: while collecting spirit herbs in the Spirit Medicine Valley, discovered a bottle of royal grade bone tempering pill under a big tree in field number 9. With the help of the bone tempering pill, easily advanced to the 10th level of body refining. Xiao Ming's mouth hung open in shock. On one hand, he was amazed at Wang Keoj's destiny of being cuckolded, and on the other hand, he was surprised that Wang Keoj's luck was actually quite good, being able to cultivate to the origin energy realm in this lifetime. After the 10th level of body refining is innate, and after innate is the origin energy realm. Wait a minute. Wang Keoj was about to go collect spirit herbs, and this time, could he obtain a bottle of royal grade bone tempering pill? And with the power of the bone tempering pill, could he break through to the 10th level of body refining? Thinking of this, Xiao Ming suddenly became restless. "Wait!" Xiao Ming called out to Wang Keoj. "What?" Wang Keoj turned his head unhappily. Xiao Ming took a deep breath and said slowly, "I've figured it out. I'll go with you to collect spirit herbs in the Spirit Medicine Valley." With an opportunity in front of him, Xiao Ming couldn't possibly let it go. Especially when it came to snatching an opportunity from Wang Keoj, Xiao Ming felt no psychological pressure at all. Chapter 2 Royal Grade Bone Tempering Pill. Promoted to the 10th level of body refining. That's right, Wang Keoj immediately smiled, the sky is vast, the earth is vast, and the Yuan stone is the largest. Don't have any conflicts with the Yuan stone. Let's go, let's quickly gather at the square. I've also found other people. Wang Keoj excitedly walked towards the square. Xiao Ming followed behind. No need to think, Wang Keoj must have taken a bribe for this matter. When he took on the task, it definitely wasn't just 2 Yuan stones per day. But it doesn't matter. Xiao Ming doesn't care about Yuan stones. What he's interested in is the bottle of bone tempering pill in field number 9. After the two arrived at the square, sure enough, there were already other disciples waiting. Xiao Ming looked around and realized that, including himself, Wang Keoj had found a total of 9 disciples to help him. Out of curiosity, Xiao Ming read through the life scripts of these people and found that besides Wang Keoj, the remaining disciples were either ordinary with white destinies or burdened with grey misfortune. None of them had any opportunities. It makes sense when you think about it. Opportunities are always rare. Regardless of their size, opportunities are something that can be encountered but not easily obtained. The number of people is complete. Let's go, let's leave now and head to the Spirit Medicine Valley. Wang Keoj impatiently said. The group headed towards the Spirit Medicine Valley. After about half an hour, a valley filled with wood elemental aura appeared in front of everyone. This is the exclusive Spirit Medicine Valley of the Spirit Sword Gate. However, this Spirit Medicine Valley is quite special because the spiritual herbs grown here are not used to refine pills, but specifically to feed spiritual beasts. The Spirit Medicine Valley has a total of 9 fields, 1 for each of you. Now, let's start working. Wang Keoj waved his hand and said, I'll be upfront about it. Each of you must collect at least 100 jin of spiritual herbs. If you can't reach this weight, I will deduct your Yuan stones. One disciple looked at Wang Keoj and asked in doubt, we're all working, but what about you? What are you doing? Of course, I'll be supervising your work. Wang Keoj confidently said, how could I personally do the work? Have you ever seen a boss doing the work himself? Everyone felt annoyed but helpless. I'll choose field no 1, one disciple said. Then I'll choose field no 2. I'll choose field no 9, Xiao Ming said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Xiao Ming with confusion. Field number 9 is located deep in the valley, not to mention that the spiritual herbs there are not very abundant. Why did Xiao Ming choose such a troublesome task for himself? But it doesn't matter. In any case, they all have work to do. After dividing the fields, everyone began to collect the spiritual herbs. Xiao Ming headed straight for the deepest part of the valley, field number 9. From a distance, he could see the rugged terrain of field number 9. The soil here is not very good, and there are many stones. The most eye-catching thing is the towering tree in the field. A big tree. Xiao Ming suddenly became excited. The bottle of bone tempering pill is right under the big tree. Xiao Ming ran over like the wind. After confirming that no one noticed this place, he began to search frantically under the big tree. After a few breaths, found it! Xiao Ming whispered. He dug out an old, worn-out bottle from under the tree. The bottle had been buried here for some time, and no one knows who buried it. Opening the bottle, he saw dozens of yellow pills the size of glass beads inside. At the same time, a refreshing medicinal fragrance filled the air. Royal grade pills, bone tempering pills. The classification of elixirs in the immortal martial continent, from low to high, are mortal grade, royal grade, profound grade, earth grade, heaven grade, saint grade, emperor grade, and divine grade. Although the bone tempering pill is only a royal grade, it is extremely precious to Xiao Ming. Even if ordinary disciples have the conditions to consume elixirs, they can only afford mortal grade ones, because they can't afford royal grade ones. A single royal grade bone tempering pill can be sold for a high price of 100 Yunxi outside. And Xiao Ming has more than 10 bone tempering pills in his hands. Taking advantage of no one noticing, Xiao Ming took out a bone-tempering pill, then tilted his head back and swallowed it in one gulp. At the same time, he activated the returning Yuan sword technique. The returning Yuan sword technique is a basic sword technique issued by the Spirit Sword Gate, which all disciples can practice. Although this sword technique has limited power, it is more than enough for refining elixirs. Under the effect of the returning Yuan sword technique, the elixir melted as soon as it entered Xiao Ming's mouth. Transforming into a surging medicinal power, it began to impact Xiao Ming's limbs and bones. Then, a burst of hot air emerged from the top of Xiao Ming's head, and his face turned red. He was absorbing the medicinal power of the bone-tempering pill, and changes were also occurring within his body. After refining and absorbing this bone-tempering pill, a low cracking sound quietly resounded within Xiao Ming's body. Body refining 6th realm. Feeling the changes in his body, Xiao Ming clenched his fist tightly. The body refining 10th realm, with each realm advancement, can increase 1000 kilograms of strength. The body refining 6th realm means 6000 kilograms of immense strength. In addition, the body refining realm has 4 very obvious signs. The first 3 realms are skin tempering. After cultivating to the 3rd realm, the practitioner's skin becomes as tough as gold and ordinary knives and swords can hardly harm it. From the 4th to the 6th realm, it is flesh tempering. The muscles become extremely developed and firm, even if a sharp sword pierces the skin, it will be clamped by the muscles. Xiao Ming was previously at the body refining 5th realm, and it was precisely because his skin and muscles had a certain level of power that he was not crippled by the stone's impact. Although the original owner's soul has been extinguished, the physical body is unharmed. From the 7th to the 9th realm of the body refining realm is blood tempering. Practitioners at this realm have surging blood in their bodies, roaring like thunder, and rushing like a river. When reaching the body refining 10th realm, it is bone tempering. Even if a practitioner at the body refining 10th realm falls and is boiled in a pot for 3 days and 3 nights, their bones will still be as hard as steel, and even a dog cannot gnaw on them. Feeling his own changes, Xiao Ming continued to swallow the bone-tempering pills. With each pill being refined and absorbed, Xiao Ming's aura also soared rapidly, becoming stronger. Body refining 7th realm, 8th realm, 9th realm, 10th realm. When Xiao Ming refined the last bone-tempering pill, his realm reached the pinnacle of the body refining realm, the 10th realm. I have reached the 10th realm, now even a casual strike from me can reach a force of 10,000 kilograms. Xiao Ming exclaimed, if this were in my previous life, I could easily blast a car with just one punch. After breaking through to the body refining 10th realm, Xiao Ming ended his cultivation. Then, he smelled a pungent and sour odor emanating from his body. He looked down. Only then did Xiao Ming realize that his arms and thighs had been covered with a thick layer of black dirt at some point. Even his neck and face were secreting a lot of black impurities. These things were secreted by his flesh, blood, and bones during his breakthrough process. It's so stinky, I need to clean up quickly. Xiao Ming looked around and found a small pond with clear water not far away. He took off his outer clothes and jumped straight in. After a thorough wash, a fragrant Xiao Ming climbed out of the pond. Turning his head, he saw that the previously clear and bottom visible pond had now turned into a black-grey color, with layers of small fish floating belly up on the water, silently. These cute little fish had been poisoned to death by his impurities. Embarrassed, Xiao Ming scratched his head. Then he began to examine his physical condition. He saw that after the wash, his physical body was as white as jade, with a faint glow emanating from the surface of his skin. His slender figure became more upright, and his handsome face became more charming. Chapter 3 There is still a chance? After breaking through to the 10th level of body refining, Xiao Ming no longer wanted to gather spirit herbs. I, Xiao Ming, cultivate to conquer the world and roam freely, not to bow down and pick spirit herbs. Besides, Xiao Ming doesn't even care about the 2 elemental stones given by Wang Keoj. Spirit Sword Gate has rules. If a miscellaneous disciple fails to reach the 10th level of body refining before the age of 18, they will be expelled. On the other hand, if they reach the 10th level of body refining, they can enter the awakening pool for awakening. The quality of the awakening result will directly affect their future development. Xiao Ming is only 1 month away from his 18th birthday. According to the original plot, he was destined to be expelled, but now things are different. He has advanced to the 10th level of body refining and can enter the awakening pool for awakening. My destiny has changed slightly. I wonder if the script of life has also changed. With anticipation, Xiao Ming opened his life script. Name, Xiao Ming. Realm, 10th level of body refining. Fate, calamity of bloodlight, black. Life script, approaching death. Recent opportunities. Although the host has advanced to the 10th level of body refining, during the awakening ceremony 1 month later, they will only awaken an ordinary divine ability and become an ordinary named disciple. 2 months later, the host will go down the mountain for business and be captured by an evil cultivator. The evil cultivator will take them as a male pet due to their delicate appearance, and they will be tortured to death after 20 days. Xiao Ming, what the f***ck? Damn it! I have plundered Wang Keo's opportunity, advanced to the 10th level of body refining, but why can't I escape the fate of being tortured to death? Xiao Ming was furious. His life script has not fundamentally changed. He is still being played to death by the evil cultivator, only the time of death has been delayed. The time of being tortured by the evil cultivator has also become longer. I have clearly improved my realm, but I still can't escape the fate of being played to death. This can only mean, the opportunities I have plundered are not good enough, not numerous enough. As long as I have enough opportunities, I can prolong my life and even change my destiny. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. He was contemplating which unlucky person's opportunity to plunder next. While he was thinking, Wang Keoj approached from a distance. Xiao Ming, what are you doing if you're not working? Wang Keoj was furious. If you can't complete the task of gathering hundreds of pounds of spirit herbs, you will owe me 2 elemental stones. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming burst into laughter. If I don't work, I still owe you elemental stones? Where in the world does this make sense? Looking at the angry Wang Keoj approaching, a murderous intent surged in Xiao Ming's heart. He had endured this BD for a long time. Now that his strength has greatly increased, why not teach this person a lesson and satisfy his own desires? However, after Wang Keoj approached, Xiao Ming suddenly froze. Because he discovered that Wang Keoj's life script had gained new opportunities. Name, Wang Keoj. Realm, 8th level of body refining. Fate, some luck, yellow. Life script, relying on shameless flattery and some decent luck, eventually reached the later stage of the origin energy realm and became the logistics manager of Spirit Sword Gate. Recent opportunities. Wang Keoj missed the opportunity to obtain the bone tempering pill. In order to quickly upgrade to the 10th level of body refining, they went to the southeast corner of Clear Breeze City to buy pills. During the process of purchasing pills, they accidentally discovered a fragment of a broken sword. Wang Keoj instinctively sensed that the broken sword fragment was extraordinary. After buying it, they obtained a strand of Great River Sword intent from the broken sword fragment. Xiao Ming. This Wang Keoj, what a lucky guy. And the next opportunity is even more powerful, it's the sword intent, Great River Sword intent. However, despite being surprised, Xiao Ming still keenly noticed the subtle changes in Wang Keoj's life script. Firstly, Wang Keoj's fate has changed from green to yellow. The level of his fate has decreased. Secondly, after his fate turned yellow, Wang Keoj no longer has a chance of wearing a hat, and it seems that his future wife won't be unfaithful. This deepened Xiao Ming's understanding of fate. Firstly, fate is extremely important in life and can completely influence one's fortune. Secondly, the level of fate can change. Take Wang Keoj for example, after Xiao Ming took away his opportunity for the bone-tempering pill, his fate changed from green to yellow. If Xiao Ming continues to take advantage of him, he will definitely turn Wang Keoj into an ordinary nobody. Now that fate can change, perhaps my black fate of bloodshed can evolve into a multicolored level. Xiao Ming thought to himself. Thinking of this, he let go of his intention to kill Wang Keoj. He decided to keep this little fat lamb for now, and when the time comes when it's no longer useful, he'll kill it to vent his anger. Wang Senior, don't rush me. I'll start working now and gather spirit herbs, Xiao Ming said with a smile. That's right, only by working hard can we have food to eat, Wang Keoj replied, then immediately noticed a towering tree in the distance. Hey! There's a big tree here. How come I never noticed it before? As Wang Keoj spoke, he searched around the tree. He didn't know what he was looking for, it was just a subconscious action. The result was obvious, he didn't find anything. Xiao Ming chuckled as he gathered spirit herbs. If he hadn't seen through Wang Keoj's life script, he wouldn't know which spiritual field he would be working in, while Wang Keoj just turned around and dug out a bottle of bone-tempering pill under the big tree. But now, the bone-tempering pill had already been refined and absorbed by Xiao Ming. Wang Keoj lost his opportunity. This is how fate plays tricks on people. In the distance, Wang Keoj gained nothing. Why am I searching aimlessly here? There's nothing here, Wang Keoj scratched his head, not knowing what he was doing. Hey! There's a small pond in the distance, and many small fish are floating up. Wang Keoj exclaimed in surprise, then smiled and said, I didn't expect there to be such a benefit. If I catch these cute little fish and fry them, they would be an exquisite delicacy. Hearing this, Xiao Ming's throat tightened, almost causing him to spit out yesterday's breakfast. This guy, Wang Keoj, really has unique tastes. Time passed slowly. By dusk, Xiao Ming had gathered hundreds of pounds of spirit herbs, while Wang Keoj had caught a bunch of cute little fish with white bellies. The two of them left the 9th spiritual field and headed towards the main road. The other disciples had also completed their tasks. Wang Keoj, I've finished my task, a disciple gasped for breath, complaining of a sore back. I've finished too. I've gathered over 100 pounds. Others chimed in as well. Everyone did a good job. Wang Keoj expressed his satisfaction, let's return to the sect now, and I will pay you your rewards. However, because I provided you with the work, you'll have to pay a handling fee. Suddenly, Wang Keoj's tone turned harsh and he said menacingly. Chapter 4 Broken Sword Chance, Great River Sword Intent. What? We have to pay a handling fee too? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Wang Keoj, are you doing this on purpose? You deliberately waited until we finished the job before mentioning the handling fee. If I had known about the fee in advance, I would never have accepted your task. That's right. I won't accept it either. As soon as they heard that they had to pay a handling fee, the group of disciples present exploded in anger. Originally, everyone's compensation was already very low. After working hard all day, each person could only receive 2 spirit stones. And now they have to pay some handling fee? The already meager compensation will be further taken away by Wang Keoj. Although everyone already knew that Wang Keoj was not a good person, no one expected him to be this despicable. Everyone was furious. If it weren't for fearing Wang Keoj's strength at the 8th heaven, they would have already rushed forward and beaten Wang Keoj to a pulp. But Wang Keoj was confident. He seemed to have anticipated that no one would dare to touch him, so he arrogantly said, I'm collecting your handling fee, which is fair and reasonable. Don't forget, I took on the task of picking the spirit grass. Do you know what price I paid to take on this task? If it weren't for me, none of you would have gotten a single spirit stone. At this point, Wang Keoj changed his tone and said, of course, considering that we are all fellow disciples, I can reduce my handling fee a bit. The total compensation for the 9 of you is 18 spirit stones. How about this? I'll take 5, and the remaining 13, you can divide among yourselves. Saying that, Wang Keoj took out 15 spirit stones and casually threw them on the ground. The full name of spirit stones is spiritual energy stones, which is a very special mineral material that contains pure heaven and earth spiritual energy, so it can be directly used for cultivation. But the main function of spirit stones is still as currency. Spirit stones are also divided into top grade, high grade, medium grade, and low grade, with an exchange ratio of 1 to 100 between adjacent grades. For example, one high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 medium-grade ones. And one medium-grade can be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. The compensation given by Wang Keoj was all the most common low-grade spirit stones. Looking at the 15 low-grade spirit stones on the ground, the group of disciples looked at each other, but no one spoke. After a moment, someone couldn't help but say, "What does everyone think? Should we accept Wang Keoj's handling fee? To be honest, I'm not satisfied. Why should we hand over the handling fee for no reason?" Another disciple showed dissatisfaction but helplessly said, "But, it's already come to this. We've already harvested the spirit grass, and it's impossible to plant it back in the soil. Sigh, let's just accept it. Yet, in the future, we still have to rely on Wang Keoj to bring us tasks. After all, he is familiar with the named disciples. That's right, let's take it as a lesson learned. If we encounter this kind of thing again, we should discuss the handling fee in advance." Others also agreed one after another. Everyone tacitly accepted the handling fee. Next is how to divide the compensation. There were 9 disciples present, including Xiao Ming, but there were only 13 spirit stones. It's not easy to divide. I want to take 2 because I collected the most spirit grass and the best quality. Suddenly, a disciple said. The others immediately became dissatisfied. I also want to take 2. Wang Keoj already agreed with me earlier that today's compensation is 2 low-grade spirit stones. Nonsense. You're not as good as me, why should you take 2? Who are you calling names? Say it again and see what happens. Try saying it again, do you dare to touch me? The scene immediately became chaotic. Everyone wanted to take more, but no one was willing to back down, leading to increasingly intense arguments, and even signs of fighting. Xiao Ming turned his head to look at Wang Keoj, only to see that he had already retreated to the side, smiling as he watched everything. Xiao Ming silently cursed Wang Keoj for being heartless. But he had to admit that this guy's methods were quite clever. Because Wang Keoj successfully shifted the conflict between him and the disciples to the internal conflicts among the disciples. To break this deadlock, someone had to back down. No one was willing to back down because no one wanted to lose out, it was human nature. But Xiao Ming didn't care. He immediately stood up and said loudly, "Stop arguing, everyone. I, Xiao Ming, only want 1 elemental stone. The remaining 12 can be divided among the 8 of you, each person getting 1.5. Pausing for a moment, Xiao Ming continued solemnly, "I have already backed down, none of you have the right to ask for more. We are all fellow disciples, let's not ruin our relationship over this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was overjoyed. Senior brother Xiao Ming is so righteous. He sacrificed himself for everyone. Senior brother Xiao Ming is a good person. Let's stop arguing, let's listen to senior brother Xiao Ming. The matter of dividing the elemental stones was completely resolved. Wang Keoj unexpectedly glanced at Xiao Ming. He didn't expect that Xiao Ming would choose to let himself lose out and let everyone else benefit. This was a typical act of selflessness. "I won't do such a stupid thing," Wang Keoj sneered. Xiao Ming sneered inwardly. He wasn't being selfless, he just didn't care about 1 or 2 elemental stones. Compared to the elemental stones, Xiao Ming was more interested in Wang Keo's opportunity. After settling the revenge, everyone left the Spirit Medicine Valley and returned to the Spirit Sword Gate. After parting ways in the square, Wang Keo, carrying over 900 caddies of spirit grass, excitedly found the named disciple who issued the tasks. This disciple's surname was Yuan, and he often issued tasks to the outside world, so he was quite familiar with Wang Keo. Senior brother Yuan, I have completed your task. Wang Keo placed the spirit grass on the ground and deliberately complained, "You have no idea, I found 9 miscellaneous disciples and personally led them to pick the grass. It took a whole day to collect so much. We collected over 900 caddies of spirit grass." Over 900 caddies? I only needed 500 caddies of spirit grass, and you exceeded the requirement. Senior brother Yuan was surprised, then satisfied, "You did well, I will give you the reward now." Saying that, senior brother Yuan took out a large bag of elemental stones and threw it to Wang Keo. "There are 150 low-grade elemental stones in here, 100 of them are your reward, and the remaining 50 are a bonus for exceeding the requirement." Senior brother Yuan smiled. "Thank you, senior brother Yuan. If there are similar tasks in the future, remember to find me," Wang Keo said happily. Wang Keo happily collected the elemental stones. He only spent 13 elemental stones and received a total of 150, making a net profit of 137 elemental stones. This was the benefit of monopolizing the task channel and exploiting others. "Oh, by the way." Wang Keo suddenly thought of something and said mysteriously to senior brother Yuan, "Senior brother Yuan, I recently started dating a girlfriend. She has an average appearance, but her figure is quite good, she's the type with a simple mind. Senior brother Yuan, are you interested?" "The usual rules, you know," senior brother Yuan said indifferently. "All right. Senior brother Yuan, wait for my message tonight." On the other side, when Xiao Ming returned to his residence in the firewood room, it was already dusk. After all, he had been working in the Spirit Medicine Valley all day. However, dusk and night were the busiest times in the market of Clear Breeze City at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Ming tidied up quickly, then took all his savings and headed straight for Clear Breeze City. His goal was Wang Keo's opportunity, the broken sword that contained the Great River Sword intent. Chapter 5 Clear Breeze City, Broken Sword. Meanwhile, Wang Keo returned to his residence and drugged his girlfriend. Then he took his savings and headed straight to Clear Breeze City at the foot of the mountain. Wang Keo is currently at the 8th level of body refining, 2 small realms away from the 10th level required by Spirit Sword Gate. He is also approaching 18 years old and needs to quickly purchase elixirs for promotion. "I have accumulated over 500 low-grade elemental stones recently, which is enough to buy at least 5 royal-grade bone-tempering pills." Wang Keo thought to himself. "My cultivation talent is actually not bad, and I don't even need 5 bone-tempering pills. With just 2, I can reach the 10th level of body refining. Once I reach the 10th level of body refining, I can enter the awakening pool of the sect and awaken. By then, I will definitely become a named disciple. If I awaken a powerful divine ability, I might even become a higher-ranking outer disciple." Wang Keo hurriedly descended the mountain. At the same time, in order to give Senior Yuan a better experience, before leaving, he thoughtfully left a gap in the door, making it easier for Senior Yuan to push the door open. On the other side, the wind whistled in Xiao Ming's ears as he fully exerted his strength and quickly descended the mountain, heading straight for Clear Breeze City 30 miles away. Clear Breeze City is not at the foot of Spirit Sword Gate, but 30 miles away. However, this distance is not too far for Xiao Ming at this moment. He has already cultivated to the 10th level of body refining, with his blood surging like a river in his body. His running speed far exceeds that of a spirited horse, and his endurance is also very long-lasting. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xiao Ming arrived at Clear Breeze City. Looking up, he saw that the city wall of Clear Breeze City was as high as 5 floors, with the 3 golden characters Clear Breeze City engraved on the sturdy city wall. Xiao Ming exhaled slowly and strode into the city. As soon as he entered the city, the bustling noise surrounded him. Various voices selling goods and services filled Xiao Ming's ears. "Come and take a look, our restaurant's new dish, stewed crocodile in an iron pot, is absolutely delicious. Selling refined steel knives here. My knives are of good quality and affordable, a must-have for home and travel. Even if you don't buy, come and take a look. Hey, young man! Come and have some fun with us." Suddenly, a big man with a beard blocked Xiao Ming's way and said in a deep voice. Xiao Ming was startled. With a sweep of his gaze, he saw a regular clubhouse behind the big man, called Dreamland Clubhouse. "No, no, I don't have any money. Go find someone else." Xiao Ming quickly bypassed the bearded man and headed towards the distance. As soon as the bearded man heard that Xiao Ming had no money, he immediately lost interest and ignored Xiao Ming, starting to look for other customers. Xiao Ming headed straight for the market. Although Clear Breeze City is bustling and lively, it is not the time for leisure now. He needs to quickly find the broken sword. 5 minutes later, Xiao Ming arrived at the market in Clear Breeze City. The market was very large, covering an area of thousands of acres. There were luxuriously decorated shops as well as casual vendors on the roadside. But whether it was a shop or a casual vendor, they all had a certain level of strength. Because this market is specifically open to cultivators. Xiao Ming concealed his purpose and casually walked to the southeast corner of the market. Wang Keo's chance encounter with the broken sword is in this corner. The southeast corner is relatively remote, so there are not many street vendors and people passing by. Xiao Ming immediately noticed an old man's stall. The old man sells miscellaneous goods, including medicinal herbs and items like necklaces and rings that girls like. Among a pile of miscellaneous items, there is a simple and ancient fragment of a broken sword placed quietly. Apart from this broken sword fragment, there are no other sword-related items in the surrounding stalls. Xiao Ming's mind shook. He found it. Slowly exhaling a breath, Xiao Ming pretended to wander aimlessly, looking around and finally arriving at the old man's stall. "Young man, what catches your eye?" "My things are good and the prices are cheap," the old man said with a smile. "I'm just browsing. If the items are decent, I might buy something." Xiao Ming picked up a necklace that a girl might like and examined it closely. Then he picked up a ring and a bracelet. "Are you buying jewelry for your loved one?" The old man chuckled. "My things are of good quality and affordable. If you take all 3 items, I'll only charge you 1 low-grade elemental stone." "That's not bad, not expensive." Xiao Ming nodded and said, "Then pack them all up, I'll take them all." "All right." What's this?" At this moment, Xiao Ming curiously picked up the ancient and simple fragment of a broken sword. This fragment was the tip of a long sword, entirely bronze in color, and about half the length of an arm. It looked ordinary. "Oh, this is a fragment of a broken sword that I accidentally found on a mountain," the old man explained. "This fragment should be 1/3 of the original sword. Do you want it, young man? Aren't you giving it away for free?" Xiao Ming asked in return. "This thing is so heavy and it's just a broken sword. Even if I take it back, I can only make a kitchen knife out of it. It's completely useless. I also bought 3 things from you." The old man hesitated. This broken sword was something he found 10 years ago. He thought it was the broken sword of some master, but after years of research, he found nothing. It was just made of a special material and was relatively heavy. "All right, since you like it, I'll give it to you. It's not a precious thing anyway." The old man compromised. After handing a elemental stone to the old man, Xiao Ming left the stall with the broken sword and the 3 pieces of jewelry. Walking among the crowd, although Xiao Ming's face was calm, his heart was already in turmoil, like a volcano erupting. He got it. The fragment of the broken sword containing the great river sword intent was now his. As he was walking, Xiao Ming suddenly froze. Because he saw a familiar figure. Wang Keoj. Wang Keoj was here too. At this moment, Wang Keoj, as if by chance, also arrived here, and then he saw Xiao Ming and the broken sword in Xiao Ming's hand. Hey? Xiao Ming, what are you doing here? Wang Keoj asked in astonishment. While asking, Wang Keoj's gaze involuntarily fell on the broken sword in Xiao Ming's hand. For no reason, Wang Keoj suddenly felt empty in his heart, but this feeling of loss disappeared in an instant. Wang Keoj didn't pay much attention to it. I came down the mountain to buy some things. Now that I'm done, I'm going back, Xiao Ming said calmly. Although he didn't know why Wang Keoj was here too, it didn't matter. He had obtained the broken sword, and Wang Keoj's opportunity was gone. Brushing past Wang Keoj, Xiao Ming left the market. Behind him, Wang Keoj watched Xiao Ming's departing figure, furrowing his brows. For some reason, he always felt that Xiao Ming's broken sword was unusual. Although it wasn't his, Wang Keoj couldn't help but find it strange. Why would Xiao Ming, an ordinary disciple, have a broken sword? Could it be that I'm overthinking? What treasure could Xiao Ming, a mere miscellaneous disciple, have? Wang Keoj sneered and continued to stroll around the market. Chapter 6 Enlightenment of Great River Sword Intent, Sword Intent Xiao Cheng. In the bustling market, Xiao Ming didn't go far. He was now curious about what Wang Keoj's life script had become. From a distance, Xiao Ming activated the function to view the script. Name, Wang Keoj. Realm, Body Refining 8th Heaven. Fate, Ordinary Passerby, White. Life script, after losing 2 important opportunities in a row, Wang Keoj's life became ordinary. Although he successfully advanced to Body Refining 10th Heaven, he only awakened ordinary talent. Finally, he luckily advanced to the early stage of the innate realm and became an ordinary named disciple of the Spirit Sword Gate. Recent opportunities, none. Xiao Ming laughed. He had taken advantage of Wang Keoj, and now his luck had collapsed, turning him into an ordinary passerby. But when Xiao Ming thought about his own black fate as a disaster of bloodshed, he couldn't laugh anymore. Opening the attribute panel, Xiao Ming's life script was as follows. Name, Xiao Ming. Realm, Body Refining 10th Heaven. Fate, Disaster of Bloodshed, Black. Life script, Death in 3 months. Recent opportunities, the host obtained a fragment of a broken sword containing a trace of the Great River Sword Intent. 1 month later, during the awakening ceremony, the host was accepted as an outer disciple. However, Wang Keoj, who was also an outer disciple, was extremely resentful. In strong jealousy, Wang Keoj colluded with external thieves and deceived a group of outer disciples to leave the mountain, resulting in an ambush. The opponent captured the host. Seeing that the host had a good appearance, the opponent sold him to the White Horse Cave thousands of miles away. 3 months later, the host was tortured and drained to death. After reading his own life script, Xiao Ming was furious. Wang Keoj, it's Wang Keoj again. This guy was jealous of him and actually conspired with external thieves to kill him. Wang Keoj, originally I was planning to let you go because you had been taken advantage of, but since you have such a character, then it's your own fault. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes, and a strong killing intent surged from deep within his eyes. After making a decision, Xiao Ming headed straight for the outskirts of the city. There was a deserted and silent forest outside the city. That forest was the only way from Clear Breeze City to the Spirit Sword Gate. Xiao Ming planned to wait for Wang Keoj there. At the same time, he could take advantage of the lack of people around to comprehend the Great River Sword intent within the broken sword. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ming arrived at the nameless silent forest. Taking out the ancient bronze-colored broken sword, Xiao Ming examined it over and over again, but no matter how he studied it, he gained nothing. This bronze broken sword looked plain and ordinary, except for being relatively heavy, it had no special features. Does it need blood to recognize the master? Xiao Ming thought, and then cut his fingertip, squeezing out a drop of blood. The blood dripped onto the broken sword. After a moment, the broken sword had no reaction. Obviously, comprehending the Great River Sword intent did not require blood to recognize the master. Come to think of it, if blood recognition were possible, the secret of this broken sword would have been discovered long ago. Blood recognition is useless, then how can I comprehend the Great River Sword intent? Xiao Ming scratched his head. Suddenly, Xiao Ming noticed something different about the broken sword. At the broken edge of the sword, there were layer upon layer of exquisite patterns, complex sword patterns that only powerful weapons would have. Xiao Ming looked at the layers of sword patterns and gradually became trance-like. Then, to his surprise, he found that the sword patterns seemed to come alive. Layer by layer, the sword patterns moved like flowing water, slowly at first, but eventually turning into a roaring river. Boom! An inexplicable aura rushed towards Xiao Ming's head, and suddenly the scene before him changed. He saw a rushing river entirely composed of sword energy, a river without a source or an end, like the Milky Way in the sky, blocking his path. The sword energy river emitted a majestic and domineering aura, and just being affected by this aura made Xiao Ming's head ache. Hesitating, Xiao Ming extended a finger and lightly touched the sword energy river. Then, the sword energy river seemed to find an outlet and rushed madly towards Xiao Ming through his fingertip. Ah! Xiao Ming let out a painful yet exhilarating low roar. After about a minute, the sword energy river completely poured into Xiao Ming's body, and Xiao Ming gained a tremendous power. At this moment, every pore on his body emitted a faint sword aura, making him look like a humanoid sword from a distance. In Xiao Ming's mind, knowledge of controlling the Great River Sword intent appeared out of thin air. Within his Denshin, there were clusters of majestic and domineering sword energy. With a thought, an illusory sword energy river appeared in the void behind Xiao Ming. Great River Sword intent, minor achievement. After absorbing the Great River Sword intent from the broken sword, Xiao Ming directly cultivated his sword intent to a minor achievement level. The broken sword in my hand is only 1/3 of the original sword, so I could only cultivate it to a minor achievement level. If I can obtain the second piece of the broken sword, I can cultivate the Great River Sword intent to a major achievement level. If I'm fortunate enough to find the third piece, my Great River Sword intent will reach perfection. Minor achievement, major achievement, perfection. These are the 3 stages of the Great River Sword intent. Although Xiao Ming has only cultivated it to a minor achievement level, he is confident enough to challenge practitioners in the innate realm. Because the feeling brought by the Great River Sword intent is extraordinarily powerful. It completely allows him to challenge opponents of higher realms. After absorbing the Great River Sword intent, the broken sword in Xiao Ming's hand inexplicably changed. It became less sturdy and much lighter. With a gentle grip, Xiao Ming crushed the broken sword into a pile of scrap iron. By the way, Xiao Ming also crushed the 3 accessories he bought into pieces. The absorption of the Great River Sword intent is complete. Now, it's time to deal with Wang Keoj. Xiao Ming muttered, his gaze turning towards Clear Breeze City. About 20 minutes later, Wang Keoj, looking nonchalant, appeared in Xiao Ming's line of sight. Oh? Xiao Ming, what are you doing here? Wang Keoj also noticed Xiao Ming and asked in surprise. I'm waiting for you, Xiao Ming said calmly, his expression unchanged. Our relationship isn't that deep. You wouldn't wait for me without a reason, Wang Keoj smiled and then changed the subject, saying, you must have gained a lot from your trip to the market, right? Oh? Why do you say that? Xiao Ming asked, rubbing his hands together. He twisted his neck, and his bones crackled like frying soybeans. Wang Keoj also twisted his neck and smiled ambiguously, I can sense that the broken sword you bought is extraordinary. Although I don't know the specifics, it's definitely not ordinary. I thought you had already returned to the sect, but I didn't expect you to be here all along. Saves me the trouble of snatching the broken sword from you. With a proud look, Wang Keoj raised his head and said coldly, now, I'll give you two choices. First, hand over the broken sword. Second, I kill you, and the broken sword will still be mine. I must remind you that this place is rarely visited, and it's nighttime. No one will care about an extra corpse here. Wang Keoj's face was full of threats. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming laughed. You're right, this forest is quiet and remote. No one will care about a corpse here. So, you can rest assured and go on your way. After speaking, Xiao Ming's figure flashed and shot towards Wang Keoj like a cannonball. Chapter 7 Killing Wang Keoj, Devouring Fate. Oh? You dare to attack me proactively, Xiao Ming? I see you must be tired of living, like an old immortal drinking poison. Wang Keoj laughed heartily. He knew very well that Xiao Ming, who took on the mission this morning, was only at the 5th level of body refining. Meanwhile, Wang Keoj had already cultivated to the 8th level of body refining. He was 3 small realms higher than Xiao Ming. Not to mention the difference in physical strength, Wang Keoj had a whopping 3,000 units of strength more than Xiao Ming. With such a huge gap, Wang Keoj was confident that he could shatter Xiao Ming's arm with a single punch. Die, Xiao Ming! While laughing, Wang Keoj clenched his fist tightly and fiercely struck towards Xiao Ming. His fist met Xiao Ming's fist head-on. Ah! A scream as horrifying as a pig being slaughtered suddenly resounded. Then, Wang Keoj's fist and half of his arm instantly shattered. Xiao Ming's immense strength not only shattered his fist and half of his arm, but also sent him flying dozens of meters away. Wang Keoj crashed onto the ground like a sack filled with rocks. A cloud of choking dust rose up. Xiao Ming smiled and slowly retracted his fist. Do you think I'm still at the 5th level of body refining? How naive! I have already cultivated to the 10th level of body refining, possessing the strength of 10,000 units. On the ground, Wang Keoj writhed in pain like a worm. His forehead was sweating, and his face turned pale. My arm, it's broken. Wang Keoj trembled in fear, realizing that he couldn't lift his right hand at all. Blood gushed out from the broken part of his arm like it was free. I lost? How could I lose? I am at the 8th level of body refining. Wang Keoj endured extreme pain and muttered with a pale face. Then, he suddenly realized something and looked at Xiao Ming in horror, trembling as he spoke, You're not at the 5th level of body refining. Your cultivation level is higher than mine. You were pretending to be weak. Now I understand, but it's too late. Xiao Ming sneered coldly, leaped forward and appeared in front of Wang Keoj in an instant, like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. What are you going to do? Why are you lifting your foot? Wang Keoj, lying on the ground, shouted in terror. Xiao Ming's expression remained unchanged as he stomped his foot heavily. He stomped on Wang Keoj's head with great force. A dull sound echoed. Wang Keoj's head exploded like a watermelon being run over by a truck, splattering red and white matter all over the place. Wang Keoj was dead. With such little strength, you still wanted to covet my broken sword? Hey, you're just a worthless piece of trash. Xiao Ming sneered. Then, he extended his foot and started rubbing it on the ground. When you step on dog poop, you naturally clean it up. If you get splattered with that red and white matter, you do the same. At this moment, a strange white mist suddenly emanated from Wang Keoj's body, uncontrollably entering Xiao Ming's body. This is Wang Keoj's white luck. Xiao Ming was astonished. Opening the script of life, he saw that he had become like this. Name, Xiao Ming. Cultivation level, 10th level of body refining. Luck, ordinary passerby, white. Martial technique, innate realm great river sword intent, minor achievement. Life script, an ordinary and unremarkable cultivator. Recent opportunities, the host has acquired an ordinary white luck, with nothing noteworthy in his life. 10 years later, he perishes in a battle during Spirit Sword Gate's external expedition. The luck has turned into an ordinary white one. Xiao Ming was both surprised and curious, but at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally changed his tragic fate of being manipulated to death by his enemies. Although a white luck was not outstanding, and even common on the streets, at least he was no longer in mortal danger. Being able to live safely was truly wonderful. After feeling emotional, a burning fighting spirit rose in Xiao Ming's heart. Through the act of killing Wang Keoj, he had confirmed that he could devour other people's luck and improve his own life script. Since that was the case, Xiao Ming naturally didn't want to remain an ordinary passerby. He wants to continue collecting opportunities and strengthen himself. He wants to defy fate and dominate the immortal martial continent. Why should those arrogant geniuses be high above, looking down on the mortal world, while he can only be an extremely ordinary person? We are all human beings, carrying our own burdens on our shoulders. Who is afraid of whom? No one wants to be a small ant that can only look up to others. I control my own destiny. After a burst of enthusiasm, Xiao Ming looked at Wang Keoj's body. This guy, Wang Keoj, was quite wealthy. Now that he's dead, that wealth cannot be wasted. Xiao Ming bent down and began to search the body. After a while, Xiao Ming found over 300 low-grade elemental stones and 2 royal-grade bone-tempering pills. Bone-tempering pills? They are exactly the same as the pills I took before. I'll take them. The medicinal power of the bone-tempering pills was still very strong. Although Xiao Ming had already cultivated to the 10th level of body refining, if he continued to take the bone-tempering pills, he might be able to break through. However, the possibility was relatively low. After plundering all the good things, Wang Keoj was completely worthless now. Looking at Wang Keoj's bloodied body, Xiao Ming tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then, he kicked it away. Wang Keoj's body broke in half in mid-air, with some hanging on tree branches and some falling into the dust. As blood sprayed out, a strong smell of blood filled the air. Caw caw caw. A group of crows, attracted by the smell of blood, flew over from a distance. Howl. In the distance, a pack of wolves also smelled the blood and howled. Xiao Ming smiled faintly. This forest was not peaceful at all. Not only were there many wild beasts, but there were also some demonic beasts that were as powerful as the 5th or 6th level of body refining. By leaving Wang Keoj's body here, it would be reduced to a skeleton within an hour. In this way, he would have no worries. Shaking his flowing hair, Xiao Ming walked towards the location of the Spirit Sword Gate with large strides. After walking far away, the sounds of birds and wolves behind him became more intense. A silent night passed. When Xiao Ming woke up the next day, he received a surprising piece of news. Wang Keoj, the head of the menial disciples, had gone down the mountain last night and passed through a silent forest on his way back. For some unknown reason, he had actually perished. Even his flesh and blood had been eaten clean by demonic beasts and wild beasts, leaving only a skeleton. The final conclusion was that Wang Keoj had encountered a powerful demonic beast by unfortunate luck and died. To be honest, if it weren't for the identity token and the clothes of a menial disciple that Wang Keoj had on him, it would have been difficult to identify him. After this news reached the Spirit Sword Gate, there was no reaction from the sect. After all, he was just an insignificant menial disciple, and no one would pay attention. However, the menial disciples were in an uproar. Wang Keoj had already cultivated to the 8th level of body refining, so his strength was not weak. It was unexpected that he would be attacked by a demonic beast due to carelessness. How pitiful! I didn't expect there to be such powerful demonic beasts at the foot of the mountain. Why doesn't the Spirit Sword Gate or the City Lord's mansion of Clear Breeze City take care of it? A disciple wondered. Who knows, it's probably a roaming demonic beast committing the crime. I have to say, it's good that Wang Keoj died. He brought it upon himself. Don't forget, Wang Keoj was not a good person. Someone sneered. When this was said, everyone immediately remembered Wang Keoj's usual misdeeds. The little bit of sympathy in their hearts completely disappeared. However, Xiao Ming waved his hand and said seriously, the deceased should be respected. Let's not kick him while he's down. Although Wang Keoj had a terrible character, a bad personality, and a face like shit, he was someone that every menial disciple wanted to kick. But, he's already dead, and we are all menial disciples. We should have some empathy. Everyone looked at Xiao Ming in astonishment. You see, Wang Keoj used to bully Xiao Ming the most because Xiao Ming was thin and weak, and he had been bullied by Wang Keoj many times. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ming was now speaking up for Wang Keoj. Xiao Ming, I didn't expect you to have such a kind heart. I'm ashamed. A menial disciple said apologetically. Xiao Ming, you're really good. You're helping Wang Keoj at a time like this. You're truly a great person. Senior brother Xiao Ming, you're a straightforward person. Please accept my respect. Senior brother Xiao Ming, you're a good person. I must learn from you. Senior brother Xiao Ming, you're open-minded. I bow to you. Chapter 8 Another Chance? Destiny protagonist Lin Feng. Everyone praised Xiao Ming endlessly. Several disciples were about to bow down and worship Xiao Ming as their big brother. Xiao Ming scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Don't praise me like this, I will become arrogant. Besides, I'm not that great." The disciples shook their heads and continued to praise, "Brother Xiao is not only straightforward, but also so humble. We can't compare." Yes, nowadays, there are not many people as humble as Brother Xiao. Not just a few, hardly any. Brother Xiao is our role model. In my opinion, Brother Xiao will definitely rise to great heights and achieve great success. Hey? Xiao Ming looked surprised at the person who spoke last. He thought to himself, this guy has good insight. At this moment, an excited disciple ran over from outside. Brother Six, why are you in such a hurry? Someone asked. Are you in a rush because your butt is on fire, or did you put something explosive in your pocket? Brother Six exclaimed excitedly, it's even more explosive than putting something in my pocket. You guys don't know, there's another fight in the maple leaf forest behind the mountain. The scene, oh my, it's really shocking. Another fight? Xiao Ming lost interest when he heard this. However, what Brother Six said next piqued Xiao Ming's interest. Brother Six continued, spitting as he spoke, Lin Feng from the small family at the foot of the mountain was beaten up by his own clansmen. It is said that Lin Feng was once a peerless genius, but for some reason, he suddenly became a well-known waste. His cultivation level also dropped straight from the innate realm to the 10th level of body refining. And it is said that he was even dumped by his fiancée. Xiao Ming's eyes widened. The Lin family. Genius turned waste. Dumped by fiancé. Why does this plot sound so familiar? They are fighting in the maple leaf forest behind the mountain? Let's go and see the excitement. Xiao Ming rushed towards the back mountain. The other disciples also became interested and followed Xiao Ming towards the maple leaf forest. When Xiao Ming and the others arrived at the forest, it was already crowded with people watching the commotion. In the center of the crowd, several named disciples at the innate realm were punching and kicking a young boy. As they beat him, they taunted, Lin Feng. Weren't you boasting about being a genius? How did you become like this? Where's your arrogance? Come on, show off your power. What a bullshit genius, just a piece of trash. Others also mocked, with this appearance, you still want to marry the arrogant girl from the sect? Hey! You're not even worthy of the women recruited by the red sleeve. Ha ha ha! Mockery after mockery echoed around. The beaten Lin Feng curled up on the ground, silent, but his eyes were filled with determination. Perhaps his nerves were touched by the continuous mockery. Lin Feng couldn't help but retort, when I was still a genius, all of you followed me like flies, calling me Brother Feng. Now that I've fallen, you turn your backs on me and throw stones at me. We are still from the same clan. Are you still my Lin family? Hey! Who said we are from the same clan? A Lin family member spat and sneered. The Lin family has been passed down for 300 years. In that time, who knows how many branches have emerged? We have nothing to do with you. That's right. We only share the same surname with you, we have no blood relationship. This idiot is talking about blood ties with us. When he monopolized the family resources before, why didn't he mention this? Beat him up, cripple him. Doesn't Lin Feng look like a dog? Ha ha ha. A few named disciples laughed heartily, mocking and fiercely beating Lin Feng. The surrounding crowd watched with amusement, not a single person lending a hand. However, Xiao Ming's companion, Lao Lu, appeared eager to join in. Lao Lu, what are you doing? Xiao Ming asked in astonishment. I'm going to help. Lao Lu exclaimed excitedly. I love beating a dog when it's down. Those named disciples are having so much fun beating Lin Feng, I want to join in too. Xiao Ming was dumbfounded. Is this how you help? You idiot! What are you doing, stirring up trouble? Get back! Xiao Ming scolded. The water is too deep over there with Lin Feng, you can't handle it. Oh, all right, I'll listen to Xiao Ji. Lao Lu scratched his head. In the center of the crowd, feeling the mockery around him, Lin Feng's mood grew colder, but his determination in his eyes grew stronger. After the named disciples from the Lin family grew tired from their beating, they left the scene, while the onlookers pointed and laughed at the pitiful Lin Feng. Expressionless, Lin Feng climbed up from the ground. He looked at the people around him, then at the departing figures of the named disciples, and resolutely said, I am not worthless. Although I, Lin Feng, may be down and out for now, one day I will stand up again. 30 years in the west of the river, 30 years in the east of the river, do not underestimate a poor youth. After saying these words, the named disciples who had already walked far away suddenly became furious and immediately turned back to beat Lin Feng again. Why does Lin Feng have to be like this? His body is weak, but his mouth is still stubborn. Xiao Ming shook his head. Then he activated the function to view the script of life, and Lin Feng's information instantly appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Feng. Realm, Body Refining 10th Stage. Fate, Protagonist of Destiny, Son of Luck, 9 colors, Defying Heaven and Overthrowing Dao, 9 colors, Finding New Life in Desperate Straits, 9 colors, Forcibly Lowering Intelligence, 9 colors, Overflowing Peach Blossoms, 9 colors. Swish! A large expanse of 9-colored light instantly filled Xiao Ming's eyes. What is blocking my vision? It's that dazzling 9-colored divine light. Xiao Ming was so shocked that he almost jumped in place. This Lin Feng actually possesses 5 incredible and heaven-defying fates, and all of them are of the highest level, 9 colors. Unbelievable, this is truly unbelievable. Xiao Ming quickly clicked on those fates, and the information of the 9-colored fates appeared one by one. Protagonist of Destiny, Son of Luck, 9 colors luck is with him, the favored son of heaven. Cultivation is as easy as drinking water, breakthroughs are as effortless as farting. He can easily advance rapidly and obtain countless opportunities. Defying heaven and overthrowing Dao, 9 colors perform acts that defy the heavens, accomplish things that no one dares to believe, shocking everyone. Finding new life in desperate straits, 9 colors will not perish, even in the face of the most dangerous situations, and can even gain opportunities in reverse. Forcibly lowering intelligence. 9 colors. Anyone who opposes the protagonist will have a brain malfunction at critical moments, blabbering nonsense and giving the protagonist a chance to counterattack. At the same time, any female who encounters the protagonist will mindlessly approach, offering themselves and treasures, mindlessly groveling before the protagonist. Overflowing peach blossoms. 9 colors. Wherever the protagonist goes, he will leave behind his aura of peach blossoms, attracting countless beautiful women. Coupled with forcibly lowering intelligence, the protagonist's peach blossom luck covers the sky. Xiao Ming was amazed by what he saw. But it wasn't over yet. There were also equally important recent opportunities. Swish swish. Lin Feng's recent opportunities appeared before Xiao Ming's eyes like flipping through a book. Xiao Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. He saw Lin Feng's opportunities as follows. Chapter 9. Take Earth Milk and Promote to Innate. Lin Feng's fortuitous encounter. 1. Due to an overwhelming amount of romantic opportunities, Lin Feng attracted the attention and affection of Su Jin, the daughter of the elder of Spirit Sword Gate. Su Jin took the initiative to help Lin Feng, allowing him to recover from his injuries. Fortuitous encounter. 2. 3 days later, Lin Feng discovered a ground-level body technique, the shadow transformation art, in a hidden compartment under his bed. Fortuitous encounter. 3. 7 days later, in a valley spring halfway up the mountain, Lin Feng obtained a drop of golden earth core milk, advancing to the innate realm. Fortuitous encounter. 4. 10 days later, Lin Feng found a hidden cellar next to the valley spring. Upon entering, he obtained a top-grade pill called the Devouring Thunder Pill. After consuming the Devouring Thunder Pill and swallowing heavenly thunder on a stormy night, Lin Feng gained an innate thunder spirit. Fortuitous encounter. 5. Half a month later, Lin Feng voluntarily underwent an awakening ceremony and obtained the divine ability Heavenly Rank Immortal Sword Body in the 5th Ordinary Spirit Pool. Attracted the attention of the Sect Master and the Elder of Spirit Sword Gate, and finally became a true disciple of Spirit Sword Gate. Fortuitous encounter. 6. 1 month later, in a cave behind the waterfall in the back mountain of Spirit Sword Gate, Lin Feng obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Sword Emperor, the founder of Spirit Sword Gate, and acquired the Shocking Heaven Sword Art, a heavenly rank technique. Due to cultivating the Shocking Heaven Sword Art, Lin Feng gained recognition from the Spirit Sword Gate's Sect Guardian, the Heavenly Guardian Sword, and was able to wield the heavenly rank spirit weapon, the Heavenly Guardian Sword. Fortuitous encounter. 7. Returning to his family, Lin Feng surprised everyone and obtained a hidden family inheritance. Fortuitous encounter. 8. Fortuitous encounter. 9. Xiao Ming was amazed as he read this. Indeed, Lin Feng, the son of luck, had so many recent fortuitous encounters. Moreover, each encounter was quite remarkable. Any ordinary person who obtained just one of them would be able to soar to new heights. Even if it was just the help of Su Jin in the first encounter, it would be enough to make them rise to the top. Su Jin was the daughter of the elder, after all. Being able to gain Su Jin's favor would also allow one to walk sideways in Spirit Sword Gate. However, among Lin Feng's many fortuitous encounters, the 6th one was the most abundant. The 6th encounter allowed one to obtain the inheritance of the founder of Spirit Sword Gate, the Heavenly Sword Emperor, in the cave behind the waterfall in the back mountain. Not only could one obtain the Shocking Heaven Sword Art, but they could also acquire the inheritance of the Heavenly Guardian Sword. Xiao Ming immediately set his sights on this encounter. However, the back mountain waterfall of Spirit Sword Gate was a restricted area of the sect, and only disciples above the inner sect level were allowed to enter. Without reaching this level, one would be kicked out before even reaching the waterfall. Therefore, this encounter couldn't be rushed. Xiao Ming's eyes flickered as he pondered. He temporarily shifted his focus to Lin Feng's 3rd, 4th, and 5th encounters. The 3rd and 4th encounters were related, both involving obtaining the Earth Core Milk and the top-grade pill, the Devouring Thunder Pill, in the Valley Spring. The earth core milk could allow him to advance to the innate realm, while consuming the devouring thunder pill would allow him to absorb heavenly thunder and gain an extremely rare and domineering thunder spirit. And the fifth encounter was even more powerful. It allowed one to obtain the heavenly rank immortal sword body in the awakening pool. Actually, the second encounter was quite good as well, allowing one to obtain the ground level body technique, the shadow transformation art. However, Lin Feng didn't live in Spirit Sword Gate, and Xiao Ming didn't know where he resided, so it was a bit difficult to make a move. Without further hesitation, Xiao Ming quietly left Maple Leaf Forest and headed straight for the Valley Spring. Before leaving, Xiao Ming saw a graceful and ethereal woman emerge from the crowd, attentively wiping the wounds on Lin Feng's face. Without a doubt, that woman was Su Jin, the daughter of the elder. Lin Feng's luck has already come into play. Su Jin has taken the initiative to help him. I need to speed up and quickly obtain the fortuitous encounter in the valley. Xiao Ming thought to himself. Fortuitous encounters do not have fixed owners. What you can obtain is your own fortuitous encounter. What you cannot obtain has nothing to do with you, it is not meant for you. If fate has a fixed owner and cannot be owned by anyone else, then it is not fate, it is called inheritance. Rushing all the way, Xiao Ming quietly arrived in the valley. Spirit Sword Gate only has one valley, and this valley is full of rocks, without any outstanding features. There is only a faint stream slowly flowing out from deep within the valley. Xiao Ming followed the direction of the stream and went against the current, quickly finding the source of the stream. It was a spring the size of a fist, and at this moment, clear spring water was gushing out from it. Xiao Ming squatted down and carefully examined it. Sure enough, inside the spring, there was a drop of golden liquid. This golden liquid was like butter, completely different from the ordinary spring water around it. The liquid was the size of a glass bead and emitted a faint golden light. Golden Earth Spirit Milk. Suppressing his excitement, Xiao Ming cupped his hands together and carefully held the Earth Spirit Milk. Then, he swallowed it in one gulp. Gulp. The Earth Spirit Milk melted in his mouth, turning into violent spiritual power that instantly filled every part of Xiao Ming's body. Xiao Ming's body started to heat up, and white mist rose from the top of his head, as if he was being roasted on a furnace. However, Xiao Ming didn't immediately activate the returning Yuan sword technique to refine it. Instead, he started searching around. Next to the spring, there was a hidden cellar, and inside the cellar, there were thunder-devouring pills. After a few breaths, found it! Xiao Ming was overjoyed. He found a wooden board, lifted it, and a delicate cellar appeared before his eyes. Xiao Ming crawled inside. The cellar wasn't big, only the size of a room, more like a training room for a powerful individual, as there were simple tables, chairs, and beds inside. Apart from these mundane items, there was only a small jade bottle in the cellar. Xiao Ming opened the jade bottle. Inside the bottle was a round and rolling dark blue pill. This pill was the size of a fingernail and covered in lightning patterns. It occasionally emitted dense electric light. Earth-grade pill, thunder-devouring pill, obtained. Xiao Ming happily put away the thunder-devouring pill, then sat cross-legged in place and began to activate the returning Yuan sword technique to refine the powerful spiritual power of the Earth Spirit Milk. There was no one to disturb him here, so he could focus on advancing. Splish! Splash! Splish! Splash! The spiritual power transformed from the Earth Spirit Milk flowed like a rushing river within Xiao Ming's body. However, guided by the returning Yuan sword technique, the powerful spiritual power slowly dissipated and began to impact the bottleneck of his realm. At the same time, a illusory vortex formed in his danshan. As time passed, the vortex grew larger and more solid. The birth of a vortex in the danshan is a sign of an innate realm expert. 10 days later. Who? A vigorous figure suddenly shot out from the cellar. Xiao Ming's skin was as smooth as jade, and his eyes were shining. With a wave of his hand or a step forward, he could unleash a terrifying force of 30,000 caddies. Feeling the slowly rotating vortex in his danshan, Xiao Ming was full of confidence. From today onwards, I am an innate. Chapter 10 Swallow the Thunder, Practice Thunder True Qi. The Xianwu Continent has many cultivation realms. From weak to strong, they are body refining, innate realm, origin energy realm, core lake realm, divine sea realm, qi controlling realm, domain transformation, transcending tribulation, law manifestation, immortal martial saint, and red dust immortal. There are a total of 11 realms. Except for body refining and red dust immortal, all other realms are divided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, and consummation. Body refining realm is the lowest basic realm and is divided into 10 levels. Red dust immortal is also special. Because in the Xianwu continent for thousands of years, there has never been a red dust immortal. Red dust immortal is only a theoretical highest realm deduced by the immortal martial saints and has never actually existed. This realm can achieve the integration of martial arts and immortal path, shatter the void, and ascend to higher planes. Therefore, breaking through to red dust immortal is the ultimate goal of all cultivators in the Xianwu continent. Red dust immortal is too far away from me. What I need to do now is to take one step at a time and first break through to the middle stage of the innate realm, Xiao Ming thought to himself. He has just been promoted to the innate realm and is currently in the early stage of the innate realm. With a light pull of his palm in the void, a majestic true qi surged out from Xiao Ming's palm. The true qi appeared milky white and extremely sharp. This is his true qi. With the support of true qi, Xiao Ming can easily crush several levels of body refining realm with a single strike. This is the difference between the innate realm and the body refining realm. The gap in strength between the two is like heaven and earth. What is innate? Innate means that a true qi vortex is born in the body, which can be used for attack or defense. A significant increase in strength. In general, the true qi of an innate realm cultivator does not have any elemental attributes. However, if one obtains a cultivation manual, they can use it to sense various elemental spiritual energies between heaven and earth and cultivate their own unique elemental true qi. Elemental true qi is generally of the 5 elements, namely gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, allowing one's true qi to carry elemental damage. Of course. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. There are also some cultivators with special aptitudes who can cultivate extraordinary true qi beyond the 5 elements, such as lightning, wind, ice, and poison. In addition to elemental true qi, cultivators can also cultivate other things, such as knife intent, sword intent, and so on. Xiao Ming's Great River Sword intent is one of them. If we were to use the terminology of the previous life, elemental true qi and things like knife intent and sword intent are like buffs. The more buffs, the stronger the cultivator will be. Opening the attribute panel, Xiao Ming's life script appeared before his eyes. Name, Xiao Ming. Realm, early stage of the innate realm. Fate, ordinary passerby, white. Martial technique, innate realm Great River Sword intent, minor achievement. Life script, an ordinary and unremarkable cultivator. Recent opportunities, the host has forged an ordinary white fate, and there is nothing worth mentioning in his life. 10 years later, he perishes in a battle outside the Spirit Sword Gate. After reading his own information, Xiao Ming continued to contemplate. He has already cultivated to the innate realm, which will definitely allow him to become a named disciple of the Spirit Sword Gate and also give him a chance to awaken. This is the benefit of joining a powerful sect. If it were an ordinary innate realm cultivator, they would not have the opportunity to awaken. After all, the awakening pool is extremely rare and is basically monopolized by various powerful sects. Independent cultivators cannot access it. For now, let's put the matter of awakening aside. What I need to do now is to wait for a stormy day, devour thunder, and obtain thunder spirit power. This way, I can refine thunder true qi. By then, with thunder true qi and Great River Sword intent, with the double buff, even an ordinary early-stage innate realm cultivator is no match for me. I can even challenge a mid-stage innate realm cultivator." Saying that, Xiao Ming took out the thunder-devouring pill. This valley is good, rarely visited by people. He plans to devour thunder here and refine thunder true qi. This wait lasted for a full 10 days. 10 days later. Ka-ca-ca. Ka-ca-ca. The sky was densely covered with dark clouds, as if doomsday had arrived. Thick thunder and lightning flashed and roamed within the dark clouds, occasionally bursting with dazzling light and deafening thunder. A heavy downpour started to pour from the sky. Xiao Ming looked up at the sky, his flowing long hair and clothes drenched by the rain. However, it couldn't change his unwavering will and determined gaze. Seeing that the thunder was gathering, Xiao Ming took out the thunder-devouring pill and swallowed it in one gulp. The thunder-devouring pill turned into a surge of medicinal electric current, integrating into his limbs and body, forming a thick thunder defense shield around him. After a moment, the power of thunder rose, starting to absorb the innate thunder in the sky. At this moment, Xiao Ming turned into a human lightning rod. The innate thunder in the sky was drawn towards Xiao Ming, immediately transforming into a massive silver-white thunderbolt, striking down from the high sky. Boom! The silver-white thunderbolt fiercely hit Xiao Ming. He was almost blasted away on the spot. Fortunately, the thunder defense shield on his body played a great role, blocking the violent and savage innate thunder. Then, the medicinal electric current within Xiao Ming's body continuously erupted, helping him refine the violent innate thunder bit by bit, transforming it into extremely pure and gentle thunder spiritual power. After about 5 minutes, this silver-white innate thunder was completely refined by Xiao Ming. But the medicinal power of the thunder-devouring pill had not dissipated, attracting a second wave of innate thunder. Boom! Another explosion sounded. Xiao Ming was once again submerged by the innate thunder. Then came the third wave. The fourth wave. The fifth wave. After refining and absorbing 5 waves of silver-white innate thunder, the medicinal power of the thunder-devouring pill was completely consumed. The act of devouring thunder was successfully completed. At this moment, Xiao Ming had undergone a tremendous transformation. He was surrounded by surges of thunder and lightning, appearing extremely mystical. There were silver-white thunder patterns faintly visible on his skin all over his body. Within his dantian, Xiao Ming's innate vortex had completely transformed into a thunder-based vortex. The vortex slowly rotated, with each rotation releasing large amounts of thunder and lightning. Thunder True Qi, cultivation complete. Xiao Ming extended his finger and lightly tapped a large stone in the distance. Whoosh! A stream of true qi containing thunder and lightning burst out from his fingertip, directly hitting the stone. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the stone was shattered by his thunder true qi. With a thought, a sword intent river appeared out of thin air behind Xiao Ming. This was the Great River Sword Intent. At this moment, the Great River Sword Intent had also undergone significant changes, as the illusory Sword Intent River flickered with dazzling thunder and lightning. Each stream of the Sword Intent River had turned into Thunder attribute. Thunder True Qi and Great River Sword Intent integrated and supported each other. Feeling the changes in his body, Xiao Ming was extremely satisfied. Now, with the double buff of Thunder True Qi and Great River Sword Intent, he was not an opponent that an ordinary early-stage innate realm could handle. His figure leaped, and Xiao Ming soared into the sky like an eagle, flying towards his residence. After advancing to the innate realm, he could already glide short distances in the air. If he cultivated to the origin energy realm, he would be able to directly fly through the void and travel in all directions. Chapter 11 Meeting Lin Feng on the road, preparing to awaken. Just as Xiao Ming was flying over an unnamed forest, suddenly, a dazzling pillar of fire shot up into the sky, heading straight for the heavens. The pillar of fire was as thick as a millstone, surging with intense flames, sweeping away the nearby torrential rain. Then, the pillar of fire slowly dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Xiao Ming was both shocked and amazed. Who is cultivating? And they have even cultivated true qi of fire. Xiao Ming changed direction and flew towards the unnamed forest. After a moment, he discovered a familiar figure in the forest. It was Lin Feng. Lin Feng in the forest was enveloped in a thick layer of flames. His figure moved continuously, instantly transforming into numerous illusions, each illusion being as powerful as his true self. And Lin Feng had also cultivated to the innate realm. What amazing body technique! This is Lin Feng's earth-ranked body technique, the wind shadow art. Xiao Ming stood on the crown of a big tree, astonished. And, Lin Feng has also cultivated a quite domineering true qi of fire. I consumed the earth core milk to break through to the early stage of the innate realm, but it seems to have not affected Lin Feng's advancement. However, influenced by me, Lin Feng did not cultivate thunder true qi, but instead cultivated true qi of fire. It seems that his destiny has been affected. I have to say, Lin Feng's luck is truly heaven-defying. Even without the earth core milk and thunder-devouring pill, he was able to advance to the innate realm and cultivate true qi of fire. Xiao Ming pondered in secret. In the forest, Lin Feng was fully focused on displaying the wind shadow art, manipulating illusory figures. Under the enhancement of his true qi of fire, these figures all turned into fire people. Each fire person possessed his full strength, just unable to display martial techniques. But even so, Lin Feng's strength far surpassed cultivators of the same level. While practicing the wind shadow art, Lin Feng also sighed. He didn't know why, but his recent luck was extremely good. Previously, in Maple Leaf Forest, he received the favor of Su Jin, the daughter of the Elder of Spirit Sword Gate. Su Jin not only comforted his depressed and sensitive mood, but also used pills to heal his injuries, giving him great comfort. Then, he discovered a hidden compartment under his bed, where he obtained an earth-ranked body technique, the wind shadow art. A few days later, when he passed by a certain place on his way down the mountain, he unexpectedly discovered the remains of a fallen cultivator and obtained a large amount of pills. Among them, the most valuable were the royal grade innate pill and a earth-ranked crimson flame pill. Lin Feng swallowed the innate pill and advanced to the innate realm. Swallowing the crimson flame pill, he successfully cultivated true qi of fire. Advancing to the innate realm and wind shadow art and crimson flame true qi, this caused Lin Feng's strength to skyrocket. More importantly, Lin Feng regained his confidence once again. He faintly sensed that his misfortune had dissipated. From now on, he was still the brilliant and peerless genius. With a thought, all the fire people surrounding Lin Feng rushed towards him, turning into energy and entering his body. These fire people were the clones accompanying the wind shadow art, their power should not be underestimated. And he had already cultivated this technique to a state of perfection. After finishing his cultivation, Lin Feng suddenly sensed something. His intuition told him that someone was spying on him. Who is there? Come out! Lin Feng shouted loudly, and his palm fiercely struck in a certain direction. Immediately, a giant palm of fire shot out. And that direction was where Xiao Ming was. Seeing that Lin Feng had discovered him, Xiao Ming smiled faintly, flicked his palm, and released a sword energy of thunder, easily shattering Lin Feng's giant palm of fire. Xiao Ming's thunder true qi and great river sword intent can form an unparalleled and sharp thunder sword qi. Then, Xiao Ming slowly descended from the treetops and appeared in front of Lin Feng. Who are you? Lin Feng immediately became vigilant and prepared for battle. This was his instinctive reaction. Since joining the Spirit Sword Gate, he had been bullied a lot, and even many people he didn't know came to bully him. Those people probably saw him being beaten up by his fellow clansmen, so they joined in the fun. In this world, there are few people who lend a helping hand in times of need, but there are plenty who kick a man when he's down. Lin Junior brother, there's no need to be so cautious. My name is Xiao Ming, a disciple of the miscellaneous duties in the sect. I have no ill intentions towards you. Xiao Ming stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. So you're the famous senior Xiao Ming? Lin Feng was slightly surprised, then said, although I have only recently joined the Spirit Sword Gate, I have heard of senior Xiao Ming's reputation. Oh? You've heard of me? Xiao Ming asked curiously. Yes, I've heard that senior Xiao Ming is a renowned righteous and kind person, highly respected by many, Lin Feng explained. For example, Wang Keoch, who unexpectedly passed away a few days ago, I heard that he used to bully you, but senior Xiao Ming never complained. Even after Wang Keoch's death, senior Xiao Ming showed great empathy. Such noble behavior has already spread far and wide. After a pause, Lin Feng asked again, but how do you know my name? Xiao Ming chuckled and said, Junior brother Lin's name is well known in the Spirit Sword Gate. Who doesn't know that junior brother Lin is a famous waste? But those people are blind and ignorant, Xiao Ming said meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng straightened his chest. Those people indeed misjudged him and thought he was a waste, but in reality, he had already regained his reputation as a genius. Senior Xiao Ming, why are you still a disciple of the miscellaneous duties? Lin Feng looked Xiao Ming up and down, puzzled. I see that you have already cultivated to the innate realm, and even cultivated an extremely rare Thunder Sword Qi. Why aren't you a named disciple? In the Spirit Sword Gate, reaching the innate realm was enough to become a named disciple. You just needed to report to the sect, but Xiao Ming claimed to still be a disciple of the miscellaneous duties, which confused Lin Feng. Xiao Ming shook his head slightly and said, I have just recently advanced to the innate realm, so I haven't reported to the sect yet. Besides, I also want to participate in the awakening ceremony. Maybe I can awaken some powerful divine ability talent. Upon hearing about the awakening ceremony, Lin Feng became interested. I've heard that anyone who enters the awakening pool can obtain a divine ability talent. Is that true? Lin Feng asked. Xiao Ming continued to shake his head, not necessarily. Whether you can awaken a divine ability talent depends entirely on your aptitude and opportunities. I see, Lin Feng nodded, then said, I plan to apply to enter the awakening pool today. Maybe I can also obtain a powerful divine ability. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming was slightly surprised. According to Lin Feng's life script, he would not apply for awakening for at least another 10 days. Unexpectedly, he would participate in the awakening ceremony so soon. It seemed that Lin Feng's life path had already been slightly influenced by him. Lin Feng could obtain the immortal sword body of the heavenly rank in the 5th awakening pool. Xiao Ming definitely wanted to get his hands on this great opportunity. Suppressing his thoughts, Xiao Ming smiled and said, Junior brother Lin, you think just like me. I also plan to awaken today. How about we go together? Lin Feng thought seriously for a moment. Then nodded. He found that Xiao Ming was very easy to get along with. Whether it was his approachable tone or the gentle smile on his face, it made people feel warm. Moreover, he had heard long ago that senior Xiao Ming among the disciples of the miscellaneous duties had a good character and was a very honest and kind senior brother. Today, he had made a friend in the Spirit Sword Gate by getting to know senior Xiao Ming. Let's go. I'll take you to meet the elder in charge of awakening. Let's go awaken together. Xiao Ming beckoned. All right, senior Xiao Ming, please lead the way. Lin Feng cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. Then, the two of them rose into the air and swiftly headed towards the direction of the awakening pool. Chapter 12 Lin Feng's profound transcendent sword body. Soon, Xiao Ming and Lin Feng arrived at a mountain hollow. In front of the hollow, there stood a huge stone stele with 8 large characters written on it. Awakening ground, no entry for idle people. This is the awakening ground, and the awakening pool is inside, Xiao Ming said casually, let's go in. Okay, Senior Xiao, please lead the way. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng was only about 16 years old, while Xiao Ming was almost 18, so Xiao Ming was subtly leading the two. Moreover, Lin Feng had just recently joined the Spirit Sword Gate and was not even a miscellaneous disciple. He was an external member forced in by the Lin family with money. This was a common practice. Many small families often paid a price to send their own family members into major sects. The sects could gain a substantial income from this, and the family disciples could cultivate with the resources of the sect. Xiao Ming led Lin Feng and walked in. After walking for a few hundred meters, a large flat area appeared ahead. On the flat ground, there were 5 huge spirit pools lined up, all emitting a magical aura. A middle-aged awakening elder was looking up at the sky. At this moment, the rain had stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sunlight poured down. The awakening elder stared at the sky in a daze, seemingly contemplating something. Weird, just now, it seemed like I felt a ray of light falling from the sky, the awakening elder murmured, but I didn't pay attention. Could it be that I had a hallucination? The awakening elder looked puzzled. Just now, when it was still raining, he sensed a flash of light that seemed to have fallen into one of the awakening pools. But that ray of light was too fast for people to react. Coupled with the rain obstructing his vision and the thunder and lightning in the sky, he wasn't sure if something had really fallen. Perhaps he had just seen it wrong, and he had a momentary hallucination in a daze. Menial disciple Xiao Ming, I pay my respects to the awakening elder. Xiao Ming cupped his hands and said loudly, I have already advanced to the innate realm and have come to apply to enter the awakening pool for awakening. Disciple Lin Feng, I pay my respects to the awakening elder. Lin Feng also followed suit, cupping his hands towards the awakening elder. The awakening elder was startled. He put aside what had just happened and looked at Xiao Ming in astonishment. You are a menial disciple? How old are you? You have actually cultivated to the innate realm. The awakening elder exclaimed, asking a series of questions. I will be 18 in less than a month. I recently advanced to the innate realm, Xiao Ming smiled. As for my identity as a menial disciple, it's absolutely true. Good. Very good. The awakening elder said with satisfaction, it's already very good for an ordinary menial disciple to cultivate to the 10th level of body refining before the age of 18. I didn't expect you to go further and reach the innate realm. It seems that your talent is quite good, and your future achievements are limitless. Elder, you flatter me. I am just an ordinary and mediocre person, Xiao Ming modestly said. You are quite modest. Nowadays, there aren't many disciples like you who are so modest, the awakening elder nodded, then his gaze fell on Lin Feng. He had also heard a lot about Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng's reputation as a waste is well known. Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to also reach the innate realm. The awakening elder exclaimed. After all, Lin Feng's reputation as a waste almost resounded throughout the entire Spirit Sword Gate, truly surprising people. Well, I recently obtained an opportunity, which allowed me to luckily advance to the innate realm. Lin Feng hesitated. He didn't specifically mention the details of his opportunity. The awakening elder was taken aback. Opportunity? Then he thought of something. The eldest daughter of the Grand Elder, Su Jin. As the Grand Elder's daughter, Su Jin naturally possessed many abundant resources, so it wasn't impossible for Lin Feng to advance to the innate realm. You really surprise people, although the cultivation world values strength, appearance is also very important, the awakening elder said meaningfully. Xiao Ming almost burst out laughing. The awakening elder was practically saying that Lin Feng was living off Su Jin. After all, the relationship between Lin Feng and Su Jin had already become the talk of the town. Lin Feng also realized the meaning behind the awakening elder's words, but he didn't explain, his expression unchanged. All right, enough idle talk, let's begin the awakening now, the awakening elder said. There are 5 awakening pools in front of you, each pool contains the same concentration of awakening power, you can freely choose one of them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming scanned the numerous awakening pools and walked towards the fifth one with large strides. Seeing this, Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He had originally wanted to go to the fifth awakening pool as well, but since Xiao Ming had taken the lead, he couldn't go there anymore. Lin Feng chose the first awakening pool. Anyway, the awakening pools were all the same, it didn't matter which one he entered. Xiao Ming arrived next to the fifth awakening pool, took off his coat, and jumped right in. His slender figure splashed up a wave of water. The awakening pool was very deep, about 5 meters deep, and the liquid inside the pool was milky white, smooth like milk. But unlike milk, this liquid contained a rich awakening power. After Xiao Ming entered the awakening pool, he immediately plunged in and began searching. Spirit Sword Gate has many disciples who awaken in the awakening pool every year, and there are also many who enter the fifth awakening pool, but why can Lin Feng obtain the opportunity for the indestructible sword body? Xiao Ming pondered in secret. So, something must have happened recently in the fifth awakening pool. Where is the anomaly? Xiao Ming dived into the depths of the pool, slowly searching along the pool wall. Found it! Xiao Ming was both shocked and delighted. At the bottom of the pool, there was a sword-shaped light emitting 5 different colors. The light was very soft, like small fish, lying quietly at the bottom of the pool. Although Xiao Ming didn't know what this thing was, he was certain that it was related to the indestructible sword body. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming picked up the sword-shaped light and stuffed it into his mouth. At the same time, he started to operate the returning origin sword technique, refining this light. As the sword technique operated, Xiao Ming gradually refined the sword-shaped light, greatly improving his physical condition. It's unknown how much time had passed. Phew! Suddenly, a strong wind blew outside the awakening pool. In the howling wind, within the first awakening pool, a huge sword shadow suddenly appeared, stretching tens of meters long. The sword shadow pierced through the void, emanating a majestic sword intent. The sword intent spread out, filling more than half of the Spirit Sword Gate. At this moment, countless experts of the Spirit Sword Gate noticed the abnormality in the awakening pool and cast their astonished gazes. Is it the innate talent divine ability of comprehending the sword system? The elder in charge of the awakening pool was dumbfounded. Judging from the situation, the divine ability seemed to be of a high level. Who comprehended the sword shadow? At this moment, a deep voice suddenly shot down from the distant sky. The elder in charge of the awakening pool quickly turned his head and discovered that the sect master Li Chongfeng, the great elder Su Jianming, and other high-ranking members of the sect had all arrived. There was no need to guess. They must have sensed the abnormality in the awakening pool and hurried over. Reporting to the sect master and the great elder, the one who triggered the sword shadow is the first awakening pool. The elder in charge of the awakening pool quickly said, the disciple who entered the first awakening pool is named Lin Feng. Lin Feng? It seems that he is a very talented disciple. The great elder stroked his beard and said, judging from the aura emanating from this sword shadow, Lin Feng's divine ability should be at the earth grade level. Earth grade level, you know, even when the sect master and I awakened, the divine abilities we obtained were only at the profound grade level. However, why do I feel that this name is somewhat familiar? Su Jianming said in confusion. The elder in charge of the awakening pool fell silent, thinking to himself that your daughter Su Jin has almost been seduced away by Lin Feng. The whole Spirit Sword Gate is buzzing with rumors, and yet you, as a father, don't know? At this moment, a graceful figure flew over from a distance. It was Su Tianming's only daughter, Su Jin. Daughter, you came at the right time. There's a guy named Lin Feng who has comprehended a divine ability at the earth grade level. It seems that our Spirit Sword Gate has gained another genius, Su Tianming said with a smile. It's really Lin Feng? I knew he wouldn't disappoint. Su Jin was so excited that she almost jumped up. Su Tianming was taken aback, feeling puzzled. Lin Feng awakened an earth grade divine ability. What does it have to do with Su Jin? He faintly felt that something was not right. Swish! Suddenly, a figure flew out of the first awakening pool. Lin Feng's awakening has ended. Lin Feng, what divine ability did you awaken? The elder eagerly asked. Li Chongfeng, Su Tianming, and others also looked on with anticipation. Feeling the changes within himself, Lin Feng was also delighted and said, I obtained a physical divine ability called Profound Transcendent Sword Body. Profound Transcendent Sword Body? As expected, my guess was correct, the elder clapped his hands and laughed. This is a famous earth-ranked divine ability. With the blessing of Profound Transcendent Sword Body, you will be able to cultivate sword techniques at an incredible speed. In the future, you will at least be able to cultivate up to the Qi controlling realm. Kid, do you want to become my disciple? Upon hearing this, the sect leader Li Chongfeng became angry. He had also set his sights on Lin Feng early on and wanted to take him as his disciple, but Su Tianming had beaten him to it. It should be noted that in the hundreds of years since the establishment of the Spirit Sword Gate, there were very few disciples who could awaken an earth-ranked divine ability. And every disciple who comprehended an earth-ranked divine ability had limitless potential for the future. Elder, I am the sect leader. If we're talking about taking disciples, I should have the first choice. Li Chongfeng said discontentedly. I have also taken a liking to this genius Lin Feng. Sect leader, you have no shame. When it comes to taking disciples, it's not a matter of first come, first served. Whoever makes the first move gets the disciple. Su Tianming retorted unhappily. Then, his body swayed, and in the next moment, he appeared directly in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was startled. He saw Su Tianming looking at him like he was a treasure, eagerly sizing him up. The expression on Su Tianming's face seemed like he wanted to devour Lin Feng. Li Chongfeng was furious, his eyes spewing fire, and smoke rising from his head. He had been careless just now and didn't make a move in time, resulting in Su Tianming taking the lead. Li Chongfeng was both angry and regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have made a move to snatch Lin Feng the moment he emerged from the awakening pool. Just as Li Chongfeng was feeling frustrated. Suddenly, the fifth awakening pool emitted a majestic aura. After the aura swept out, a colorful sword-shaped pillar of light shot out from the fifth awakening pool, piercing through the sky. This sword-shaped pillar of light was extremely thick, as big as a house. Both the aura it emitted and the heavenly phenomenon were several times stronger than Lin Feng's sword shadow. The two were simply on different levels, like a fierce tiger and a wolf dog. When the sword-shaped pillar of light appeared, everyone present was stunned. Li Chongfeng was the first to react, trembling with excitement as he said, "This is the aura of the heavenly rank. Someone else is awakening, and they have obtained a heavenly rank divine ability. Oh my god! My spirit sword gate is going to soar." After speaking, Li Chongfeng suddenly turned his head and asked the elder, "Who is awakening here?" It's a miscellaneous disciple named Xiao Ming," the elder stammered, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. He was also shocked. Xiao Ming? What a good name! This person is mine, no one can take them away. Li Changfeng's face suddenly changed, and he looked around fiercely, saying, "If anyone dares to snatch Xiao Ming from me, I will stab them in the A. Xiao Tianke is mine, mine, ha ha ha." Chapter 13 Apprentice Master. True Disciple. Seeing Li Changfeng's arrogant expression, Su Tianming's face turned green. "Master, I have something to say." Su Tianming immediately stood up and said, "This Xiao Ming, I also." "Shut up! I don't want to talk to you." Li Chongfeng immediately warned, "You already have Lin Feng, if you try to snatch Xiao Ming from me, don't blame me for turning against you." Su Tianming seemed choked up, his face turning red. Although he looked extremely unwilling, he couldn't continue speaking for the time being. Although he was the elder of the Spirit Sword Gate, with a high position and authority, it was impossible for him to take both Lin Feng and Xiao Ming under his wing. If he were to do so, Master Li Chongfeng would definitely turn against him. Feeling frustrated, Su Tianming looked at Lin Feng beside him. This person, he's afraid of comparisons. Originally, Lin Feng's profound transcendent sword body was a very surprising physique, shaking the entire upper echelon of the spirit sword gate. But compared to Xiao Ming, Lin Feng was nothing. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Lin Feng was no longer impressive. At this moment, the sword-shaped pillar of light that pierced the sky slowly dissipated, and a young figure emerged from the fifth awakening pool. It was Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming trembled slightly, using true qi to disperse the water on his body, and in a moment, he put on his clothes. Then he saw that a large group of people had appeared around the awakening ground, and the strength of this group of people was quite formidable, emitting a more powerful aura one after another. Who are you? Xiao Ming was puzzled. I am Master Li Chongfeng, and the others are the elders and many other elders of the section. Li Chongfeng said a sentence, his figure flickered, and he appeared directly in front of Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming was startled. He didn't see clearly how Li Chongfeng had instantly appeared in front of him just now, but upon careful thought, this was normal. After all, Li Chongfeng was the master of the Spirit Sword Gate, and his strength was naturally unfathomable. It was said that Li Chongfeng had already cultivated to the qi-controlling realm, which was beyond his comprehension. Disciple pays respects to the master, and to the elders. Xiao Ming slightly cupped his hands. No need for formalities, Li Chongfeng helped Xiao Ming up, looking him up and down, as if he was appraising a rare treasure. Xiao Ming felt goosebumps all over his body from being scrutinized. Xiao Ming, what kind of talent divine ability did you awaken? Li Chongfeng asked with a smile. Reporting to the master, disciple was lucky to awaken the indestructible sword body. The indestructible sword body. This is a famous heavenly rank level physical divine ability. With this sword body, even if you lose an arm or a leg, you can grow new limbs. Li Chongfeng was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Indeed, my good disciple, the awakened divine ability is formidable. After saying that, Li Chongfeng burst into proud laughter. Xiao Ming was stunned. What the heck? When did I become your disciple? Perhaps sensing Xiao Ming's confusion, Li Chongfeng asked, Xiao Ming, would you like to become a true disciple of the Spirit Sword Gate under my leadership? Disciple is willing. Xiao Ming didn't hesitate. This was also expected. If Li Chongfeng didn't accept Xiao Ming as a true disciple, that would be strange. The indestructible sword body was a heavenly rank level physical divine ability, with limitless future potential. It was a highly sought after talent in any sect, and the Spirit Sword Gate was no exception. With the heavenly rank level indestructible sword body, the master has gained another talented disciple. The elder Su Tianming said sourly. Then he added, my disciple Lin Feng is not bad either. He awakened the earth rank level profound transcendent sword body. He will definitely become a dominant force in the future. He was forcing himself to sound tough. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming unexpectedly looked at Lin Feng. He didn't expect that Lin Feng had also awakened a quite impressive talent divine ability. Although the profound transcendent sword body couldn't compare to the indestructible sword body, it was still very good. Is this the terror of Luck's child? Losing the indestructible sword body, but gaining the profound transcendent sword body. Xiao Ming thought to himself. Lin Feng, however, sighed. Ever since he overcame his misfortune and regained his confidence, he believed that he was still the unparalleled genius he used to be. But for some reason, when compared to Xiao Ming, he seemed rather ordinary. Let's go, I'll take you to the main hall of the sect and handle the procedures for you to become a true disciple, Li Chongfeng said, releasing his aura and enveloping Xiao Ming as they soared into the sky, flying together. All the elders were also excited and followed along. In their conversations, they were all discussing Xiao Ming. Although Xiao Ming was not their disciple, when Xiao Ming grew up and made Spirit Sword Gate even stronger, these elders would also have their share of glory. Lin Feng stared blankly at the departing figures of Li Chongfeng and Xiao Ming. He felt a bit uncomfortable. He had originally thought that he would be the most dazzling star among the elders, but he didn't expect Xiao Ming to be the most eye-catching disciple. However, this discomfort quickly passed, and Lin Feng still had great confidence in himself. My misfortune has already dissipated, and I am still the center of attention, the unparalleled genius. Although Senior Xiao is formidable, I am not inferior. Lin Feng thought to himself. Then he clenched his fist quietly. Let's go, Lin Feng, I will also take you to the main hall. Su Tianming patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, by becoming my disciple, you will also be a true disciple. In terms of status, you won't be inferior to Xiao Ming. Okay. Lin Feng nodded heavily. Lin Feng, don't be disheartened, I believe that you will achieve something in the future. Su Jin ran over, bouncing and jumping. Then she instinctively hugged Lin Feng's arm. This scene made Su Tianming furrow his brows. He had never heard of Lin Feng's reputation as a waste, nor did he know about the connection between Lin Feng and his daughter. But from the current situation, even if he were blind, he could tell that something was not right. Cough cough cough. Su Tianming coughed forcefully. Both Lin Feng and Su Jin were startled, quickly moving away from each other. Let's go, we're heading to the main hall, Su Tianming said expressionlessly. Then he also released his aura, enveloping Lin Feng as they soared into the sky. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ming and Lin Feng completed the procedures to become true disciples, each receiving their identity tokens, 500 low-grade elemental stones, and other miscellaneous items. After becoming true disciples, they would receive abundant cultivation resources distributed by Spirit Sword Gate every month, mainly 500 low-grade elemental stones. Moreover, they would also have their own independent cultivation courtyards. But for Xiao Ming, the most important thing was that he could now go to the waterfall in the back mountain. There, he could obtain the inheritance of the founder of Spirit Sword Gate, the Spirit Sword Emperor. After receiving their respective items, Xiao Ming and Lin Feng walked out of the main hall side by side. However, they hadn't walked far when several named disciples approached them. Even Xiao Ming was very familiar with these named disciples. They were the ones who had beaten Lin Feng in the maple leaf forest a few days ago. In terms of relationship, these people were also from the same clan as Lin Feng. Xiao Ming instinctively looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face darkened. On the other side, these people noticed Lin Feng and immediately became interested. Oh, isn't this our Lin family's waste? Trash Lin Feng, where have you been these past few days? I couldn't find you to beat you. Brother 3, look, the waste Lin Feng has appeared. Humph. I thought this kid was scared and secretly left Spirit Sword Gate. Ha ha ha. These people arrogantly laughed. Lin Feng's face was filled with killing intent. Xiao Ming touched his nose. It's coming, the scene of slapping faces is about to happen. Chapter 14 Inheritance of Waterfall, Emperor's Shocking Art. Faced with numerous provocations and ridicule, Lin Feng finally couldn't bear it anymore. He took a step forward, preparing to take action. Xiao Ming reached out to stop him. Xiao Shixing, is that you? Don't go too far, Xiao Ming whispered, even though we are both disciples of Spirit Sword Gate, according to the rules of the sect, disciples can compete with each other, but they cannot take lives. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Lin Feng nodded slowly and gritted his teeth, I understand. Go, teach those few guys a lesson, I'll be watching you. Xiao Ming smiled, then turned and left. Having read countless novels in his previous life, he wasn't interested in what was about to happen next. It would either be Lin Feng making a strong move or revealing his identity as a true disciple, humiliating everyone. Compared to watching the excitement, the inheritance of the waterfall in the back mountain was more important. After Xiao Ming walked away for a while, he indeed heard screams and exclamations coming from behind. You, Lin Feng, you actually advanced to the innate realm. And you're also a true disciple? Where did you get your identity token? Please spare me, brother Lin Feng, I won't dare any more. From now on, I'll be your dog. I'll bite whoever you tell me to bite. As Xiao Ming walked further away, the voices behind him became fainter. When he arrived at a secluded place, Xiao Ming opened his own life script, and his information appeared before his eyes. Name, Xiao Ming. Realm, Early Innate Realm. Fate, Ordinary Passerby, White. Physique, Indestructible Sword Body, Heavenly Rank. True Qi Attribute, Thunder True Qi. Martial Technique, Innate Realm Great River Sword Intent, Minor Achievement. Life Script, although the host has an ordinary white fate, he awakened the indestructible sword body at the heavenly rank level. He achieved some success in his life and peacefully passed away in the end. Recent opportunities, none. My life script has changed. Xiao Ming sighed as he looked at his life script. It wasn't easy. Along this journey, he went from facing the danger of losing his life to becoming an ordinary white fate, and eventually achieving some success. It wasn't easy. Reflecting on this, Xiao Ming began to examine his physique, the indestructible sword body. The indestructible sword body was at the heavenly rank level and had two main functions. First, as long as his head and heart weren't destroyed, he wouldn't die. Even if his arms or legs were severed, they could grow back. The speed of regeneration depended on his realm. The higher the realm, the faster the regeneration. Second, after obtaining the indestructible sword body, Xiao Ming's cultivation of martial techniques, especially sword techniques, would progress at an astonishing speed. In terms of cultivation, Xiao Ming was a genuine genius. However, his recent opportunities were quite ordinary. After all, he had an ordinary white fate. So, I'm an ordinary person with average opportunities but a fast cultivation speed. Xiao Ming scratched his head. Generally speaking, opportunities and cultivation speed rise or fall together, but there are always exceptions. Xiao Ming was one of those exceptions. He was both ordinary and a genius, which seemed contradictory. But it wasn't that complicated. Ordinary referred to luck, while genius referred to his own physique. Because opportunities and cultivation speed were two independent things. Opportunities were luck, unpredictable and elusive. Cultivation speed, on the other hand, depended on one's own physique. Whatever, let's first obtain the inheritance of the Spirit Sword Emperor. Xiao Ming shook his head, clearing his mind of cluttered thoughts, and walked briskly towards the location of the waterfall. 20 minutes later, Xiao Ming arrived at the entrance of the waterfall in the back mountain. Halt! The back mountain waterfall is a sacred place of the sect. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. A low shout suddenly came, followed by a gust of wind. A guard, at least in the origin energy realm, appeared in front of Xiao Ming, riding on the wind. Xiao Ming smiled faintly and took out his identity token. The guard took the token and looked at it, instantly shocked. It's actually a true disciple. The guard's expression was filled with disbelief. He looked at Xiao Ming as if an ordinary person in his past life had encountered a wild giant panda. Can I enter now? Xiao Ming smiled. Yes, junior brother, please enter. The guard returned the identity token to Xiao Ming and quickly made way. Although Xiao Ming was only in the early stage of the innate realm, his identity was extraordinary. A true disciple. Every true disciple was a talented pillar of the Spirit Sword Gate's future. He was just a lowly guard and couldn't afford to provoke him. Xiao Ming put away his identity token and walked in confidently. As soon as he entered the range of the back mountain waterfall, a strong damp mist hit his face. Then, Xiao Ming was surprised to find that there were many disciples above the inner sect scattered throughout the back mountain. These disciples were practicing martial arts or absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, all completely focused on their cultivation. Xiao Ming suddenly realized. The back mountain waterfall was a very quiet place. After all, not everyone could enter, so these people chose to cultivate here. Being low-key, Xiao Ming's arrival did not attract the attention of others. Soon, Xiao Ming arrived in front of a huge waterfall. The waterfall was about 100 meters high, and the pure white water cascaded down from the mountaintop like a giant ribbon. Rumble! Rumble! The majestic waterfall crashed down, causing a continuous roar. The inheritance of the Spirit Sword Emperor was behind this waterfall. Xiao Ming thought to himself. The white waterfall seemed ordinary, but behind it was a cave where the inheritance of the Spirit Sword Emperor was located. Xiao Ming cautiously observed his surroundings. He then realized that within a radius of several kilometers, there was no one else except him. It seemed that the sound of the waterfall was too loud, and those people found it too noisy, so they stayed far away. But this was just perfect. It made it convenient for Xiao Ming to quietly obtain the inheritance. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Ming carefully observed for a moment. After confirming the direction, Xiao Ming's body leaped forward, like an eagle, rushing towards the waterfall at an extremely fast speed. With a loud bang, Xiao Ming heavily collided with the powerful waterfall, and immediately, a surge of water pressure gravity struck him. However, this feeling disappeared in an instant because Xiao Ming had already passed through the waterfall and stepped on the solid ground. His gaze swept over. Sure enough, behind the waterfall was a cave. The cave was not large, but it was exquisitely made. Inside, there were stone tables and chairs, and even various brightly colored exotic flowers and plants. On a stone table, a pale golden manual was quietly placed. Seeing the manual, Xiao Ming's pupils slightly contracted, and he quickly walked over. Picking up the manual, he saw several large golden characters embossed on the cover. The Heavenly Shocking Technique at the Imperial Level. Chapter 15 Obtaining the Cultivation Technique, the First Level of Sword Art. With excitement in his heart, Xiao Ming opened the secret manual. On the first page, it was filled with text. I am Xiaowujin, also known as the Spirit Sword Emperor. I am the founder of the Spirit Sword Gate and have left behind my main cultivation technique in the cave of the Waterfall Mountain, waiting for those destined to learn it. The cultivation technique I left behind is called the Heavenly Rank Shocking Heaven Art. The Heavenly Rank Shocking Heaven Art is a sword technique of the heavenly rank, possessing the power to sever all things with its golden attribute. Its power is unrivaled, surpassing cultivators of the same level. Kid, you're really lucky. By cultivating my sword technique, you will be able to walk horizontally among cultivators of the same level. My sword technique is divided into 12 levels, starting from the innate realm. Each realm can be cultivated twice. With the 12 levels of the sword technique, you can cultivate up to the domain transformation realm. The method of cultivating this sword technique is to infuse your true qi into the manual. As long as your true qi is sufficient, you can open the pages of the book for cultivation. Otherwise, you need to advance to a higher realm to view the next page. I have already placed a bottle of innate gold spirit liquid in the drawer of the stone table. After taking the gold spirit liquid, it can greatly enhance the power of this sword technique and accelerate its cultivation. In addition, there is a certain chance of obtaining the recognition of my Heavenly Guardian Sword after cultivating this sword technique. Whether you can obtain the Heavenly Guardian Sword depends on your luck. Xiao Ming finished reading in one breath. His heart was surging. Heavenly Rank Sword Technique, the Heavenly Rank Shocking Heaven Art. The prepared innate gold spirit liquid. And, there is a certain chance of obtaining the recognition of the Heavenly Guardian Sword. The Heavenly Guardian Sword is the Spirit Sword Gate's sect protecting spiritual sword, the personal sword of the Spirit Sword Emperor back then. It is also a powerful heavenly rank level sword. It has to be said. The Spirit Sword Emperor's arrangement is detailed to the extreme, even preparing the innate gold spirit liquid. The cultivation resources are so abundant, considering every aspect. In such a situation, not to mention Xiao Ming, even an ordinary mortal who obtains these things can soar to the sky. He let out a deep breath. Xiao Ming reached out and opened the drawer of the stone table. Sure enough, there was a bottle of golden liquid containing innate gold spirit power quietly placed inside. He opened the bottle cap, and immediately, an indescribable sharpness emanated from the bottle. The powers of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each have their own characteristics. Metal is sharp, capable of destroying everything. Wood is solid and can heal. Water is gentle and endless. Fire is domineering, burning everything. Earth is sturdy, as solid as gold and stone. This heavenly rank shocking heaven sword art is of the metal attribute, and when combined with the innate gold spirit power, it can best display its sharpness that can destroy everything. Xiao Ming picked up the small bottle and drank it all in one gulp. In the next moment, the liquid containing the gold spirit power seemed to transform into countless sharp sword blades, running rampant within his body. I must quickly activate the sword technique for cultivation, otherwise, my internal organs will likely be torn apart by the sharp gold spirit power. Although I have the indestructible sword body, this level of injury won't cause me to perish, but the intense pain is unavoidable. Xiao Ming quickly picked up the manual, intending to turn to the second page and check the specific cultivation method. Sure enough, without the infusion of true qi, the paper below remained as solid as a rock. Even if Xiao Ming exerted all his strength, he couldn't open it. Judging from this situation, it seems to have a restriction. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. Then he mobilized the thunder true qi within his body and poured it into the second page. When Xiao Ming's thunder true qi was almost depleted, with a click sound, the paper of the second page softened. It opened automatically. Suddenly, a large amount of cultivation text and images appeared before Xiao Ming's eyes. Xiao Ming didn't dare to be negligent, immediately crossed his legs and began cultivating the techniques on the page while refining the gold spirit power within his body. Time passed bit by bit. After about 3 minutes, Xiao Ming suddenly opened his eyes. 2.5 meters long pale golden sword qi burst out from his eyes, slowly dissipating after a long time. At this moment, Xiao Ming's body was filled with rich sword qi, making him resemble an unparalleled sword. He had successfully cultivated the first level of the sword technique. The consumed golden spiritual power had also been completely refined. At this moment, the cyclone in Xiao Ming's danshan had turned pale gold, occasionally flickering with lightning. He now possessed the power of both lightning and gold attributes. Feeling the changes in his body, Xiao Ming was extremely satisfied. Indeed, the indestructible sword body is worthy of its name. In just 3 minutes, I have completed the cultivation of the first level of the sword technique. With joy, Xiao Ming opened his own life script. Name, Xiao Ming. Realm, Innate Realm Initial Stage. Fate, Ordinary Passerby, White. Physique, Indestructible Sword Body, Heavenly Rank. Main Cultivation Technique, Imperial Shocking Heaven Sword Art, First Level, Heavenly Rank. True Qi Attributes, Lightning, Gold. Martial Skill, Innate Realm Great River Sword Intent, Minor Achievement. Life Script, although the host has an ordinary white fate, he awakened the Heavenly Rank Indestructible Sword Body and cultivated the Heavenly Rank Sword Technique. He achieved some accomplishments in his life and peacefully passed away in the end. Recent opportunities, none. Xiao Ming's life script had not undergone any obvious changes. It seems that the Imperial Shocking Heaven Sword Art, although powerful, cannot change the course of my life. Xiao Ming pondered, if I don't want to live an ordinary life, I must continue to seek opportunities and change my fate level. Only then can I change my own life. With this in mind, Xiao Ming clenched his fist tightly. In this world, there may be many natural geniuses, but he would not resign himself to fate. Why should the geniuses dominate the world and look down upon others, while he would pass away peacefully? That vast land belonged to both the geniuses and Xiao Ming. He put away the secret manual. Xiao Ming's figure flickered and flew out of the cave. Breaking through the rushing waterfall, Xiao Ming arrived outside. Looking back, he saw a 100-meter-high waterfall rushing down from the mountaintop, splashing countless water droplets and causing a roaring sound. Xiao Ming remained silent, extending 2 fingers. His 2 fingers pointed together like a sword, then he fiercely slashed from left to right towards the waterfall. Swish! A several-meter-long pale golden sword chi accompanied by lightning slashed horizontally at the white waterfall. Boom! The sword chi was sharp, and the lightning was dazzling, directly cutting the waterfall in half. At this moment, the waterfall seemed to stop flowing, and the air in the world roared incessantly. The power of the first level of the sword technique is indeed formidable. Even without a weapon, the sword chi I displayed is so sharp and domineering. However, without a weapon, I cannot display stronger sword techniques. Xiao Ming slowly retracted his fingers, feeling a bit regretful. The first level of the sword technique not only allowed him to unleash sword chi with lightning and gold attributes, but more importantly, it also allowed him to display a sword technique called 100 Shadow Crazed Slash. With one sword strike, 100 sword shadows. As long as he had a sword in his hand, Xiao Ming could fully unleash the power of this sword technique. After the sword chi slashed the waterfall, Xiao Ming turned his head and looked towards the core area of the Spirit Sword Gate. There, the ancestral hall of the Spirit Sword Gate was located. Not only did the hall enshrine the spirit tablets of the past sect masters, but it also housed the sect's treasured sword, the Heavenly Guardian Sword. The purpose of Xiao Ming's sword chi slashing the waterfall just now was twofold, to test his own strength and to hope for the recognition of the Heavenly Guardian Sword. Because his aura had already spread out after slashing the waterfall. I have already cultivated the Imperial Shocking Heaven Sword art. According to reason, there should be a certain chance of obtaining the recognition of the Heavenly Guardian Sword. Xiao Ming's gaze flickered, with a hint of anticipation in his expression. Chapter 16 Earth Level Sword, Nine-Tailed Fox Emperor. Spirit Sword Gate Shrine. Inside the shrine, there are plagues dedicated to the past leaders of Spirit Sword Gate. Above many of these plagues, there is a long sword with a deep blue color. This sword is called the Heavenly Guardian Sword. The Heavenly Guardian Sword is a heavenly rank level weapon and is the personal sword of the founder of Spirit Sword Gate, the Spirit Sword Emperor. It is also the sect's treasured spiritual weapon. At this moment, the previously silent Heavenly Guardian Sword suddenly trembled and emitted a dazzling golden light. The light spread like a tide, instantly filling the entire shrine. As the golden light expanded, the Heavenly Guardian Sword also emitted a series of sword cries, as if it wanted to break through the void and find someone. At the entrance, the elder guarding the shrine was shocked and quickly rushed into the shrine, using sealing techniques on the Heavenly Guardian Sword. After completing all of this, the elder was still worried and took out a communication conch to inform Li Chongfeng, Su Tianming, and others. After a moment, Li Chongfeng, Su Tianming, and a group of elders hurriedly arrived. What's going on? The Heavenly Guardian Sword is reacting. Li Chongfeng asked anxiously. Why would the Heavenly Guardian Sword emit sword cries for no reason? Elder Su Tianming also looked puzzled. The other elders who had arrived also looked astonished. The elder guarding the shrine quickly explained, I was just at the entrance when I suddenly saw the Heavenly Guardian Sword emit golden light and sword cries, as if it wanted to break through the void. So I quickly notified all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, the Heavenly Guardian Sword erupted with an even stronger golden sword light, swaying unsteadily as if it could fly away at any moment. The Heavenly Guardian Sword is our sect's treasured spiritual weapon. We cannot let it be lost. Li Chongfeng decisively said, Everyone, join forces to strengthen the seal on the Heavenly Guardian Sword. As he spoke, Li Chongfeng took the lead and cast powerful sealing techniques on the Heavenly Guardian Sword. Su Tianming and the other elders also quickly took action. Under the numerous sealing techniques, the restless Heavenly Guardian Sword finally returned to normal and became quiet again. That's better, Li Chongfeng breathed a sigh of relief, but his face was still full of doubt. Why would the Heavenly Guardian Sword inexplicably want to fly away? Strange, very strange. On the other side, at the waterfall in the back mountain, Xiao Ming had been waiting for a long time, but he didn't see the Heavenly Guardian Sword flying over, nor did he receive the recognition of the sword spirit of the Heavenly Guardian Sword. Could it be that I have bad luck and didn't affect the Heavenly Guardian Sword? Xiao Ming thought frustratedly. According to the original plot, Lin Feng obtained the Heavenly Guardian Sword after cultivating the Emperor-level Shocking Heaven technique. But he didn't achieve this step. I guess it's because of my white destiny. After all, I'm just an ordinary person. Xiao Ming self-deprecatingly said. But it didn't matter. In the future, as he further cultivated the sword technique, his connection with the Heavenly Guardian Sword would become deeper and deeper. As long as he practiced diligently, he would eventually gain the recognition of the sword spirit. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming walked out of the waterfall in the back mountain. Then, he headed towards the sect's weapon tower. After becoming an inner disciple, there was an opportunity to choose martial arts techniques and weapons. Xiao Ming had postponed this matter because he wanted to obtain the inheritance of the Sword Emperor as quickly as possible. Now that he had obtained the heavenly rank sword technique, he no longer needed to choose martial arts. However, he still needed to choose a weapon. A suitable weapon could greatly enhance the combat power of a cultivator. The weapon tower was adjacent to the martial arts hall. When Xiao Ming arrived at the weapon tower, he happened to meet Lin Feng, who had also come here. As his gaze swept over, Xiao Ming noticed that Lin Feng had encountered another opportunity. Name: Lin Feng. Realm: Innate Realm Initial Stage. Destiny: Child of Luck, 9-colored, defying heaven and overthrowing Dao, 9-colored, surviving against all odds, 9-colored, forcing intelligence reduction, 9-colored, overflowing peach blossoms, 9-colored. Physique: profound sword body, earth rank. Main cultivation technique: none. True Qi attribute: fire. Martial technique: shadow transformation art. Life script: chosen by fate, son of heaven's will. Recent opportunity 1. Lin Feng went to the martial arts hall of Spirit Sword Gate and obtained a hidden earth rank technique, the Great Sun Sword Manual, from the bottom shelf of the first row. Opportunity 2. Went to the weapon tower and found a earth rank sword, the Furious Thunder Sword, in a pile of debris at the end. Opportunity 3. Receive the mission to obtain the Wind Wolf skin from the sect and go to the Qingyunke Mountain range to rescue the reincarnation of the nine-tailed fox emperor, Yunxi, and obtain the heavenly pearl of the cloud fox. Opportunity 4. Opportunity 5. Looking at Lin Feng's opportunities one by one, Xiao Ming was secretly amazed. Lin Feng truly lived up to being the son of luck, the beloved son of heaven. After losing the inheritance of the Spirit Sword Emperor, he was still able to obtain the earth-ranked martial art, the Great Sun Sword Scripture. What is this? Is it luck's compensation for Lin Feng? Wait. Lin Feng's subsequent opportunities, the earth-ranked sword, the Furious Thunder Sword, and the reincarnation of the nine-tailed fox emperor, Yunxi? Seeing this, Xiao Ming's pupils slightly contracted. The Furious Thunder Sword is not bad, he wants it. The reincarnation of the nine-tailed fox emperor is also good, he can also take it. What is an opportunity? Whoever can get their hands on it, it belongs to them. He was thinking about it. Lin Feng also noticed Xiao Ming. Senior Xiao, you're here too. Lin Feng said unexpectedly. How about we go to the martial arts hall together to choose martial arts? I won't go, Xiao Ming smiled and shook his head, then pointed to the nearby weapon tower and said, I'll pick a weapon first. That works, Lin Feng nodded. Then he entered the martial arts hall. Xiao Ming changed direction and entered the weapon tower. As soon as he entered the weapon tower, rows of wooden shelves appeared before his eyes. There were many layers of shelves, and each shelf was filled with various weapons. Most of them were swords. After all, the Spirit Sword Gate was a sword cultivation sect. Xiao Ming didn't care about the others and went straight to the pile of miscellaneous items at the end. After rummaging through it, sure enough, he found a dusty long sword. This sword was about 4 feet long, with a faint blue color throughout its body, and the sword was covered with intricate and beautiful lightning patterns. There were also 2 small characters engraved on the hilt, Furious Thunder. This is it. The Earth-ranked sword, Furious Thunder Sword. Holding the Furious Thunder Sword, Xiao Ming walked to the entrance of the weapon tower, registered, and went straight to the mission hall. The mission hall was a place specifically for issuing missions. Xiao Ming had already learned that the Spirit Sword Gate was a medium-sized sect, and the disciples within the sect required a large amount of cultivation resources every day. For example, spiritual herbs, refining materials, monster beast fur, and so on. Spiritual herbs could be used to refine pills, refining materials, and monster beast fur could be used to refine weapons or defensive armor. However, whether it was an alchemist or a weapon refiner, they didn't have time to search for these resources. So disciples of the sect were needed to obtain these materials. After completing missions, the disciples could earn contribution points, and contribution points could be exchanged for pills, weapons, and various other resources needed for cultivation. This was a good positive cycle. At this moment, the mission hall was crowded with people. Some were selecting missions, while others were returning from completing missions. Xiao Ming came to the mission board and saw a variety of missions posted on it. Mission 1. Go to the Azure Water Pool to kill an innate realm Azure Water Crocodile and obtain its crocodile skin. Reward: 100 low-grade elemental stones, 50 contribution points. Mission 2. Go to the 10,000 Snake Cave to kill over 1,000 body refining realm level 5 or above snakes and extract their snake gall. Reward: 80 low-grade elemental stones, 30 contribution points. Mission 3. Go to the Blackwater Lake to kill an Origin Energy Realm Blackwater Turtle and bring back its turtle corpse. Reward: 800 low-grade elemental stones, 400 contribution points. Mission 4. Xiao Ming scanned through them one by one. Soon, he found the mission for the Wind Wolf. Mission 17. Go to the Qingyunke Mountain range to kill 10 body refining realm level 10 wind wolves and peel off 100 pieces of wind wolf skin. Reward: 90 low-grade elemental stones, 50 contribution points. This is it. Xiao Ming tore off this mission slip and wrote his name in its place. After receiving the mission, Xiao Ming went to the mission hall to obtain a map of the Qingyunke Mountain range, then headed straight for the mountains. Chapter 17: Going to the mountains and testing sword skills. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Martial Arts Techniques within the sect, Lin Feng found a Earth-grade martial art, Great Sun Sword Manual. The Great Sun Sword Manual is a fire attribute martial art, which is perfect for Lin Feng at this time. Then, Lin Feng went to the adjacent weapon tower and began to select a sword. The Furious Thunder Sword had already been taken by Xiao Ming, so Lin Feng naturally couldn't obtain it. However, Lin Feng was lucky enough to unexpectedly find a Devouring Fire Sword. The Devouring Fire Sword, an Earth-grade sword. In terms of quality and power, it is no different from Xiao Ming's Furious Thunder Sword. For Lin Feng, perhaps this is a case of losing in the east and gaining in the west. Now I have martial arts, I have a sword, and I even have the powerful Wind Shadow martial technique. It's time to take on the sect's mission and go out for experience, Lin Feng thought to himself. Saying that, Lin Feng strode towards the mission hall. Arriving in front of the mission board in the hall, Lin Feng looked up and saw that the board was filled with various tasks. Hey! There's a task here that has already been taken by Senior Xiao. Suddenly, Lin Feng exclaimed softly. Because he saw Xiao Ming's name on the mission board. It seems that Senior Xiao is quite eager and has already gone to do the task so quickly, Lin Feng said with a smile. He didn't think much of it. Because it is very normal for sect disciples to do tasks. Only by completing tasks can they earn contribution points and exchange them for the cultivation resources they want. Let me see, I'll choose what kind of task. Lin Feng's gaze scanned back and forth on the mission board. This one. Lin Feng picked a task and was about to take it. Just then. Stop. That's my task. Suddenly, a shout came from not far away. Lin Feng and the others instinctively turned their heads to look, only to see a fat man walking towards them angrily. His target was none other than the task that Lin Feng had chosen. Kid, get out of my way. The fat man walked over with an arrogant attitude and said to Lin Feng, I set my sights on this task 3 days ago. Do you dare to snatch it from me? I think you're tired of living. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng became angry. He reached out and forcefully tore off the task sheet. At the same time, he quickly wrote his own name in the original position. So, you're the famous waste Lin Feng. How come you don't know your place after breaking through to the innate realm? The fat man sneered. Who do you think you are, daring to threaten me? Lin Feng retorted. As soon as these words came out, the people around were shocked. This. Lin Feng actually dares to provoke Little Ma. Little Ma is a senior named disciple and has already reached the late stage of the innate realm. Little Ma himself is not important, what's important is his older brother, Big Ma. Big Ma is an outer disciple and has already cultivated to the origin energy realm. It's over, it's over. Waste Lin Feng has spoken arrogantly and offended Little Ma. He's definitely going to suffer today. Who said he won't? Amidst the discussions around him, Lin Feng remained expressionless, but Little Ma was both angry and furious. So many people know that he, Little Ma, is not to be trifled with, but Lin Feng, on the other hand, shows no respect. And he even insulted him in front of so many people. Okay, okay, okay. Trash Lin Feng, how dare you insult me? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Fatty Xiao Ma shouted angrily and drew his sword from his waist, slashing towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. He swiftly moved, using the shadow dance technique, wielding the devouring fire sword, and launching a counterattack against Fatty Xiao Ma. A few seconds later, with a loud bang, Fatty Xiao Ma was kicked by Lin Feng like a bag of rocks and fell heavily to the ground. After the brief exchange, Xiao Ma's body was covered in bloody sword wounds. He lay on the ground panting heavily, like a tightly bound fat pig. The onlookers around were already stunned. Now who's the trash? Humph! Lin Feng spat and arrogantly walked away. Watching Lin Feng's departing figure, Fatty Xiao Ma felt both ashamed and angry. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Feng, just you wait. My big brother won't let you off. On the other side, Xiao Ming arrived at the Qingyunke mountain range at the fastest speed. At this moment, he was at the edge of the mountain range, in a secluded and uninhabited forest. After confirming that there was no one around, Xiao Ming looked expectant and suddenly drew out the furious thunder sword, fiercely slashing towards the forest ahead. Swish swish swish! In an instant, hundreds of dense and violent sword shadows appeared out of thin air. The sword shadows had a faint golden color, densely packed like a storm, shattering all the trees and rocks in front of Xiao Ming. Trees exploded, rocks crumbled, and the ground was flattened. These 100 faint golden sword shadows were like a swarm of bees, like a storm, directly creating a huge passage in front of Xiao Ming. Seeing this, Xiao Ming was both shocked and delighted. One sword strike, accompanied by 100 shadows. This was the power of the first level of the Supreme Shocking Heaven technique, the mad slashes of 100 shadows. The power of the mad slashes of 100 shadows is quite impressive. My intuition tells me that relying on this sword technique, I can deal with several cultivators of the same level. Even challenging mid to late innate realm cultivators is not a problem. Xiao Ming thought to himself. However, this was not his full strength. The sword technique he just displayed did not include the power of lightning and the Great River Sword intent. If these energies were added one by one, Xiao Ming's explosive combat power would be even more terrifying. The power of the sword technique has been tested, now it's time to focus on the task at hand. Xiao Ming put away the furious thunder sword and dashed towards the outskirts of the mountain range like a cheetah. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Ming arrived at the outskirts. The outskirts were very different from the edge, and the most obvious difference was that there were already a lot of cultivators gathered here. The cultivators had different identities and strengths. Some were forming teams, while others were simply setting up stalls. Is there a fire attribute cultivator? Our team urgently needs a fire power output. I have a wood attribute, mid-innate realm cultivation. I can enhance the vitality of my teammates. Looking for a team. Come and take a look, everyone. I have just made 5 bottles of revitalizing qi pills, which can greatly restore a cultivator's true qi. This is an essential elixir for fighting demonic beasts. The voices around were continuous and lively. Xiao Ming quietly shuttled through the crowd, while curiously activating the function to view the life scripts of the people. As soon as he looked, Xiao Ming was immediately stunned. He saw the life scripts of these people, one by one, appearing before his eyes. Chapter 18 Opportunity. Earth Grade Elixir. Name, Zhou Tong. Realm, mid-stage of innate realm. Destiny, some luck, red. Life script, none. Recent opportunity, 3 days later, unexpectedly obtained a 500-year-old spiritual ginseng in an unnamed cave in the Tianyun Mountains. Name, LV Yuan. Realm, early stage of innate realm. Destiny, calamity of bloodshed, black. Life script, about to perish. Recent opportunity, 5 days later, while following teammates, discovered a dozen spiritual herbs and was ambushed and killed by opponents. Name, Li Bailey. Realm, late stage of innate realm. Destiny, calamity of bloodshed, black. Life script, about to perish. Recent opportunity, 1 day later, engaged in a dispute over spiritual medicine with someone and was killed by the opponent. Name, Lu Fan. Realm, great perfection of innate realm. Destiny, bursting with luck, green. Life script, betraying opponents and secretly attacking. Recent opportunity, in the process of seeking opportunities in the Tianyun Mountains, joined many small teams and slaughtered more than 20 teammates, obtaining a large amount of cultivation resources. Xiao Ming looked through the life scripts of the people around him and couldn't help but be amazed. It had to be said that although there were many cultivators gathered here, each person's situation was completely different, truly showcasing the diversity of life. Among them, there were roughly 3 types of situations. The first type was solo cultivators who didn't team up and sought opportunities on their own. And they basically all gained something. The second type was those who teamed up with others, but after discovering spiritual herbs, they were ambushed and killed by their teammates. The third type was the exact opposite, gaining a large amount of cultivation resources by killing teammates. Xiao Ming was thinking about it. At this moment, a man with a gentle face walked towards him. "Young friend, are you also here to explore the mountains alone?" The man appeared to be in his 30s, with a smile on his face, giving off a warm feeling. He smiled and said, "My name is Liang Huan, how about we team up to seek opportunities?" Xiao Ming looked at Liang Huan and activated the function to view his life script. Immediately, Liang Huan's information appeared before his eyes. Name, Wang Hai. Realm, great perfection of innate realm. Destiny, Astonishing luck, blue. Life script, pretending to be weak, trafficking people, ambushing teammates. Recent opportunity, in the eastern Yalan Valley of the Tianyun Mountains, discovered a cultivator's relic in the deepest part of the valley, obtained an earth-grade pill, and advanced to the origin energy realm. After reading this person's information, Xiao Ming was stunned. Liang Huan? Wang Hai? This guy hid his real name. Truly a cunning person, using an alias and hiding so deeply. No need, I don't like teaming up with others. Xiao Ming said, leaving in a hurry. Seeing Xiao Ming's decisive departure, running towards one side, Wang Hai also froze. He looked at Xiao Ming's departing figure and couldn't help squinting his eyes. This kid is quite cautious. But it doesn't matter, there are plenty of easy targets here, humph. Wang Hai sneered and continued to search for new prey. It didn't take long. He found a lone young cultivator and immediately approached him with a smile. Young friend, are you also here to explore the mountains alone? I'm Li Chongkong, how about we team up? Wang Hai once again used a fake name, smiling as he spoke. The young cultivator initially wanted to refuse, but after seeing Wang Hai's sincere smile, he hesitated. Alright, let's team up. The young cultivator said. Great. Let's set off now. I know there's something good in the mountains that won't disappoint you. Wang Hai said with a smile, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. What good thing is there in the mountains? The young cultivator asked curiously. SHH, there are many people here, let's enter the mountains first, hee. He has already looked at the map, whether it's the Swift Wind Wolf Pack or the Cloud Fox clan, they are both located to the east of the mountains. By the way, Xiao Ming can also go to the secluded Orchid Valley and snatch Wang Hai's opportunity to obtain the pill. He hurried along the way. After about 20 minutes, Xiao Ming arrived in a secluded valley. The valley was neither big nor small, and it was filled with vibrant blue orchids. This is the Orchid Valley. With a leap, Xiao Ming, like a cheetah, quickly arrived at the deepest part of the valley. His gaze swept across. He saw a simple cave at the deepest part. This is a relic left by cultivators. With an expectant heart, Xiao Ming headed straight for the cave. However, as he got closer, Xiao Ming suddenly frowned. He smelled a strong stench, which was emanating from the cave. Moreover, there were many huge bare footprints on the ground at the entrance of the cave. Something's not right. There's probably a bear-type monster inside the cave. Xiao Ming became alert and instantly drew out his furious thunder sword. Sure enough, a majestic black figure suddenly rushed out of the cave. It was a yellow giant bear the size of a small truck. Xiao Ming quickly activated the information viewing function. Not only could he see the life script of humans, but he could also see the basic information of monsters. In the next moment, the information of the bear-type monster appeared before his eyes. Name, Earthquake Bear. Realm, Late Innate Realm. Talent skills, Earth Spikes, Bear Roar. Life script, about to be attacked by external human cultivators, there is a high possibility of falling. Roar. The earthquake bear suddenly roared, and the powerful sound wave spread out like ripples in all directions. Then it raised its huge bear paw and slammed it on the ground. The roar attack of the sound wave came, causing Xiao Ming's head to ache. It was like someone suddenly blasting a speaker next to his ear while he was sleeping soundly. Although startled, Xiao Ming stomped on the ground and shot up into the air. Just as he took off, a 3-meter-tall spike of hardened earth appeared out of thin air where he had been standing. This was the earthquake bear's talent skill, Earth Spikes. If Xiao Ming hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have been injured by the spikes. While in mid-air, Xiao Ming held the furious thunder sword in one hand and fiercely slashed at the earthquake bear. Swish swish swish! Over 100 faint golden sword shadows were slashed out by Xiao Ming. Each sword shadow was over 2 meters long and all carried dazzling lightning. 100 Shadow Cleave and Thunder-based power and Earth-grade sword, Furious Thunder Sword. Xiao Ming was confident that even if he couldn't kill the earthquake bear on the spot with this move, he could at least severely injure it. Boom boom boom. Each sword shadow, accompanied by lightning, was like a heavy artillery shell, fiercely bombarding the earthquake bear. The bear was left roaring in agony, looking miserable. After the 100 sword shadows attacked, the earthquake bear was covered in blood and its aura weakened. Even more so, its 2 large bear paws were also severed by Xiao Ming's sword shadows. Realizing how formidable Xiao Ming was, the earthquake bear immediately stood up and turned its head to run without hesitation. Trying to run? It's too late. Xiao Ming said calmly, then with a thought, a virtual river appeared in the empty space behind him. Great River Sword Intent. In the next moment, the illusionary river surged and condensed onto Xiao Ming's long sword. Gripping the furious thunder sword, Xiao Ming fiercely slashed at the fleeing earthquake bear. Whoosh! A 10-meter-long massive sword energy composed of Great River Sword Intent shot out from the sword, like a missile, fiercely slashing towards the earthquake bear. Boom! A muffled sound. The sword energy passed by, and the earthquake bear was split in half vertically. The earthquake bear in the late innate realm was dead. After dealing with the earthquake bear, Xiao Ming looked towards the cave. There were no other threats inside the cave. With a satisfied smile, Xiao Ming landed on the ground and took big strides towards the cave. The cave was quite spacious, and there was a hidden grotto heaven inside. However, it was a mess. After all, the earthquake bear had occupied the cave for some time, making it a mess. After rummaging around, Xiao Ming only found a white jade bottle. When he opened the bottle, a strong medicinal fragrance immediately rushed out. Xiao Ming lowered his head and saw a dark green pill lying quietly inside. An earth-grade pill. Chapter 19 Promotion to Innate Dzogchen. The second level of sword art. Xiao Ming tried to open the viewing function. He wanted to see if he could determine the grade of the pill. With the function opened, in the next moment, the information of the pill appeared before Xiao Ming's eyes. Name: Earth Flow Clear Frost Pill. Type: Advancement Cultivation Pill. Grade: Earth Grade Lower Rank. Pills also have grades. They are categorized as Mortal Grade, Royal Grade, Profound Grade, Earth Grade, Heaven Grade, Saint Grade, Emperor Grade, and Divine Grade. Starting from Profound Grade, pills are further divided into Lower Rank, Middle Rank, Upper Rank, and Peak Rank. At the same time, pills also have many types. Some are for healing injuries, some are for advancing cultivation, and some can enhance one's physique. Although the thunder-devouring pill that Xiao Ming had previously swallowed was also an earth-grade pill, its main function was to allow people to devour heavenly thunder, so it was not particularly outstanding in terms of advancing cultivation. But the clear frost pill was different. This thing was specifically for advancing cultivation. It really is an earth-grade pill. Xiao Ming was overjoyed. Although it is only an earth-grade lower rank, it is still a rare treasure for advancing cultivation for me at this moment. Xiao Ming is currently only in the innate realm. The pills commonly used at this realm are only of profound grade. With the medicinal power of the Earth Flow Clear Frost Pill, it can at least allow me to advance to the peak of the innate realm, and even break through to the origin energy realm is not impossible. Xiao Ming took a deep breath. After stabilizing his emotions, Xiao Ming tilted his head back, opened his mouth, and threw the pill into it. The Earth Flow Clear Frost Pill melted upon entering his mouth, turning into surging medicinal power that filled his limbs and bones. Under the nourishment of the medicinal power, Xiao Ming's aura began to rise steadily. Mid-innate realm. Late innate realm. Peak of innate realm. After his aura stabilized at the peak, Xiao Ming's momentum gradually dissipated. However, Xiao Ming could clearly sense that he was not an ordinary peak innate realm. Because he found that he was only one step away from the origin energy realm, as if he could break through at any time. Ugh, It smells so bad. Every time I advance, my body secretes a lot of black impurities. Xiao Ming covered his nose. At this moment, his skin was covered with a thin layer of black impurities, like a plaster. Although compared to when he broke through to the innate realm, the amount of expelled impurities was not much, it was still unbearable. Just like not taking a bath for a month. Xiao Ming couldn't stand it. He leaped up like an eagle and started searching for a water source to clean himself. 15 minutes later, Xiao Ming crawled out of a small pond. After putting on his clothes, Xiao Ming turned his head and saw that the originally clear pond had turned grey-black after he stirred it up. The plants and vegetation around the pond had all withered. Feeling a little embarrassed, Xiao Ming composed himself and began to check his own cultivation. Name, Xiao Ming. Realm, Peak of Innate Realm. Fate, Ordinary Passerby, White. Physique, Indestructible Sword Body, Heavenly Rank. Primary Cultivation Technique, Imperial Shocking Heaven Sword Art, First Layer, Heavenly Rank. True Qi Attribute, Thunder, Metal. Martial Skill, Innate Realm Great River Sword Intent, Minor Achievement. Life Script, although the host has an ordinary white fate, he awakened the Heavenly Rank Indestructible Sword Body and cultivated the Heavenly Rank Sword Technique. He achieved some accomplishments in his life and peacefully passed away. Recent opportunities, none. After advancing to the peak of the innate realm, Xiao Ming discovered that the volume of true qi cyclone in his danshan had increased several times compared to the initial stage. More importantly, the cyclone had transformed into a misty form, damp and moist. As if it could drip with water at any moment. And once the cyclone turned into droplets of liquid, it meant that he would be able to advance to the origin energy realm. In addition, Xiao Ming's strength also skyrocketed out of thin air, from the original 30,000 jin to 100,000 jin. The rules of the Imperial Shocking Heaven Sword Art state that each major realm can cultivate 2 layers. I have already cultivated to the peak of the innate realm, so I can now cultivate the second layer of sword techniques. I wonder what powerful martial skills I can obtain after completing the second level of the sword technique. Xiao Ming murmured at the corner of his mouth. Then he sat cross-legged, took out the secret manual of the sword technique, and infused his true qi into it. As a large amount of true qi poured into the pages, the second page of the manual immediately emitted a soft light and gradually softened. Xiao Ming gently lifted it and opened the second page. A bunch of cultivation methods and illustrations suddenly appeared before Xiao Ming's eyes. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Ming finished his cultivation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and 2 1-meter-long golden sword auras burst out from his eyes. The sword auras pierced through the void, making a sharp and grating sound. The second level of the Supreme Heaven Sword technique was successfully cultivated. After successfully cultivating it, Xiao Ming gained a powerful offensive sword technique. It was called Moon Shatter. Holding the furious thunder sword, Xiao Ming gathered his qi in his danshan and fiercely slashed forward with the sword hilt. Whoosh! Instantly, a more than 1-meter-long crescent-shaped golden sword aura burst out from the sword. It ruthlessly struck a huge rock in the distance. Boom! The crescent-shaped golden sword aura shattered the hard rock. Not bad, not bad. The power of the Moon Shatter sword technique is quite terrifying. If I combine it with the power of lightning and the Great River sword intent, the might of the crescent-shaped sword aura will increase significantly. With my current strength, even if I were to face a strong expert in the origin energy realm, I would be able to handle it with ease. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming felt quite emotional. Challenging opponents of a higher realm has always been the privilege of geniuses. Unexpectedly, even an ordinary person like him could achieve this. An ordinary person? Hey, Xiao Ming, don't accept that. Xiao Ming said softly, clenching his fist. Then, Xiao Ming leaped and left the place, heading straight ahead. That was the direction where the Cloud Fox clan was located. Meanwhile, a well-trained group of cultivators quietly entered the Xianwu Mountain range. These cultivators were dressed uniformly, with the character, thunder, embroidered on their chests. Anyone with a little knowledge would know that this was the symbol of the Lei family fortress. All of them were cultivators from the Lei family fortress, and they were all at the innate realm. Among them, 2 men led the group, one was a teenager of 16 or 17, and the other was a young man in his 20s. Big brother, we have quietly entered the Xianwu Mountain range now. It's time for you to tell me the purpose of this trip, right? The teenager, named Lei Li, asked somewhat discontentedly. The Lei family fortress was known for its strength and was famous far and wide. However, not long ago, they were suddenly informed that they had to secretly enter the Xianwu Mountain range. Doing so must be for some major event. But the sneaky behavior made Lei Li quite unhappy. The Lei family fortress had always been domineering in their actions. When did they become so secretive? Moreover, as a core member of the Lei family fortress, he was not even authorized to know the purpose of this action, which made Lei Li even more dissatisfied. The young man named Lei Fang smiled and said, "There's no harm in telling you. The goal of our trip is the Cloud Fox clan, more precisely, the Cloud Fox Heavenly Pearl." The Cloud Fox Heavenly Pearl. Lei Li was shocked and quickly asked, "Is it the Heavenly Pearl that can change the fate of cultivators?" Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Yes, Lei Fang nodded and said, "It takes several hundred years for the Cloud Fox Heavenly Pearl to form. Because this thing has the miraculous ability to change one's fate, it has always been a treasure sought after by major forces. Our Lei family fortress has been laying out in the mountains for hundreds of years, and we finally learned that the Cloud Fox Heavenly Pearl is about to appear. So we sent us to seize it. Once we obtain the Heavenly Pearl, the strength of our Lei family fortress will be even stronger." Lei Li suddenly understood. But he had another doubt and asked, "Since the Heavenly Pearl is so important, why did the family only send us to compete for it? What if the news leaks out and attracts experts from other forces? That would be troublesome." "That's why we have to sneak into the mountains," Lei Fang explained. "We have to quietly obtain the Heavenly Pearl, and we can't send the elders of the family because that would cause too much commotion. The forces within 1,000 miles that we need to be wary of are only the Spirit Sword Gate and the City Lord's Mansion of Clear Breeze City. These 2 forces have been secretly watching our Lei family fortress, so our elders cannot easily mobilize. But we, on the other hand, are different. We are just the younger generation. By entering the mountains like this, it won't attract the attention of those 2 forces. Do you understand now?" "I understand," Lei Li obediently nodded. Lei Fang waved his hand and said, "Let's pick up the pace and hurry to the location of the Cloud Fox clan. Also, to prevent the news from leaking, kill any cultivators we encounter along the way. Leave no survivors." "Yes, young master." Chapter 20 The Birth of Heavenly Pearl. In a dark forest somewhere in the Xianwu Mountain range, Xiao Ming took out a cloth and quietly wiped the blood stains off the furious thunder sword. Around him lay the bodies of the Gale Wolves. Each Gale Wolf had its wolf skin peeled off, and they all died from having their throats slashed by a sword. Naturally, it was Xiao Ming who did this. 3 minutes ago, while on his way to the Cloud Fox tribe, Xiao Ming happened to come across a large group of Gale Wolves in this forest. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming immediately swung his furious thunder sword and killed all the Gale Wolves. He also peeled off 100 Gale Wolf skins. Gale Wolves are one of the most common demonic beasts in the Xianwu Mountain range, and they are of low cultivation level. Just like the wolf pack Xiao Ming encountered, they were all at the body refining realm. Not even at the innate realm. Therefore, in just 3 minutes, Xiao Ming completed the sex mission. After wiping the furious thunder sword clean, Xiao Ming took out a huge backpack from his pocket and put all the wolf skins into it. This backpack was brought out from the sect in advance specifically for carrying wolf skins. Just as he finished packing the wolf skins, suddenly, a powerful aura swept over from a far distance like a storm. Xiao Ming instinctively made a defensive move and looked up. He saw a huge pillar of light, as white as a millstone, suddenly shooting out from the distant horizon, with a pale blue color, soaring into the sky. The commotion caused by this pillar of light was astonishing. At this moment, it was likely that all the cultivators within dozens of miles could see this spectacular sight. And the location where the pillar of light appeared was none other than the Cloud Fox tribe's residence. The pale blue pillar of light did not last long and dissipated slowly, but the aura it emitted spread out. Next, it would definitely trigger a bloody battle for the treasure. Could it be that the Cloud Fox tribe has a treasure emerging? Xiao Ming was both shocked and doubtful. It seems that I need to hurry over. After saying that, Xiao Ming put the backpack on his back, held the furious thunder sword, and dashed towards the location where the pillar of light was with the agility of a nimble leopard. At the same time, other cultivators nearby also looked up in astonishment, staring at the location where the pillar of light appeared. The pillar of light piercing through the sky, a treasure has emerged. Someone exclaimed with joy. It's not necessarily. Maybe it's a powerful secret technique being cultivated by some monster. Someone next to them hesitated. Regardless of whether it's a treasure or not, let's go and take a look first. Yes, if it's a treasure emerging, it would be a great opportunity. Let's go together, let's hurry over. The cultivators who noticed the anomaly of the pillar of light immediately rushed towards the Cloud Fox tribe's residence in groups. Meanwhile, the people from the Lei family fort had already arrived at the edge of the Cloud Fox tribe's territory. They were the closest and the first to discover the pillar of light piercing through the sky. Lei Fang, the leader, looked at the slowly dissipating pillar of light and a smile appeared on his face. This pillar of light is caused by the Cloud Fox Heavenly Pearl. It seems that the information is correct. The Heavenly Pearl has indeed appeared, Lei Fang said, then turned his head and shouted at his subordinates. The Lei family fort is determined to obtain the Heavenly Pearl. Anyone who dares to covet the Cloud Fox Heavenly Pearl will be killed mercilessly. Yes. Lei Li responded and immediately spread out with his subordinates. Big brother, rest assured, with us here, not even a fly can get in, Lei Li took out a long spear and said confidently. Well, you guys guard outside. I will go and get the Heavenly Pearl, Lei Fang nodded. Then, he drew a long knife shimmering with thunder light from his waist and walked confidently towards the depths of the Cloud Fox tribe. Deep inside the Cloud Fox tribe's residence, hundreds of Cloud Foxes were currently surrounding a pale silver altar, excitedly looking at the low air above the altar. There, a walnut-sized pale blue pearl was quietly floating. Most of these hundreds of Cloud Foxes were still in their fox forms, while a few had cultivated into half-human, half-fox forms, and only a few had fully transformed into human forms. An old woman in a white robe was the leader of all the Cloud Foxes. However, the overall strength of the Cloud Fox clan is not strong. Even the strongest old woman among them is only at the innate realm great perfection. The old woman in the white robe reached out and grabbed the light blue bead floating in mid-air. Looking at the light blue bead, all the Cloud Foxes around became excited. The Heavenly Pearl has appeared! Exclaimed a young fox. Yes, after absorbing the essence of the sun and moon for so many years, our Cloud Fox Heavenly Pearl has finally been born. The Heavenly Pearl has the power to reverse fate and enhance luck. I wonder who in our clan is lucky enough to absorb the Heavenly Pearl and improve their luck. No matter who eats it, our clan will definitely give birth to a powerful genius. If they grow up over time, they will surely lead our Cloud Fox clan to glory. A lively discussion broke out around them. However, the old woman in the white robe had a worried expression on her face. "Ain't aren't you happy?" a young fox asked, puzzled by the old woman's expression. "I am naturally happy that the Heavenly Pearl has appeared," the old woman sighed and said, "but there is a saying among humans that goes, a man without a crime carries a jade in his bosom. Our clan is not strong enough, and possessing such a treasure like the heavenly pearl may bring disaster. What should we do? The foxes were suddenly alarmed. The old woman pondered for a moment and said, "We need to quickly select clan members with strong talents and have them consume the heavenly pearl as quickly as possible. Only then can we eliminate the hidden dangers." "I am strong, let me eat it." A young fox with yellow fur volunteered. "Nonsense! I am the strongest. Both of you step aside, I am the most qualified to devour the heavenly pearl." As the topic of the heavenly pearl arose, a group of young foxes immediately began to argue. The scene became chaotic. The old woman ignored them and instead turned her gaze to a young fox nearby. This fox clearly had no energy fluctuations and had not even started cultivating, yet it had already achieved a half-human, half-fox form. The so-called half-human, half-fox meant that the overall form was humanoid, with a fox tail and a pair of fox ears. This little fox's name was Yunxi and was not a member of the Cloud Fox clan. The old woman had encountered Yunxi by accident in the mountains many years ago and took pity on her, so she brought her back to the clan. Yunxi is an outsider and not a member of our clan, but she has shown remarkable abilities. If she were to consume the heavenly pearl, there might be a surprising effect. The old woman thought to herself. While she was contemplating, suddenly, a hearty laughter came from a distance. "You don't need to argue any more about who will eat the heavenly pearl because it belongs to me." Who is speaking? The foxes instinctively turned their heads and saw a man named Lei Fang charging towards them with a sword in hand. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A human cultivator is coming. He wants to steal our heavenly pearl." The foxes cried out in alarm. "Ha ha ha!" Lei Fang laughed heartily. "The heavenly pearl is mine. Today, all of you will die." 15 minutes later, Xiao Ming arrived at the outskirts of the Cloud Fox clan. As he looked around, he saw a large crowd gathered here, divided into two factions. One group wore uniform clothing with the character Lei embroidered on their chests, the guards of the Lei family. The other group was a disorganized group of independent cultivators. The two factions were in a standoff, and several bodies lay on the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Ming frowned. Those cultivators with the character Lei on their chests were probably from the Lei family fort. Within 1,000 miles, only the Lei family fort would have such a symbol. It was practically the symbol of the Lei family fort. At this moment, one of the independent cultivators couldn't help but step forward and angrily shouted, "What does your Lei family fort mean? Do you want to monopolize the treasure inside?" In response, a powerful spear shadow appeared. Whoosh! The spear shadow flashed by, piercing through the chest of the independent cultivator on the spot. The remaining independent cultivators were shocked and retreated one after another, daring not to speak out. "That's right. Our Lei family fort does want to monopolize the treasure." Lei Li, holding a long spear, proudly declared, "If anyone dares to provoke our Lei family fort, the corpses on the ground will be the fate of the provocateurs." Chapter 21 Swallow Luck, Upgrade Fate. Xiao Ming's gaze swept over and landed on Lei Li. Immediately, this person's information appeared before his eyes. Name, Lei Li. Realm, Late Innate Realm. Destiny, Some Luck, Red. Life script, due to his domineering style, he has attracted the attention of many people and seems to be in danger of falling. Recent opportunities, none. Lei Li has attracted the attention of many people and is in danger of falling? Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. Then he looked at the scattered cultivators around him. Sure enough, among the scattered cultivators, many were secretly preparing themselves, but due to the reputation of the Lei family, no one immediately made a move. To be honest, Lei Li is just a late innate realm cultivator, while many of the cultivators present have reached the same realm as Xiao Ming, which is the great perfection of the innate realm. It is basically a piece of cake for someone at the great perfection level to fight against Lei Li at the late innate realm. However, Killing Lei Li is easy, but dealing with the aftermath is difficult. The Lei family has a prominent reputation and will definitely not let the killer go. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming sneered. While others may fear the Lei family, he does not. Because the Lei family is only a one-star power, while the Spirit Sword Gate, where Xiao Ming is a two-star power. Coupled with Xiao Ming's identity as a true disciple, even if the Lei family comes to cause trouble for him at the Spirit Sword Gate in the future, the sect master and the elders of the Spirit Sword Gate will protect him. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming took a step forward and came to face Lei Li. This move immediately caught everyone's attention. All the cultivators of the Lei family and the scattered cultivators looked over. Lei Li held a long spear and looked at Xiao Ming angrily, saying, "I just said that anyone who dares to provoke my Lei family will end up like a corpse on the ground. Do you want to die too?" As he spoke, Lei Li raised the long spear in his hand and pointed the sharp tip at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming sneered and said loudly, "I am a disciple of the Spirit Sword Gate. Do you dare to touch me?" Spirit Sword Gate? When these three words were spoken, Lei Li was immediately stunned. He subconsciously thought that powerful experts from the Spirit Sword Gate had come, but when he looked around, he found that there was only Xiao Ming alone. There was no large force from the Spirit Sword Gate. "So, it's just you alone. Then there's nothing to fear." Lei Li sneered. "Although the Spirit Sword Gate has a big reputation, there's only you. I, Lei Li, am not afraid. If you know what's good for you, leave now, otherwise, I don't care about the Spirit Sword Gate." Lei Li said mockingly. Xiao Ming ignored Lei Li's arrogant words and looked in the direction behind Lei Li. There, a strong smell of blood was coming from. Certainly, people from the Lei family had already rushed in and were killing and looting whatever extraordinary treasure there was. Although Xiao Ming didn't know what the treasure was, he really wanted it. But what he cared about more was the reincarnation of the Heavenly Fox Empress. If the Heavenly Fox Empress was taken away by the Lei family, then all his efforts would be in vain. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ming withdrew his gaze and looked coldly at Lei Li, saying, "Get out of my way now. If you dare to continue making noise, I will kill you." "Oh, you dare to threaten me, Lei Li? Today, I will teach you a lesson and let you understand that there are experts outside of the Spirit Sword Gate." Lei Li shouted loudly, gripping his long spear and fiercely thrusting it forward. With a sharp sound, 5 thick spear shadows were thrust out by Lei Li. Then, these 5 spear shadows merged into one, forming an even thicker spear shadow that violently attacked Xiao Ming. As the spear shadow approached, Xiao Ming didn't retreat but instead advanced, raising his furious thunder sword in his hand and fiercely slashing. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped golden sword energy burst out, carrying a magnificent sword aura, and fiercely collided with the approaching thick spear shadow. Shattered moon slash! Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. In the astonished gazes of Lei Li and the people around him, the crescent-shaped golden sword energy easily shattered the thick spear shadow. And then, without losing momentum, he continued to slash towards Lei Li with his thunderous force. Lei Li was greatly shocked. He never expected that his full force attack couldn't even last for a moment and was shattered with just one collision. Meanwhile, the crescent-shaped golden sword energy continued to slash towards him, almost reaching his face. Lei Li wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. With a bang sound, the sword energy swept past, instantly turning Lei Li into a pile of minced meat. Lei Li, dead. Xiao Ming's speed in fighting Lei Li was too fast. Before everyone could react, Lei Li had turned into a pile of flesh and fell to the ground. Lei Li is dead. Lei Li is dead. He killed young Master Lei Li. Quick, go find young Master Lei Feng. The cultivators of the Lei family fort were like a cat with its tail stepped on, screaming in place, and then rushing towards Cloud Fox's residence in a frenzy. The surrounding scattered cultivators were already dumbfounded. They arrived here before Xiao Ming and witnessed Lei Li's formidable strength. Lei Li was in the late stage of the innate realm and had quite a powerful cultivation. The bodies of the several scattered cultivators who had provoked the Lei family fort on the ground were the best proof of Lei Li's strength. But unexpectedly, Lei Li couldn't even withstand a single move and was easily dealt with by Xiao Ming as if cutting vegetables. So this is the strength of a disciple from the Spirit Sword Gate. So terrifying. The Spirit Sword Gate truly deserves to be a second-tier power. Their disciples are so formidable. Haha, the Lei family fort doesn't know any better. They provoked the Spirit Sword Gate and deserve this outcome. Various discussions could be heard around. Xiao Ming lowered his head and looked at Lei Li's corpse. Others didn't notice anything unusual about Lei Li, but Xiao Ming clearly saw a strand of red luck drifting out of Lei Li's body and entering his own. Lei Li was killed, and his luck was absorbed by Xiao Ming. With a hint of anticipation, Xiao Ming opened his own life script attribute panel. Name, Xiao Ming. Realm, innate realm great perfection. Luck, some luck, red. Physique, indestructible sword body, heavenly rank. Main cultivation technique, Imperial shocking heaven sword art, second layer, heavenly rank. Martial skills, 100 shadow crazed slash, shattered moon slash. True Qi attribute, thunder, gold. Martial skill, innate realm great river sword intent, minor achievement. Life script, the host killed Lei Li, absorbed Lei Li's red luck, and his own luck has changed. Recent opportunities, none. Sure enough. After absorbing Lei Li's luck, Xiao Ming's life script had changed. Through the devouring just now, it once again proves that I can devour other people's luck. As long as I kill someone with higher luck than mine, my luck can undergo a tremendous change. Xiao Ming thought to himself. So, is this another form of cultivation method? As long as I keep defeating opponents, devouring luck, one day, I will also become a child of luck, or even a stronger existence. He shook his head. Xiao Ming temporarily put the matter of luck aside and then leaped forward, passing through the trash of the Lei family fort and the scattered cultivators, rushing towards the depths of the Cloud Fox clan. Now the most important thing was to find the Heavenly Fox Empress. After traveling several miles at high speed, Xiao Ming suddenly stopped his figure. He saw not far away a young man from the Lei family fort with a ferocious expression, grabbing a young fox girl by her hair and ruthlessly beating her. The young fox girl curled up, tightly holding a pale blue bead in her hands. Although she was beaten black and blue, she refused to let go. Seeing this, Xiao Ming immediately became furious. "UBD, let go of that girl." Chapter 22 Nine-Tailed Fox Emperor, Destiny Against Heaven. The young man from the Lei family and the little fox girl turned their heads at the same time. At the sight of Xiao Ming, the young man immediately became furious. "UBD, who let you in?" The young man was filled with shock and anger, raising the long knife in his hand and slashing out a majestic blade aura accompanied by thunder. After releasing the blade aura, the young man ignored Xiao Ming and continued to beat the little fox girl. In the eyes of the young man, Xiao Ming, who suddenly appeared, was already a dead man. Xiao Ming sneered. He raised the furious thunder sword in his hand and also slashed heavily. A thick golden sword aura shot out from his hand, fiercely colliding with the incoming blade aura. Boom! The sword aura and the blade aura collided with each other, their powers evenly matched, and then the two forces entangled and simultaneously dissipated. "Hey!" The young man from the Lei family exclaimed softly. He originally thought that his blade aura could easily kill Xiao Ming, but he didn't expect it to be easily blocked by Xiao Ming. "Your cultivation, you're also at the innate realm great perfection." Suddenly, the young man noticed the aura emanating from Xiao Ming and immediately showed a vigilant expression. The young man was also at the innate realm great perfection, and Xiao Ming's cultivation was the same as his. No wonder he was able to shatter his blade aura. At this moment, Xiao Ming was also sizing up the young man. Activating the function to check the script of life, the information of this young man appeared before Xiao Ming's eyes. Name, Lei Fang. Cultivation, innate realm great perfection. Fate, bursting luck, green. Script of life, as the young master of the Lei family, Lei Fang possesses cultivation resources that ordinary people cannot have. He has also awakened the earth-ranked divine ability, thunderous body. His luck in life has been quite smooth. Recent opportunities, there is a possibility of obtaining the Cloud Fox Heavenly Pearl, thereby improving his own fate. So this guy is Lei Fang, the young master of the Lei family. Xiao Ming thought to himself. On the other side, Lei Fang looked up and down at Xiao Ming, his expression filled with annoyance. I don't care how you broke in, let me tell you, I am Lei Fang, the young master of the Lei family. The Lei family is busy with matters, so you should leave immediately. Xiao Ming didn't pay much attention to Lei Fang's veiled threat, but instead looked at the little fox girl who was beaten up. With just one look, Xiao Ming was shocked. Name, Yunxi. Cultivation, none. Fate, son of luck, multicolored, defying heaven and overthrowing Dao, multicolored, finding new life in desperate straits, multicolored, peerless beauty, multicolored, prosperous husband and beneficial children, multicolored, misfortune for enemies, multicolored. Script of life, the reincarnation of the nine-tailed fox emperor from the heavenly realm, born with unparalleled luck and supreme divine ability. 1 month later, the soul will return and awaken the supreme divine potential. Recent opportunities, about to awaken. Shua. A large burst of multicolored light instantly filled Xiao Ming's eyes. At this moment, Xiao Ming couldn't see anything in a short period of time. In his field of vision, there was only endless multicolored divine light. Son of luck, multicolored, the protagonist of destiny, the child of heaven's will. Cultivation progresses by leaps and bounds every day, breakthroughs can be made even in dreams, and countless opportunities are easily obtained. Defying heaven and overthrowing Dao, multicolored, going against the heavens, killing gods and Buddhas. Finding new life in desperate straits, multicolored, luck is on your side, never dying or perishing. Even in the face of the most dangerous situations, you will not fall. The best example is being able to reincarnate and start anew. Peerless beauty, multicolored, born with icy skin and jade bones, captivating the country and the city, a peerless beauty. Prosperous husband and beneficial children, multicolored, the overflowing luck of oneself can greatly enhance the luck and opportunities of loved ones and friends. Misfortune for enemies, multicolored, offending the protagonist of destiny and still expecting good results. Anyone who is Yunxi's enemy will inevitably fall into a state of extreme misfortune. Xiao Ming read through them one by one, and after finishing, his eyes widened. The reincarnation of the nine-tailed fox emperor from the heavenly realm. A bunch of multicolored fates. The fate of the little fox girl, Yunxi, was no weaker than Lin Feng, who was also a child of luck. But unlike Lin Feng, Yunxi also had the extraordinary multicolored fate of prosperous husband and beneficial children. Anyone who was her relative or friend would be influenced by her luck, resulting in a significant improvement in their fortune. However, how did the Cloud Fox clan encounter such a disaster? Could it be that the Cloud Fox clan is not related to Yunxi and her friends, so they were not affected by Yunxi's luck? Xiao Ming was puzzled. But now is not the time to think about this matter. Xiao Ming closed the viewing function and then focused on Lei Fang. He definitely wanted to get his hands on the little fox girl, Yunxi, and in order to get her, he had to defeat Lei Fang first. At this moment, there was a burst of sound behind Xiao Ming. It was the practitioners and scattered cultivators from the Lei family fort, all rushing over. Seeing his subordinates arrive, Lei Fang became even more angry and shouted, "What are you all doing here? How did someone get in? Where is Lei Li? Let him come see me." The subordinates of the Lei family fort looked at each other, and then cautiously said, "Young master, it's not our incompetence. This guy is too powerful. He killed young Master Lei Li and broke in. Saying that, these subordinates pointed at Xiao Ming. What? Lei Fang let out an angry roar. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Xiao Ming and said, "You actually killed my brother Lei Li." "That's right," Xiao Ming said proudly. "UBD. I'll kill you to avenge Lei Li." Lei Fang angrily glared at Xiao Ming, then turned his gaze to Hu Yunxi and shouted, "Damn little fox, hand over the heavenly pearl." Heavenly pearl. Upon hearing this, everyone around suddenly became excited. The Cloud Fox Heavenly Pearl was actually in the hands of this little fox girl? Xiao Ming was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. He had also heard of the Heavenly Pearl. It was said that the Cloud Fox clan's Heavenly Pearl was extremely difficult to form, but once formed, it had the miraculous effect of improving the fate of cultivators. Lei Fang was ruthless indeed. Instead of seeking revenge on Xiao Ming immediately, he wanted to snatch the Heavenly Pearl first. It seemed that the Heavenly Pearl held a higher position in his heart than his brother's grudge. At this moment, the little fox girl was looking at Lei Fang with hatred in her eyes. "You killed Granny Fox, you killed all the Cloud Fox clan members." Hu Yunxi gritted her teeth and said, "I won't let you go, and I will never give you the Heavenly Pearl." After speaking, Hu Yunxi suddenly opened her mouth and swallowed the Heavenly Pearl. "You dare to swallow the Heavenly Pearl, you fox thief!" Lei Fang was furious. His purpose in coming here was to obtain the Cloud Fox Heavenly Pearl, but after going through so much trouble, the Heavenly Pearl was actually swallowed by the little fox girl. "I'll smash your stomach and dig out the Heavenly Pearl." Lei Fang was both angry and resentful. He immediately wielded his knife and fiercely slashed towards the little fox girl. Hu Yunxi closed her eyes in despair. The scattered cultivators around also felt regret. A fair-skinned, good-looking fox girl was about to meet her end. But just at this moment, a dazzling golden sword energy suddenly slashed over from the opposite side, directly towards Lei Fang, who was about to kill. If Lei Fang wanted to kill the little fox girl, he would definitely be injured by the sword energy as well. Helpless, Lei Fang had to kick Hu Yunxi away. At the same time, he dodged the attack of the golden sword energy by a hair's breadth. After dodging the sword energy, Lei Fang turned around in anger and happened to see Xiao Ming smiling. The life-saving sword energy just now was slashed out by Xiao Ming. "Lei Fang, with me here, you can't kill the little fox girl." Xiao Ming twirled his sword flower and said with a smile. "You damn BD, you're looking for death." Lei Fang was both angry and furious. Xiao Ming not only killed his brother Lei Li, but also repeatedly hindered him from obtaining the Cloud Fox Heavenly Pearl. This hatred made Lei Fang unable to bear it any longer. "Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish, go to hell!" Lei Fang shouted loudly. He stomped on the ground and charged towards Xiao Ming with his long knife. "Be careful, young master. This guy is a disciple of the Spirit Sword Gate, his strength should not be underestimated," reminded the subordinates of the Lei family fort. Spirit Sword Gate. Lei Fang was slightly surprised, then his face turned ferocious and disdainful. "So what if it's the Spirit Sword Gate? He killed my brother first and then hindered me from doing my business. He must die." In mid-air, Lei Fang swung his long knife and slashed. Immediately, a thunderous and dazzling blade energy took shape out of thin air, slashing towards Xiao Ming like a ferocious dragon. Chapter 23 Hu Yunxi Favor Plus 10. The sword qi is majestic, accompanied by thunder and lightning. It would be difficult for an ordinary innate realm peak cultivator to withstand it. Unfortunately, Xiao Ming is not an ordinary person. With a slight smile, Xiao Ming raised the earth-grade sword in his hand, the furious thunder sword. Then, true qi surged out from within him, covering the entire sword. Slash! Xiao Ming shouted lightly. In the next moment, a huge sword qi, also accompanied by thunder and lightning, and radiating golden light, shot out from the long sword in Xiao Ming's hand, like an arrow leaving the bow, slashing towards the incoming sword chi. Boom! A loud explosion. The sword chi and the sword chi tangled together again, causing a chaotic flow, and then simultaneously dissipated. However, this was just the beginning. The opponent, Lei Fang, used some kind of body technique. His figure flickered, with strands of electric current surrounding him, and he charged towards Xiao Ming at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Xiao Ming. Then, he swung his long sword wildly, aiming directly for Xiao Ming's head. Xiao Ming was not afraid at all. He raised his sword to meet the enemy, slashing out brilliant sword lights. Clang clang clang! For a while, the sound of metal clashing intensively resounded, as if hundreds of blacksmiths were hammering iron at the same time. This was a contest of strength and attack speed. Whoever reacted slower would be at risk of being killed by the chaotic blades. However, after exchanging blows for a while, both sides were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. Seeing that he couldn't suppress Xiao Ming, Lei Fang became anxious and angry. After another clash of swords, Lei Fang was shaken back more than 10 meters by the powerful force. He lowered his head and saw that his long sword had many gaps on it. These gaps were forcibly cut open during the weapon clash just now. Seeing this, Lei Fang couldn't help but be stunned. His long sword was a top-grade royal grade weapon, and it was undeniably sturdy. However, even so, it had been cut open by so many gaps. Doesn't this mean that Xiao Ming's sword is more powerful than his long sword? And weapons that are stronger than top-grade royal grade are at least earth grade. Not bad, kid. I underestimated you. Lei Fang grinned and said, your sword is good, Lei Fang, have taken a liking to it. Eat my move, thunderous triple slash. Suddenly, Lei Fang shouted again. With the sound of his voice, his long sword instantly slashed out more than 10 blade shadows, each accompanied by lightning. The layers of blade shadows then transformed into an even larger blade light, attacking Xiao Ming one after another. Seeing this move, the subordinates of the Lei family castle around them immediately became excited. It's the thunderous triple slash. This is Lei Fang's strongest trump card. Haha, Lei Fang has been provoked and is using his strongest martial technique. That kid from the Spirit Sword Gate is undoubtedly dead. The young master is mighty. Excited discussions echoed around. However, Xiao Ming didn't pay much attention. With a thought, a illusory sword chi river appeared out of thin air behind Xiao Ming. Under Xiao Ming's control, all the sword chi in the river poured into the sword in his hand. Gripping the long sword, Xiao Ming unleashed a furious slash. Boom boom boom. A dull thunderous sound suddenly resounded in the void. Accompanied by the piercing sound of thunder, a moon-shaped sword chi, over 1 meter long, accompanied by lightning and golden light, shot out from Xiao Ming's hand. Moon Shatter Slash. Lei Fang used his strongest martial technique, and Xiao Ming didn't hold back either. He also unleashed his strongest single-target martial technique, Moon Shatter Slash. Great River Sword Intent and Thunder Attribute Power and Metal Attribute Power and Earth Grade Sword and Moon Shatter Slash Technique. With so much formidable power converging, Xiao Ming didn't believe he couldn't kill Lei Fang. As soon as this move was executed, Lei Fang's pupils instantly contracted. His instinctive perception told him that he probably couldn't block Xiao Ming's attack. Sure enough. In Lei Fang's shocked gaze, Xiao Ming's Moon Shatter Slash easily shattered his triple blade lights one by one, as if a hammer effortlessly crushed walnuts. Then, with unabated momentum, it carried an unparalleled sword aura and attacked him. A strong sense of death suddenly enveloped Lei Fang's heart. Lei Fang instinctively dodged without thinking, swiftly using his body technique to evade, but he was slightly late. Puchi! A crescent-shaped sword energy flashed by, followed by a bloody arm falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Lei Fang appeared 10 meters away. Hey? He's not dead. Xiao Ming frowned. He was very dissatisfied with the current outcome. Although Lei Feng had his arm cut off by him and suffered a severe loss of vitality, he did not perish. In terms of the power of the shattered moon slash, it was enough to kill Lei Feng in one move. However, at the critical moment just now, Lei Feng suddenly increased his speed and swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the slash of the sword energy. Xiao Ming was greatly regretful. But it didn't matter. If one move couldn't kill Lei Feng, then he would use another move. At the same time, Lei Feng, who had dodged to the side, felt a strong sense of relief. Fortunately, he had cultivated a powerful thunder-based body technique. Otherwise, he would have been instantly blown into a mist of blood just now. After feeling relieved, Lei Feng's heart was filled with a strong sense of fear. He was no match for Xiao Ming. Even in his prime state, he was still not Xiao Ming's opponent. And now, with one arm severed and a significant loss of blood and essence, he was even less capable of defeating Xiao Ming. If he stayed here any longer, he would only have a dead end. Thinking of this, Lei Feng glanced at the little fox girl in the distance with unwillingness, then turned and ran. He had to run. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Ming shouted lightly and immediately chased after the fleeing Lei Feng. To kill someone, one must destroy their bones. To eliminate grass, one must remove its roots. Although Lei Feng, even if he escaped, posed no threat to him, Xiao Ming had no intention of underestimating him. What if the tables were turned? Seeing that Xiao Ming was chasing closely, Lei Feng gritted his teeth and took out a huge thunder bead from his pocket, then turned around and threw it at Xiao Ming. Explode for me! Boom! The thunder bead exploded, like several grenades detonating at the same time, causing terrifying electric currents and billowing smoke. After a few breaths, Xiao Ming, annoyed, walked out of the smoke. He had just slashed out sword energy, blocking the power of the explosion. Although he was unharmed, Lei Feng had managed to escape due to the delay caused by the exploding thunder bead. Lei Feng was already skilled in a remarkable body technique, and with his incredible speed, Xiao Ming couldn't catch up to him, even more so after being delayed by the exploding thunder bead. Damn it, you got away! Xiao Ming cursed angrily and returned the way he came. After returning to the original location, the subordinates of the Lei family had already fled, leaving only a group of opportunistic cultivators. Seeing Xiao Ming's return, these cultivators all took a step back. Why are you all still here? Get lost! Xiao Ming shouted angrily. The cultivators shivered and scattered in all directions. From the previous battle, it was enough to prove that Xiao Ming was a ruthless person. If they angered him, these cultivators would not have a good ending. After driving everyone away, Xiao Ming looked at the little fox girl, Hu Yunxi. Are you also here to steal the heavenly pearl? Hu Yunxi raised her head and said, I have already consumed the heavenly pearl, you won't get anything. Facing Hu Yunxi's accusation, Xiao Ming shook his head. You're wrong, I'm not interested in the heavenly pearl. After a pause, Xiao Ming added, I helped you repel the people from the Lei family and saved your life. Is this how you treat me? Upon hearing this, Hu Yunxi was stunned. Strictly speaking, Xiao Ming was her savior. After a moment of silence, Hu Yunxi whispered, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Thank you for saving me. Almost at the same time, the voice of the system sounded. The host saved the reincarnation of the nine-tailed fox emperor, Hu Yunxi. The favorability function is now activated. Hu Yunxi's favorability plus 10. Chapter 24 Favorability plus 10. Luck. Affection points? Xiao Ming couldn't help but be stunned. System, what's the use of Hu Yunxi's affection points? Xiao Ming asked. The system replied, due to Hu Yunxi's magical ability to bring luck to her husband and children, her own luck will dissipate and affect the people around her. The amount of affection points directly determines how much luck will be influenced. So, the more affection points the host has, the greater the impact of luck. Conversely, the less affection points, the smaller the impact. The total number of affection points is 100. Please continue to work hard, host. Xiao Ming suddenly understood. But he was still a bit confused. He had saved Yunxi and had a life-saving grace towards her. But the life-saving grace only earned him a measly 10 affection points? Isn't that too little? Xiao Ming looked over and saw Yunxi's small face with a faint expression, exuding a strong sense of coldness. It was clear that Yunxi was a cold and unyielding person, and it would not be easy to get into her heart. But that didn't matter. Xiao Ming had ways to win her over. And, it might not be a bad thing. Yunxi's coldness meant that others would not easily gain her affection either. And people like her, once they recognized someone, would be fiercely loyal. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Ming asked knowingly, "Little girl, what's your name?" "I'm Yunxi," Yunxi said softly. "Well, it's a good name." "I'm Xiao Ming." Xiao Ming nodded and continued, "Now that the Cloud Fox clan has encountered a disaster and only you have survived, what are your plans?" At the end of his gaze, the bodies of the Cloud Fox clan lay scattered, surrounded by a strong smell of blood, confirming that the Cloud Fox clan had been wiped out. I don't know." Yunxi's eyes were filled with sadness, and her small white hands involuntarily rubbed together. "Ah!" Xiao Ming sighed and said, "We have a connection, and seeing how pitiful you are, why not follow me from now on? Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. As long as I have something to eat, you won't go hungry. How about it?" Yunxi remained silent. After a moment, she raised her head, her beautiful eyes staring at Xiao Ming, and said seriously, "Sir, will you help me seek revenge? Will you destroy the Lei family manor?" "Lei family manor?" Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. Then he slowly said, "After today's battle, I have formed a deep hatred with the Lei family manor. Either they die, or they perish. I will have a battle with the Lei family manor in the future. Even if you are not with me, I will still destroy the Lei family manor. Of course, this is also helping you seek revenge." Upon hearing this, Yunxi's eyes immediately brightened. The host has made a promise, Yunxi's affection points plus 10. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Xiao Ming's mind. Xiao Ming couldn't help but be stunned. This increased affection points? And it's another 10 points? Just by making a promise, he gained another 10 affection points. It seems that Yunxi is also a person of deep emotions and loyalty. He now had 20 affection points from Yunxi. Since you say so, Yunxi has no way to repay you. If you don't mind, Yunxi is willing to become your maid and serve you." Yunxi said sincerely. Xiao Ming smiled. "Let's go, let's return to the Spirit Sword Gate now." "Okay." Yunxi obediently followed behind Xiao Ming. After walking for a while, she couldn't help but turn her head to take another look. "Aunt Fox, although your clan often bullies me because I am an outsider, you have been kind to me. I will avenge you." Yunxi murmured in her heart, clenching her small hand. Then, with a determined expression, she followed Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming walked while opening his own life script, wanting to see if there were any changes in his luck after gaining Yunxi's favor. In a flash of light, Xiao Ming's life script appeared before his eyes. Name, Xiao Ming. Realm, Innate Realm, Great Perfection. Destiny, Slightly Lucky, Red, Temporary Luck. Physical Constitution, Indestructible Sword Body, Heavenly Rank. Main Cultivation Technique, Imperial Level Shocking Heaven Sword Art, Second Layer, Heavenly Rank. Martial Skills, 100 Shadow Crazed Slash, Shattered Moon Slash. True Chi Attribute, Thunder, Metal. Martial Skill, Innate Realm Great River Sword Intent, Minor Achievement. Life Script, the host killed Lei Li and absorbed his red luck, causing a change in his own destiny. Recent opportunities, the host has gained some favor from Yunxi, causing a temporary change in his luck. He may promote to the origin energy realm at any time and obtain many opportunities. After reading his own information, Xiao Ming was overjoyed. Indeed. Under the influence of Yunxi, his luck had changed. Although it was only temporary, it was much stronger than before. Temporary luck. I wonder how my luck will change after maxing out Yunxi's favor. I'm really looking forward to it. Xiao Ming said with anticipation in his heart. While he was contemplating this, Xiao Ming suddenly stepped on something and felt a sharp pain in his foot. Xiao Ming looked down and realized that he had stepped on a storage bag. Opening the bag, he found hundreds of medium-grade elemental stones inside. 100 medium-grade elemental stones. Elemental stones also have different grades. One medium-grade elemental stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade elemental stones. Is this an opportunity? Xiao Ming was both shocked and delighted. He felt like he was living in a dream. He could even obtain a bag of elemental stones just by walking. After collecting the elemental stones, Xiao Ming continued walking forward. After a while, Xiao Ming suddenly became alert and assumed a defensive posture. He saw a white tiger with a horn charging straight towards him. The white tiger was the size of a small truck and emitted an aura at the origin energy realm level. However, this white tiger seemed to be seriously injured, staggering as it walked and continuously spitting out blood. The white tiger ran unsteadily, unable to discern its direction. Then, to Xiao Ming's astonishment, the white tiger crashed into a huge rock. It died on the spot. Xiao Ming was dumbfounded. The white tiger had a horn on its head and was an origin energy realm beast. Its fur and horn were extremely valuable materials. And it died right in front of him. What was going on? Opportunities come when you least expect them? Waiting for a rabbit by a tree, and a white tiger crashes into a rock? Without a doubt, this was the influence of Yunxi's luck. Xiao Ming had lived for so many years, and the best luck he had was stepping on a few piles of dog poop. He had never had such good luck like today. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming rushed forward and stripped off the horn on the white tiger's head and its tiger skin. If he handed these things over to the sect, he would definitely earn a lot of contribution points. Just as he finished dealing with the white tiger beast, Xiao Ming suddenly felt a surge of fortune in his heart. He felt that he was about to break through. He had already cultivated the innate realm to the great perfection, and he was only one step away from the origin energy realm. He could promote at any time. And now, with the added boost from Yunxi's luck, his promotion had become a matter of course. Xiao Ming cautiously looked around, and when he found that there was no one else nearby, he sat down in place and began to break through to the origin energy realm. Chapter 25 Xiao Ming is origin energy realm? Hualala! Suddenly, a sound of rushing tide came from Xiao Ming's body. This was not an illusion, but something that was really happening. With a sinking heart, Xiao Ming saw the true qi cyclone in his danshan being compressed frantically, turning into droplets of true yuan liquid that fell into his danshan. The rushing sound from earlier was caused by the trembling of these liquid droplets. Each droplet of true yuan liquid contained extremely rich energy. Just one droplet poured into an ordinary mortal's body would instantly cause them to explode. Drip, drip. Droplets of true yuan liquid quickly formed, 5 droplets, 10 droplets, 15 droplets. As time passed, the true qi cyclone in Xiao Ming's danshan became smaller and smaller, while the amount of true yuan liquid increased. Soon, it reached a quantity of 30 droplets. Generally speaking, after forming 30 droplets of true yuan liquid, one can successfully advance to the origin energy realm. If 50 droplets are formed, then it is a 1 in 100 expert. 80 droplets are geniuses among experts. Xiao Ming muttered at the corner of his mouth, pondering in his mind. I cultivate the heavenly rank technique. I wonder how many droplets I can form, but it's definitely more than 30. Sure enough, the true yuan liquid in Xiao Ming's body continued to generate. 40 droplets. 60 droplets. 80 droplets. 90 droplets. 100 droplets. After the formation of the 100th droplet of liquid, the true qi cyclone completely disappeared, replaced by a fist-sized water puddle in Xiao Ming's danshan. It was filled with exactly 100 droplets of true yuan liquid. At the same time as the formation of the true yuan puddle, a majestic aura suddenly surged out from Xiao Ming's body. The aura was powerful and strong, directly transforming into a howling gust of wind that resounded in the void above Xiao Ming's head. Xiao Ming suddenly opened his eyes. 2 golden sword auras shot out from his eyes with a sharp sound, lingering for a long time before slowly dissipating. Successful advancement. Feeling the terrifying power contained within him, Xiao Ming was extremely satisfied. He then opened the attribute panel of his life script, and his information was updated in real time, now appearing like this. Name, Xiao Ming. Realm, Early Origin Energy Realm. Fate, some luck, red, luck by his side, temporary. Physique, indestructible sword body, heavenly rank. Main cultivation technique, Imperial Shocking Heaven Sword Art, second layer, heavenly rank. Martial skills, 100 Shadow Crazed Slash, Shattered Moon Slash. True Qi attribute, Thunder, Gold. Martial skill, Innate Realm Great River Sword Intent, minor achievement. Life script, the host possesses a red fate and is influenced by Hu Yunxi's extraordinary luck, resulting in a certain degree of change in his own destiny. Recent opportunities, the host is influenced by Hu Yunxi's extraordinary luck, increasing his luck and making it easier for him to obtain some small opportunities. I am now a true expert in the origin energy realm. Although I am currently only in the early stage of the origin energy realm, the quantity of true yuan liquid far exceeds that of the same level, reaching 100 droplets. With such abundant true yuan, I'm afraid that ordinary mid-stage experts in the origin energy realm are no match for me. Xiao Ming stood up. He looked up at the sky. Compared to the innate realm, the overall attributes of an expert in the origin energy realm had greatly improved, such as strength, speed, and physical toughness. But the most obvious characteristic was that experts in the origin energy realm could fly in the air. This was the biggest difference from the innate realm. Looking at the azure sky and the clouds above, Xiao Ming was eager to try. He turned his head to look at the little fox girl Hu Yunxi and smiled. Yunxi, do you want to fly? Ah! Hu Yunxi opened her cute little mouth, feeling a bit confused. With a laugh, Xiao Ming grabbed Hu Yunxi's small hand and then mobilized his true yuan, soaring into the sky. In an instant, they jumped to a height of several hundred meters. Ah! It's too high, I'm scared, young master. Hu Yunxi exclaimed in panic. She covered her eyes with both hands and instinctively hid in Xiao Ming's embrace. Xiao Ming burst into laughter. His true yuan surged out, stirring up the aura of heaven and earth, allowing him to fly in the air like an eagle. Don't be afraid, Yunxi. I'll take you to see the magnificent mountains and rivers. Xiao Ming said spiritedly, holding Hu Yunxi's small hand as they flew rapidly in the air. After being startled for a moment, Hu Yunxi realized that she wasn't falling down, but instead, she could freely fly in the air like a big bird. She curiously moved her hand away, and in the next moment, her eyes widened. The sound of wind whistled in her ears, and the mountains, rivers, and earth beneath her feet were all visible at a glance. Young master can actually fly, and so fast. Hu Yunxi's eyes flickered, muttering at the corner of her mouth, is this the benefit of having strong power? I also want to become stronger. If I had such powerful abilities, Fox Granny wouldn't have been killed. Hu Yunxi clenched her small fist as she spoke. Deep within her, a mysterious and terrifying power quietly broke through, starting to stir. Xiao Ming had no idea what Hu Yunxi was thinking. At this moment, he was enjoying the pleasure of flying. After about an hour, Xiao Ming flew back to the headquarters of the Spirit Sword Gate with the little fox girl. As a result, they were seen by Li Chongfeng and others who were patrolling the sect. The figure that flew by just now, why does it look so familiar? The more I look, the more it resembles Xiao Ming. Li Chongfeng scratched his head and said with a puzzled expression. It's impossible. Su Tianming said, to be able to fly in the air, one must at least be in the origin energy realm. Xiao Ming has only recently advanced to the innate realm, and his initial cultivation level is probably not stable yet. How could he have the ability to fly? Could I have been mistaken? Li Chongfeng became even more doubtful. Master, I also think it's Xiao Ming, because the back view is just too similar, an elder hesitated and said. I also feel like it's Xiao Ming, but how could Xiao Ming fly? Another elder added at the right moment. Upon hearing this, the elder Su Tianming laughed and said, whether it's Xiao Ming or not, we'll know when we call him over and ask. Haha, I'm sure it's not him anyway. After a pause, Su Tianming added, my disciple Lin Feng has recently had a great stroke of luck and is preparing to break through to the mid-innate realm. Xiao Ming is similar to Lin Feng, so it's definitely impossible for him to advance to the origin energy realm in such a short time. But, Master, that person really looks like Xiao Ming. An elder said hesitantly, what if it really is Xiao Ming? If it really is Xiao Ming, I'll kiss a donkey's a. Su Tianming waved his hand confidently and said, how could Xiao Ming possibly advance to the origin energy realm in such a short time? You guys really dare to think. After speaking, Su Tianming provocatively glanced at Li Chongfeng beside him. Xiao Ming was Li Changfeng's disciple, and Su Tianming's disdain for Xiao Ming was also a way to compete with Li Chongfeng. The two of them didn't have any grudges, it was purely a matter of not accepting each other, especially when it came to their disciples. They both believed that their own disciples were the most talented. Upon hearing this, Li Chongfeng couldn't sit still. Someone, go bring Xiao Ming to the main hall of the sect. We'll wait for him there. We'll know Xiao Ming's true strength when we see him. Li Chongfeng ordered. Yes, Master. On the other side, Xiao Ming had just returned to his residence and settled Yunxi when an elder from the sect came to his door. The elder said straightforwardly, Xiao Ming, come with me to the main hall of the sect. The master and others have something to ask you. All right, I'll go now. But may I ask, elder, what does the master want to see me for? Xiao Ming asked in confusion. You'll know when you get there. Helpless, Xiao Ming followed the elder to the main hall of the sect. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the main hall of the sect. Xiao Ming's gaze swept around and saw Master Li Chongfeng sitting on the main seat of the hall, with Su Tianming and many elders sitting in rows of chairs around him. Disciple Xiao Ming pays respects to Master, the Grand Elder, and all the elders. Xiao Ming bowed and said calmly. No need for formalities, Xiao Ming. I ask you, what realm are you in now? Li Chongfeng couldn't wait to ask. He had already faintly sensed that Xiao Ming was extraordinary. Xiao Ming scratched his head and said, not long ago, I went to the Qingyunke Mountain range for a sect mission, and by a fortunate coincidence, I successfully advanced. I am now in the origin energy realm. What? A bunch of sharp exclamations sounded at the same time. Li Chongfeng widened his eyes, Su Tianming looked astonished, and the other elders looked as if they had seen a ghost. What did Xiao Ming just say? Did he really advance to the origin energy realm? Is it true or not? Could it be a joke? Swish! A gust of wind suddenly swept through, and Li Chongfeng flew up from the main seat, instantly appearing in front of Xiao Ming. He reached out his palm and placed it on Xiao Ming's shoulder, beginning to sense the density of Xiao Ming's true energy. After a moment, Li Chongfeng once again revealed a look of astonishment. Early stage of the origin energy realm. My good disciple has actually really advanced to the origin energy realm. And judging from the density of the true energy in his body, it's not just an ordinary early stage of the origin energy realm. Excitedly finishing his words, Li Chongfeng suddenly turned his head and stared straight at Su Tianming, saying, "My disciple has broken through to the origin energy realm. Su Tianming, do you have anything to say?" This can't be true." Su Tianming was extremely uneasy. His figure flashed, and he also appeared in front of Xiao Ming. Then he took Xiao Ming's arm and began to investigate. After the investigation, Su Tianming fell into silence. Xiao Ming is indeed in the origin energy realm without a doubt. He was slapped in the face. "Ha ha ha! My good disciple is truly a genius. He has cultivated to the origin energy realm so quickly. This is much more impressive than the disciples someone else has." Li Chongfeng laughed heartily, then changed the subject and continued. "My esteemed Grand Elder Su, I remember you just said that if Xiao Ming cultivates to the origin energy realm, you will personally kiss a donkey's butt. Now it's time to fulfill your promise, isn't it?" You. Su Tianming stammered, his face turning red. But Li Chongfeng waved his hand and said confidently, "Someone, go and bring a male donkey here. The sect master wants to see the Grand Elder Su kiss a donkey's butt." Chapter 26. Come. Give Xiao Tianke resources. Quickly. A stinky old donkey was brought to the main hall of the sect. When Su Tianming saw the old donkey appear, his face turned green. But he was a bold and daring person, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I admit defeat. What's wrong with giving it a kiss?" Saying that, Su Tianming stepped forward and kissed the sturdy butt of the old donkey. The old donkey let out an excited sound. The main hall of the sect was immediately filled with a joyful atmosphere. Xiao Ming watched in astonishment. What is going on here? He was brought into the hall in a daze, and after being examined by his own master and Su Tianming, he saw the scene before him. The esteemed elder Su Tianming actually kissed the donkey's butt in front of so many people. The satisfied old donkey was led away by someone, and Li Chongfeng proudly said, "Elder Su, my good disciple has made such rapid progress. Are you convinced?" Su Tianming wiped his mouth and said somewhat unwillingly, "Humph, progressing too quickly may not be a good thing. An excessively astonishing cultivation speed can lead to an unstable foundation. It may not be a problem now, but it will definitely cause trouble in the future." "Oh? Still not convinced?" Li Chongfeng sneered, "You just sensed Xiao Ming's true element concentration. Is his foundation unstable?" Upon hearing this, Su Tianming fell silent. Xiao Ming's foundation was not unstable at all, it was incredibly solid. The amount and concentration of true elements in his body far surpassed those of cultivators at the same level. Even a mid-level expert in the origin energy realm would not compare to Xiao Ming. However, Su Tianming remained stubborn and said, "I admit that Xiao Ming is indeed far superior to ordinary people, but precisely because of this, it raises suspicions." "What suspicions?" "Xiao Ming's promotion speed is too fast, and his foundation is too profound. This is not something a 17 or 18-year-old youth can achieve." Pausing for a moment, Su Tianming said with a hint of suspicion, "It's possible that Xiao Ming is a reincarnation of some old monster, or maybe he has been possessed." Upon hearing this, Li Chongfeng also became serious. Whether Xiao Ming was a reincarnation of an old monster didn't matter, but if he had been possessed, it would be troublesome. And indeed, Xiao Ming's promotion was too fast. Fast to the point where it was unbelievable. Just a few days ago, Xiao Ming was only at the early stage of the innate realm, but after wandering around the mountain, he unexpectedly advanced to the early stage of the origin energy realm. He had crossed an entire major realm. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was unheard of, even for the experienced Li Chongfeng. This kind of heaven-defying cultivation speed could be called an unparalleled monster. "Xiao Ming, come here and let your master check if there is anything abnormal in your soul." Li Chongfeng beckoned. Xiao Ming walked over. Li Chongfeng placed his hand on Xiao Ming's head, and then a surge of power flowed out, examining Xiao Ming's soul. Everything was normal. Su Tianming, you're just scaring me. Xiao Ming is fine. Li Chongfeng said discontentedly, then looked at Xiao Ming with a smile. My good disciple, I am pleased with your rapid progress. In order to help you cultivate more effectively, I have decided to give you a large amount of elixirs and spiritual herbs. Li Chongfeng then looked outside the hall and shouted, bring me 800 kilograms of high-grade elemental stones, 100 kilograms of elixirs, and 30,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Upon hearing this, all the elders present had a change in their expressions. Even Xiao Ming was full of astonishment. 800 jin of elemental stones? 100 jin of elixirs? Master, when did we start measuring things by weight? Master, are you training me or feeding pigs? And there are also 30 millennium spirit herbs. If Xiao Ming can't advance to the core lake realm with all these things, he might as well hang himself with a noodle. An elder trembled and said, Master, are you being too generous with the cultivation resources you've given to Xiao Ming? Not generous. My disciple's talent is so extraordinary that even giving him more resources would not be excessive. Li Chongfeng waved his hand and said loudly. After a pause, Li Chongfeng added, this is not a selfish act on my part. I am cultivating talents for the sect. Everyone has seen Xiao Ming's performance. Isn't he worthy of having these resources? The elders looked at each other, speechless. Surprisingly, Su Tianming, who usually liked to argue with Li Chongfeng, fell silent. After a long while, Su Tianming said softly, the sect leader is actually right. As a two-star sect, Spirit Sword Gate doesn't come across geniuses easily. We should nurture them properly. Hey? When did Elder Su change his tune? Li Chongfeng said in surprise. Humph, I just like arguing with you, but that doesn't mean I don't understand the bigger picture. Su Tianming said discontentedly. Don't use your narrow-minded thinking to guess at my broad-mindedness. Besides, sect leader, don't get too cocky. My disciple, Lin Feng, is also a genius. His future achievements may not be inferior to Xiao Ming's. Upon hearing this, Li Chongfeng burst into laughter. Although both Xiao Ming and Lin Feng were geniuses, it was already clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Xiao Ming's performance far surpassed Lin Feng's. At this moment, Xiao Ming thought of something and said, Master, elders, I have something to say. Go ahead. Before, when I went down the mountain for a sect mission, I had a conflict with the people from the Lei family fort. I killed a core member named Lei Li and injured Lei Feng, cutting off one of his arms. Xiao Ming recounted the details of the incident. Of course, he didn't mention anything about Hu Yunxi and Heavenly Pearl. After listening, Li Chongfeng, Su Tianming and the others all showed disdain on their faces. I thought it was something big, turns out you just taught the Lei family fort a lesson, Li Chongfeng sneered. Don't worry, if the people from the Lei family fort dare to cause trouble at the sect, I'll help you get rid of them. Damn, it's just the Lei family fort. It's their honor that their people were killed by my disciple. Xiao Ming was deeply moved. Being a disciple was so reassuring. While they were talking, a large pile of cultivation resources was divided into several big packages and brought into the sect's main hall. The packages were bulging, filled with elemental stones, elixirs, and millennium spirit herbs. A strong medicinal fragrance filled the entire hall in an instant. Good disciple, now take your things and go back. Make sure to cultivate well when you return, Li Chongfeng said with a wink. Thank you, Master. Xiao Ming didn't hesitate and immediately carried the large packages on his back, making his way to his residence with a grunt. In no time, Xiao Ming returned to his small courtyard. Looking at the abundance of cultivation resources in front of him, Xiao Ming was overjoyed. With such resources in hand, how could his cultivation level not rise? Chapter 27 Promotion to Origin Energy Midterm. Hu Yunxi, the little fox girl, was currently cleaning the courtyard. When she saw Xiao Ming return with 3 large bags on his back, a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face. However, she was very sensible and did not ask. Xiao Ming smiled and pulled her into the spacious living room, then closed the door tightly. Afterwards, he opened the first bag. Rustle. A pile of medium-grade elemental stones filled the floor. Xiao Ming didn't know how many elemental stones there were, but he knew they weighed 800 catties. He opened the second bag, and densely packed bottles of pills appeared in front of Xiao Ming. The pills weighed 100 catties. To be honest, Xiao Ming had lived on the immortal martial continent for so many years, and it was the first time he had heard that pills were measured in catties. Generally speaking, pills were measured by the number of pills or by the bottle. But his master was different. He directly gave him 100 catties of pills. The bottle of pills in front of him, including the weight of the bottle, was probably about half a catty. In other words, Li Chongfeng had given him a total of 200 bottles of pills. When he opened the bottle, a strong medicinal fragrance immediately spread out, quickly filling the entire living room. The bottle contained 5 pure white pills, each round and smooth like jade. As his gaze swept over, Xiao Ming activated the inspection function, and the information about the pills immediately appeared before his eyes. Name: Earth Heart White Jade Pill. Type: Cultivation Enhancement. Grade: Earth Grade Lower Rank. Earth Grade Lower Rank White Jade Pill. Cultivation Enhancement Type. Just one of these 5 pills was equivalent in medicinal power to the Earth Flow Frost Pill he had obtained in the Qingyunke Mountain range before. With anticipation, Xiao Ming opened several more bottles of pills, and the result was that they were all Earth Heart White Jade pills. One bottle contains 5 white jade pills, and I have 200 bottles, which means there are probably over 1,000 white jade pills. I'm rich now, I'm rich. Xiao Ming was both shocked and delighted. In terms of value, so many white jade pills were much more valuable than 800 catties of medium-grade elemental stones. However, since Xiao Ming had already cultivated to the origin energy realm, although the white jade pills were also earth grade lower rank, they definitely didn't have as much effect as before. But with so many pills, Xiao Ming would have enough to use for a long time. Warriors in the origin energy realm, or cultivators, basically consumed earth grade lower rank pills. Xiao Ming shifted his gaze to the third bag. He opened it in one go. Suddenly, 30,000-year spirit herbs emitting various spiritual lights appeared neatly in front of Xiao Ming. These spirit herbs each emitted different colored spiritual lights, and colorful rays of light filled the entire living room. At the same time, the fragrance of the herbs became even stronger. Refreshing. Hu Yunxi had long been dumbfounded. She looked at the elemental stones, pills, and spirit herbs on the ground, then looked at Xiao Ming in a panic and asked, "Young master, where did you get all these things? You didn't rob the sect's treasure vault, did you?" Xiao Ming smiled and shook his head. Then he explained, "These things were all given to me by the sect master. He told me to cultivate well. By the way, I am the sect master's personal disciple and have a certain status in the section. So that's how it is. Young master is truly amazing." Hu Yunxi clapped her hands and praised. "Come, Xiaoyingzi, you can choose whichever of these things you like. You can pick freely." Xiao Ming generously said. "Ah? Can I use them? But I don't know how to cultivate." Hu Yunxi said hesitantly. Hearing this, Xiao Ming scratched his head. She doesn't know how to cultivate? In that case, Hu Yunxi's Empress physique hasn't awakened yet. While Xiao Ming was taking stock of the various resources. On the other side, in a cultivation secret chamber in the Lei family manor, Lei Feng, who had escaped back to the clan, was spitting out thick blood from his mouth. When he escaped from Xiao Ming's pursuit, he immediately returned to his family, shocking them with his appearance. The family immediately bestowed upon him a large amount of medicinal pills that could stabilize his injuries. Without hesitation, Lei Fang swallowed the medicinal pills and, after stabilizing his injuries, entered the cultivation chamber. He wanted to cultivate secret techniques, he wanted revenge. As the most famous genius of the Lei family, Lei Fang had always had an easy life and had never suffered such a big loss before. Xiao Ming had even cut off one of his arms. Lei Fang secretly vowed that no matter what position Xiao Ming held in the Spirit Sword Gate, he would kill Xiao Ming to vent his hatred. However, the process of cultivation was extremely difficult. He unexpectedly fell into demonic cultivation. Not only did he fail to successfully cultivate the secret techniques, but he also kept coughing up blood. Even his own cultivation level was in danger, as if he could fall at any moment. This left Lei Fang in extreme confusion. How could this be? How could this be? I consider myself exceptionally talented, and my luck has always been good. Cultivating secret techniques should have been smooth. How did it turn out like this? Lei Fang muttered with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. He had a vague sense that there seemed to be an invisible force obstructing his cultivation. It was under the influence of this force that he fell into demonic cultivation and his cultivation collapsed. Suddenly, Lei Fang felt a sweet sensation in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. As the blood was expelled, his aura visibly deteriorated. In just a few breaths, his cultivation level dropped from innate perfection to the mid-stage of the innate realm. He fell 2 small realms in a row. The drastic decline in his strength made Lei Fang's heart ache. Ah! Lei Fang let out a painful scream and fainted. In his hazy consciousness, Lei Fang seemed to see the shadow of a 9-tailed fox. The fox shadow looked at him coldly, like an unparalleled fierce beast staring at a tiny ant. Under the gaze of the fox shadow, Lei Fang felt greatly suppressed, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly how he was being suppressed. Spirit Sword Gate. In Xiao Ming's courtyard, Yunxi walked out of the living room and stood at the door. In her words, she was there to keep watch for Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, on the other hand, entered his own room with many resources and began cultivation. Crossing his legs, Xiao Ming first swallowed a bottle of Earth Heart White Jade pill in one breath, then held a middle-grade elemental stone in each hand, absorbing the elemental energy within. The medicinal power of the pill and the energy of the elemental stones poured into his body, turning into a torrent of energy that flowed through Xiao Ming's limbs, enhancing his strength. Before long, all the energy was absorbed by Xiao Ming, but the true essence in his danshan did not increase by a few drops. This was because as his cultivation level improved, the requirements for energy also increased. Although the earth-grade lower-grade pill contained abundant energy, for a martial artist in the origin energy realm, it was just a normal pill to be taken. Unlike before in the innate realm, where swallowing a piece of earth flow frost pill could make him jump several small realms, such a thing would not happen in the origin energy realm. But that didn't matter. Xiao Ming had plenty of medicinal pills. Picking up another bottle of pills, he poured them all into his mouth, while also taking 2 middle-grade elemental stones to refine the energy. This cycle repeated. With each bottle of pills and elemental stones absorbed, Xiao Ming's aura became more and more powerful. After half a day, a powerful force suddenly burst out from within Xiao Ming's body. He had reached the critical point and was about to break through. Boom! A deep explosion sounded from within Xiao Ming's body. Then, a spiritual energy cloud appeared above his danshan. The spiritual energy cloud condensed and gathered, like rain, dripping drops of true essence liquid. The liquid became more and more abundant, more and more dense. It strengthened the small water pool in Xiao Ming's danshan. After the total quantity of true essence liquid reached 300 points, Xiao Ming could no longer control his aura. It swept out like a floodgate opening. And with the dispersal of his aura, Xiao Ming's cultivation level successfully advanced. Mid-stage of the origin energy realm. Chapter 28 The Third Level of Sword Art. Yujianshu. After successfully advancing to the mid-stage of the Origin Energy Realm, Xiao Ming's overall attribute strength once again greatly increased. The true essence within his body also surged several times over. But Xiao Ming did not stop cultivating. With the current momentum of his cultivation and many resources at hand, Xiao Ming planned to make a breakthrough to the late stage of the Origin Energy Realm in one go. He wasted no time. Xiao Ming once again swallowed a pill and held a medium-grade elemental stone, beginning his tedious cultivation. Time passed little by little. The sun set in the west, and the moon rose. Then the moon receded, and the sun rose. By the next morning of his cultivation, Xiao Ming finally finished. The result of his cultivation left Xiao Ming unsatisfied. After consuming a large amount of pills and absorbing elemental stones, he had cultivated the mid-stage realm to its peak, only a thin layer away from advancing to the late stage of the Origin Energy Realm. But this thin layer of paper seemed impossible to break through. This feeling was like when he was in the innate realm's great perfection, where he could break through at any time, but didn't know when the breakthrough would come. It was so uncomfortable. It must be my luck, Xiao Ming secretly analyzed. My current luck is only a slightly lucky red, influenced by Yunxi. But it's not enough to break through two small realms and advance to the late stage of the Origin Energy Realm. Luck, oh luck, the strength of luck has a huge impact on cultivators. Xiao Ming sighed. A hint of helplessness appeared on his handsome face. In the immortal martial continent, the strength of luck was crucial for cultivators, even playing a decisive role. If luck was strong enough, even without any cultivation resources, breakthroughs would be as simple as eating and drinking. On the other hand, if one's luck wasn't strong enough, even with the consumption of a large number of pills, it wouldn't necessarily lead to an easy advancement. Xiao Ming at this moment was a perfect example. Luck was also a kind of opportunity. Without opportunity, one couldn't force it. Forget it, if I can't break through, then I can't. Anyway, my current strength is comparable to the late stage of the Origin Energy Realm. If I encounter mid-stage cultivators of the same level, I can easily crush them with one hand. Xiao Ming still had some confidence in his own combat power. Not to mention, for cultivators at the same stage, having 100 drops of true essence water in their danshan was already quite good. And Xiao Ming's true essence water had reached 300 drops. Named the mid-stage of the Origin Energy Realm, but his combat power was not inferior to the late stage. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming took out the Imperial grade Shocking Heaven Sword Art. He planned to cultivate the third level of the sword technique. Holding the secret manual of the sword technique, the true essence within Xiao Ming's body surged out like a river, covering the third page of the manual in an instant. The previously solid third page quickly softened and was gently turned over by Xiao Ming. An exquisite sword technique appeared before Xiao Ming. This is sword control. Seeing the sword technique recorded on the third page, Xiao Ming was overjoyed. Without saying a word, he immediately began cultivating. About 10 minutes later, clang! A resounding and clear sword sound suddenly rang out from Xiao Ming's room. Then the door opened, and a sword light shot up into the sky, tearing through the clouds at an extremely fast speed. The sword light was sharp, tearing through the clouds in the sky with a domineering posture, and swiftly traversing the heavens and earth. This domineering behavior startled the disciples of the sect. So fast! Such a domineering sword light! Which fellow disciple is cultivating such an exquisite sword technique? Wait! Look, there's still a person standing on top of the sword light. The disciples were discussing among themselves, but the sword light flashed and disappeared from their sight in an instant. In the vast world, the furious thunder sword emitted a dazzling and sharp sword light, and standing on its straight blade was the tall and upright Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming was flying on his sword. He had successfully cultivated the third level of the sword technique, and also practiced the art of sword flying. The art of sword flying had two main functions. First, it allowed him to fly on his sword at an extremely fast speed, surpassing others of the same level. Second, Xiao Ming could control the sword weapon, causing his own sword to burst with domineering power, like a missile attacking his opponent. The speed of sword flying is really fast. If he encounters Lei Fang from the Lei family fortress again, he definitely won't be able to escape from my hands. Xiao Ming was full of confidence. The howling wind echoed in his ears, and the mountains and rivers were visible beneath his feet. The strong wind blew his long hair, seemingly jealous of his handsomeness. After playing in the world for a while and satisfying his desires, Xiao Ming reluctantly returned to his residence. Back in his room, Xiao Ming opened his life script attribute panel. With a flash of light, his information appeared before his eyes. Host, Xiao Ming. Realm, mid-stage of the origin energy realm. Fate, some luck, red, temporary luck. Physique, indestructible sword body, heavenly rank. Main cultivation technique, heavenly rank shocking heaven sword art, 3rd level. Martial skills, 100 shadow crazed slash, shattered moon slash, sword flying art. True chi attribute, thunder, gold. Martial skill, innate realm great river sword intent, partial mastery. Life script, the host possesses a red fate and is influenced by Hu Yunxi's extraordinary luck, resulting in a certain degree of change in his own destiny. Recent opportunities, the host is influenced by Hu Yunxi's extraordinary luck, increasing his luck and easily obtaining some small opportunities. I've cultivated the 3rd level of the sword technique. I wonder if I can awaken the Heavenly Guardian Sword and gain its recognition. Xiao Ming took a deep breath and began to activate the sword technique. Suddenly, an inexplicable attraction surged from within him, sweeping through the surroundings. At the same time, in the rarely visited and heavily guarded ancestral hall of the Spirit Sword Gate, the previously quiet Heavenly Guardian Sword once again emitted a dazzling golden light. Under the golden light, the blade of the Heavenly Guardian Sword trembled violently, as if it wanted to break free and soar into the sky once again. However, after the previous incident, Li Chongfeng and the others had placed numerous seals on the Heavenly Guardian Sword, so it could only restlessly stir but couldn't leave its original position. When the elder guarding the ancestral hall noticed the commotion, he immediately took out a sound transmission conch and urgently called Li Chongfeng and the others. After a while, sounds of breaking through the air rang out one after another, and Li Chongfeng and Su Tianming, along with a group of elders, arrived at the ancestral hall. No words were needed. Upon seeing the reaction of the Heavenly Guardian Sword, Li Chongfeng and the others understood everything. What's wrong with the Heavenly Guardian Sword? Why does it always want to fly away? Li Chongfeng was puzzled and said, "Let's all take action together and reinforce the seal. We must not let the Heavenly Guardian Sword escape again." "All right." Su Tianming and the others nodded in agreement. Immediately, a variety of colorful powers burst forth from Li Chongfeng and the others, and struck the blade of the Heavenly Guardian Sword, further strengthening the seal. Under the influence of the sealing power, the Heavenly Guardian Sword let out a mournful cry and finally became completely calm. On the other side, Xiao Ming's residence. Xiao Ming had been activating the sword technique for a full 10 minutes, but he still didn't see the Heavenly Guardian Sword or receive any feedback from it. Could it be that I haven't cultivated the sword technique deeply enough, or my luck isn't strong enough, so I didn't gain the recognition of the Heavenly Guardian Sword? Xiao Ming scratched his head. A trace of regret flashed across his handsome face. Chapter 29 Chance. Dacheng Sword Intent. Xiao Ming has not yet received recognition from the Heavenly Guardian Sword, but he is not discouraged. Anyway, he has the sword technique in his hands. If one attempt is not enough, then he will try multiple times. Xiao Ming believes that once he has cultivated the sword technique to a profound level, he will be able to activate the Heavenly Guardian Sword. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming temporarily puts aside the matter of the Heavenly Guardian Sword and looks at the various spiritual herbs and elixirs around him. After his recent cultivation, the 30,000-year-old spiritual herbs have not decreased, but the medium-grade elemental stones and white jade pills have been almost half consumed. Among them, many of the medicinal powers have not been fully utilized. Just now, in order to make further progress and break through to the later stage of the origin energy realm, Xiao Ming consumed a large number of elixirs, but he did not succeed in the breakthrough. The elixirs he consumed and the spiritual energy he absorbed were all wasted. It's a waste, but there will be plenty of opportunities to obtain cultivation resources in the future. Xiao Ming consoles himself. This is actually a helpless thought. Whether a martial artist can successfully advance is not only related to cultivation resources, but also to one's own luck. If the opportunity does not come, it cannot be forced. After organizing the remaining cultivation resources, Xiao Ming picks up the backpack containing wolf skins and the horn of the white tiger, and walks out of the room. He has completed the wolf skin task assigned by the sect and it is time to go to the hall to exchange contribution points. For any disciple of the Spirit Sword Gate, contribution points are very important because they can be exchanged for various cultivation resources, including weapons, elixirs, and martial arts techniques. Although Xiao Ming has gained recognition from his own sect master, there are many disciples in the Spirit Sword Gate, and it is impossible for the sect master to give all the resources to Xiao Ming. Because if that were the case, other elders and talented disciples would definitely feel dissatisfied. Unless Xiao Ming can demonstrate even more extraordinary talent in cultivation. Only then can he suppress all dissenting voices. But for now, Xiao Ming cannot achieve this. Leaving the room, Xiao Ming hurriedly arrived at the mission hall. After handing in hundreds of wind wolf skins and the horn of the tiger demon, Xiao Ming received a total of 500 low-grade elemental stones and 300 contribution points. Most of them were brought by the horn of the tiger demon. After completing the mission, Xiao Ming suddenly saw a familiar figure in the mission hall. It was Lin Feng. Lin Feng had also come to the mission hall at this time. And beside Lin Feng, there was a beautiful woman who followed him closely. She was Su Jin, the only daughter of Su Tianming. Su Jin was clinging to Lin Feng, enthusiastically chatting with him, resembling a lapdog. Seeing Lin Feng, the son of luck, almost instinctively, Xiao Ming activated the viewing function. Instantly, Lin Feng's life script appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Feng. Realm, Mid-Innate Realm. Destiny, Son of Luck, 9 colors, defying heaven and overthrowing Dao, 9 colors, surviving against all odds, 9 colors, forcing intelligence reduction, 9 colors, overflowing peach blossoms, 9 colors. Physique, transcendent sword body, earth rank. Main cultivation technique, Great Sun Sword Cannon. True Qi attribute, fire. Martial skill, shadow transformation technique. Life script, chosen by fate, heaven's beloved son. Opportunity 1, recently felt a breakthrough and will soon advance to the late innate realm. Opportunity 2, while on a mission, I unexpectedly discovered a martial artist's relic in the storm forest, obtaining many cultivation resources and advancing to the innate realm's great perfection stage. Opportunity 3, teaming up with others, I accepted the mission to assassinate Zhang Tianwu, the blood butcher, and went to the storm forest. In the intense battle, I dealt a fatal blow to Zhang Tianwu, successfully killing him and obtaining many cultivation resources and a fragment of a broken sword containing the Great River Sword intent. With the fragment of the broken sword, Lingjian cultivated the Great River Sword intent to the state of perfection. Opportunity 4. Opportunity 5. Xiao Ming squinted his eyes. He ignored Lingjian's numerous pieces of information and focused on Lingjian's third opportunity. Opportunity 3. Teaming up with others, I accepted the mission to assassinate Zhang Tianwu, the blood butcher, and went to the storm forest. In the intense battle, I dealt a fatal blow to Zhang Tianwu, successfully killing him and obtaining many cultivation resources and a fragment of a broken sword containing the Great River Sword intent. With the fragment of the broken sword, Lin Xiu cultivated the great river sword intent to the state of perfection. Blood Butcher Zhang Tianwu. Fragment of a broken sword containing the perfected sword intent. Xiao Ming also possessed the great river sword intent, but currently, he had only cultivated it to the early stage of the innate realm. He didn't expect to encounter an opportunity to obtain the perfected sword intent here. He wanted this opportunity. Just as Xiao Ming was contemplating, Lin Xiu also noticed Xiao Ming. Upon seeing Xiao Ming, Lin Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. Because he sensed Xiao Ming's powerful aura, Xiao Ming's aura was much stronger than his. After sensing Xiao Ming's extraordinary strength, a deep sense of helplessness arose in the depths of Lin Xiu's heart. He was proud of his exceptional talent. Since his luck returned to normal, his cultivation realm had been advancing by leaps and bounds. In a very short period of time, he had broken through to the mid-stage of the innate realm, and he could even advance to the later stage at any time. Such a terrifying cultivation speed could almost surpass the entire Spirit Sword Gate. But it was only almost. Because Xiao Ming's cultivation speed was even faster than his. Compared to the heaven-defying Xiao Ming, he seemed rather ordinary. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu's heart became even more complicated. He had never imagined that one day, as a peerless genius, he would be overshadowed by Xiao Ming. Just then. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Lin Xiu suddenly saw Xiao Ming accepting a certain mission on the task list and floating away. I wonder what mission he accepted. Let's go take a look. Out of curiosity, Lin Xiu brought Su Jin to the task list. Beside a certain mission on the task list were the words Xiao Ming. Go to the storm forest and exterminate the blood butcher Zhang Tianwu. The reward is... Hey? This is a public mission. Suddenly, Lin Xiu exclaimed. A public mission meant that anyone could accept it, without limitations on the number of attempts or participants. Whoever completed the mission first would receive the reward. Storm Forest, Blood Butcher Zhang Tianwu. Zhang Tianwu's strength is at the innate realm's great perfection. I'll also accept this mission. Saying that, Lin Xiu wrote his name beside it. Seeing this, Su Jin was shocked. Lin Xiu, are you going to take on this mission? The blood butcher Zhang Tianwu is a notorious evil cultivator, not only ruthless but also extremely powerful. This mission has been hanging for over 3 months, and many disciples within the sect have accepted it, but all have returned empty-handed. Several disciples were even killed by Zhang Tianwu. Oh? Is that so? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and said, if that's the case, then I'm even more interested. I want to prove that I'm not inferior to Xiao Ming. If he can do it, so can I. Saying that, Lin Xiu looked in the direction Xiao Ming had left, his gaze flickering. Chapter 30 Bomb the Blood Butcher, Devour the Orange Luck. Looking at the confident Lin Feng, Su Jin's eyes sparkled with fascination. He truly deserves to be the man she has set her sights on. Lin Feng is indeed charismatic. After thinking for a moment, Su Jin said, then I will accompany you to the storm forest. Zhang Tianwu is at the innate realm great perfection, and I am at the same level. I am not much weaker than him. With me helping you, our chances of winning will be greater. Lin Feng nodded. He was not stubborn. With Su Jin's help, things would naturally be better. The two of them then left the mission hall and headed straight for the storm forest. Not long after leaving the sect, Lin Feng suddenly felt a surge of power within him. He smoothly advanced to the later stage of the innate realm. Upon discovering his breakthrough, Lin Feng was overjoyed. With his promotion, his strength soared once again, and his confidence in defeating Zhang Tianwu increased. However, the premise was that he had to find Zhang Tianwu and defeat him before Xiao Ming did. On the other side, Xiao Ming directly displayed the sword flying technique, swiftly traversing through the sky. The howling wind echoed in his ears, and the clouds were visible in his line of sight. As he flew, Xiao Ming recalled the information about the blood butcher Zhang Tianwu. Zhang Tianyu was a notorious evil cultivator within a radius of hundreds of miles. He had reached the innate realm great perfection and specialized in a ground-level knife technique called the Blood Butcher Blade Art. Because the knife technique he practiced was extremely sinister, Zhang Tianyu needed to kill people on a regular basis to obtain a large amount of essence blood for cultivation. And the storm forest was Zhang Tianyu's lair. After flying for about half an hour, a vast forest that seemed endless appeared before Xiao Ming. This forest was quite peculiar, with many trees containing rich wind spiritual energy, causing occasional violent gusts of wind that made it difficult for ordinary people to enter. And this was one of the reasons why Zhang Tianyu had been hiding in the forest. Flying above the forest, Xiao Ming slowed down, his sharp eyes scanning the forest beneath him like a hunting hawk. After reaching the depths of the forest, Xiao Ming's eyes slightly narrowed. He smelled a strong scent of blood. Accompanied by the bloody smell, there was also a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy below. Someone was cultivating. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming shot down and landed in the densely covered forest. As he set foot on the ground, Xiao Ming's gaze swept across the area, only to see a dense mass of withered corpses. There were a large number of these corpses, regardless of gender or age. Some lay stiff on the ground, while others hung casually from tree branches. It was a scene straight out of hell. Without exception, these corpses had been drained of their essence blood, turning into dried corpses. Xiao Ming's face darkened as he walked towards the location of the spiritual energy fluctuations. As he continued deeper, more and more corpses came into Xiao Ming's view. In the end, Xiao Ming even saw the bodies of many martial artists, and there were even a few disciples wearing Spirit Sword Gate outer sect attire among them. Xiao Ming's expression grew even darker. After walking for about 10 minutes, a large open space suddenly appeared in front of the forest, filled with a small mountain of corpses composed of thousands of bodies. A middle-aged man with a sword at his waist and a bloody aura was currently sitting cross-legged on the mountain of corpses. His eyes were slightly closed, and his robe fluttered without wind, emitting strong fluctuations of spiritual energy. "Are you the blood butcher, Zhang Tianyu?" Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow and asked. As he spoke, Xiao Ming activated the script viewing function, and the information about the middle-aged man appeared before his eyes. Name: Zhang Tianyu, Blood Butcher. Realm: Innate Realm Great Perfection. Fate: Quite Lucky, Orange. Main Cultivation Technique: Blood Butcher Blade Art, Consummation. Auxiliary Body Technique: Wind Spirit Steps, Minor Consummation. Life Script: Zhang Tianyu, who grew up without parents and faced a difficult life, developed a ruthless personality. After obtaining the Blood Butcher Blade Art, he embarked on an evil life of killing and extracting essence blood. Recent opportunity: being targeted by Xiao Ming from Spirit Sword Gate, there is a high possibility of danger and downfall. Just as Xiao Ming was checking the information of the middle-aged man, the middle-aged man sitting on the corpse mountain finished his cultivation and opened his eyes. His eyes were different from ordinary people, they were blood red, like the eyes of a wild beast. "Not bad, I am Zhang Tianyu, and who are you?" the middle-aged man asked hoarsely. Xiao Ming smiled lightly, drew out the furious thunder sword, and said, "You don't need to know my name, because the dead don't need to know too much." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ming stomped heavily on the ground and rushed towards Zhang Tianyu like a cannonball. Zhang Tianyu was suddenly startled. With his rich combat experience, he instantly judged that Xiao Ming was extraordinary just from this move. Because Xiao Ming's strength and speed were too formidable. However, Zhang Tianyu was not afraid. He was confident in his own strength and had also cultivated the Blood Butcher knife technique. Even if he faced an early-stage origin energy realm expert, he could still fight. "Good. Kid, today I will drain your essence and help me advance in cultivation." Zhang Tianyu laughed heartily, immediately drew out the long knife at his waist, and fiercely attacked Xiao Ming like a fierce tiger. Clang! A deafening sound of metal collision resounded. Zhang Tianyu held the knife with both hands and engaged in a close-quarters clash with Xiao Ming, purely a contest of strength. However, as soon as the sword and knife made contact, Zhang Tianyu inwardly exclaimed that something was not right. He was horrified to find that he seemed to have struck a mountain peak. Then, an extremely strong counterforce surged out, instantly sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Zhang Tianyu flew back in a sorry state. He looked down and saw his long knife buzzing, and his hands were trembling from the powerful force. You are actually a strong expert in the origin energy realm. Zhang Tianyu looked up in fear, his face filled with astonishment as he looked at Xiao Ming. Now you know? It's too late. Xiao Ming sneered, flicked his palm, and the furious thunder sword in his palm shot out like a guided missile, carrying a sword aura capable of splitting mountains. This was sword control technique. Sword control technique not only allowed Xiao Ming to fly, but also allowed him to manipulate the sword to kill his enemies. Boom! Boom! Wherever the furious thunder sword passed, the vitality trembled, and the air resounded with continuous booming. Zhang Tianyu's uncontrollable hairs stood on end. A death crisis that he had never experienced before covered his heart. Without thinking, Zhang Tianyu desperately swung his knife, slashing out more than a dozen blood-red sword lights, and then turned his head and ran without looking back. His intuition told him that he was no match for Xiao Ming. If he stayed here and fought head-on, there would only be a dead end. Zhang Tianyu's reaction was not slow, but he was still a step too late. Xiao Ming's furious thunder sword had an astonishing sword aura. With an unstoppable momentum, it easily shattered the dozens of blood-colored sword lights, and then, with lightning speed, it struck towards the fleeing Zhang Tianyu. Ah! A miserable scream. Zhang Tianyu, who had just turned his head to escape, looked down and saw the sharp tip of the sword already piercing through his chest. The meter-long sword penetrated from his back and came out from his chest. I was careless. Zhang Tianyu muttered with a corner of his mouth, then his head tilted and he fell straight to the ground. Thick blood spread from his chest, staining the nearby ground red. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu, who had committed many evil deeds, completely lost his breath. Xiao Ming sneered. He walked up to Zhang Tianyu's corpse and saw a faint orange-colored magical gas that others couldn't perceive emanating from the body, entering Xiao Ming's body. This is Zhang Tianyu's orange luck. After killing Zhang Tianyu, Xiao Ming absorbed his luck. After devouring the orange luck, Xiao Ming first drew out his own sword and then searched the body. After killing the enemy, naturally, one had to loot the corpse. After a moment, a pile of things was found by Xiao Ming, including a fragment of a broken sword. Found it. This is the broken sword that contains the great accomplishment Sword Intent. Chapter 31 Dachan Sword Intent, Win Spiritual Step. His gaze swept over. Only to see that this broken sword was about half a meter long, and it was obviously a part of the broken sword fragments that Xiao Ming had obtained before. Only the length was slightly longer. In addition to the broken sword, Xiao Ming also obtained a pile of miscellaneous items. Among the miscellaneous items, the most valuable were several bottles of cultivation-enhancing pills and 2 secret manuals. As for Zhang Tianyu's personal sword, after the clash of swords just now, there were already numerous cracks on the blade. Basically, it was useless. However, this long sword could serve as proof of completing the mission. After all, it was Zhang Tianyu's personal sword. After collecting the long sword and other miscellaneous items, Xiao Ming opened the medicine bottle and poured out the pills to take a look. They were pale red royal grade pills. These were pills commonly used by innate realm warriors, and their medicinal power was still abundant. But for Xiao Ming, who was already in the mid-origin energy realm, they seemed a bit low level. However, if Yunxi were to take them, they should have some effect. After collecting the pills, Xiao Ming looked at the 2 secret manuals. Both of these secret manuals were Earth-grade martial arts. One of them was blood red in color, with the 4 characters blood slaughter knife technique written on the cover. The other one was a blue-green color, and it was a earth-grade body technique called Wind Spirit Steps. Xiao Ming already possessed the Imperial grade Shocking Heaven sword art, so he wasn't interested in the blood slaughter knife technique, but he was quite curious about the Wind Spirit Steps. If he were to cultivate it, his strength would definitely be stronger. However, this was not a good place for cultivation, because the stench of corpses filled the air, mixed with a pungent smell of blood. With a flick of his sleeve, Xiao Ming threw out the furious thunder sword, then stepped on the long sword and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. After Xiao Ming had been gone for a long time, Lin Feng and Su Jin arrived on horseback. Seeing the withered corpses around them and Zhang Tianwu lying lifeless on the ground, Lin Feng and Su Jin both showed a shocked expression at the same time. The two looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Lin Feng, look at the body on the ground, this person looks so much like Zhang Tianwu in the portrait. Su Jin whispered. Lin Feng let out a long sigh, we arrived too late. At the same time, Xiao Ming flew on his sword and arrived at an unnamed mountain peak. After confirming that there was no one else around to disturb him, Xiao Ming found a clean and flat boulder and sat cross-legged. Then he took out the newly obtained broken sword fragments. Holding the broken sword, Xiao Ming mobilized the true qi in his body and crazily poured it into the broken sword, while closely watching the exquisite sword patterns on it. Soon, something strange happened. The dense layers of sword patterns on the broken sword seemed to come alive, trembling violently, and then a fierce and domineering aura suddenly gushed out from inside the broken sword. The aura soared into the sky, tearing through the clouds like a sharp sword. In the next moment, the void in front of Xiao Ming trembled, revealing a broad river of sword qi. Compared to the first time he saw the river of sword qi, this time it was even wider, emitting a more piercing sword intent, making people fearful. The river of sword qi crossed in front of Xiao Ming like this, seeming illusory yet substantial, extremely miraculous. At the same time, the sword qi in the river also started to move, like lively big fish, swimming around in the river. Xiao Ming took a deep breath, then extended a finger and lightly tapped the river of sword qi. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly resounded. The river of sword qi, as if finding a vent, all the sword qi rushed towards Xiao Ming's fingertips, pouring into his body one after another. Xiao Ming felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body trembling uncontrollably. After about a minute, the sword energy of the great river completely flooded Xiao Ming's body, and everything returned to normal. After absorbing the sword energy of the great river, Xiao Ming's whole body emitted a dazzling sword aura. The giant rock he was sitting on was shattered by the impact of the sword aura, turning into dust with a loud bang. Feeling the changes in his body, Xiao Ming stood up satisfied. At this moment, he had already cultivated the great river sword intent to the state of perfection. Deep within his dantian, powerful and domineering sword energy filled it. Looking around, Xiao Ming saw a small hill in the distance. The hill was several tens of meters high and made entirely of hard rocks. With a slight smile, Xiao Ming extended his finger and pointed it heavily at the small hill. Crack! A thick sword energy shot out from his fingertip, carrying a powerful and domineering sword aura as it struck. Boom! A deafening explosion. The small hill was instantly blasted apart by his powerful sword energy. For a moment, countless fragments spread in all directions, and dust filled the air. Wow, the power of this sword energy is really formidable. With just a casual strike now, I'm afraid I can seriously injure or even kill a warrior of the same level. Xiao Ming's face once again revealed a satisfied smile. However, his cultivation was not yet complete. After mastering the Great River Sword intent, he took out the Wind Spirit Step Manual. Opening the manual, Xiao Ming earnestly began his cultivation. After about 20 minutes, Xiao Ming closed the manual, and then his figure flickered. He transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Swish! The sound of the wind passing by. Xiao Ming suddenly appeared hundreds of meters away, but as soon as his figure appeared, he disappeared again, appearing out of thin air 100 meters to the left. Then suddenly disappearing and reappearing in a new location. Xiao Ming would sometimes be on the left, sometimes on the right, sometimes in the valley, sometimes on the treetop. His whole person was like a gust of wind with extremely fast speed, making it impossible to predict. The sound of the wind ceased. Xiao Ming revealed his clear figure. It truly deserves to be the earth-ranked body technique, Wind Spirit Step. I have already cultivated it to a perfect state, which means my speed is extremely fast now. I can appear and disappear unpredictably. If I were to face a warrior of the same level, I'm afraid they wouldn't even have a chance to react and would be easily killed by me. Feeling emotional, Xiao Ming opened his life script. His information appeared. Host, Xiao Ming. Realm, mid-stage of the Origin Energy Realm. Fate, quite lucky, orange, temporary luck, temporary. Physique, indestructible sword body, heavenly rank. Main cultivation technique, Imperial shocking heaven sword art, 3rd level, heavenly rank. Body technique, Wind Spirit Step, earth rank. Martial skills, 100 shadow crazed slash, shattered moon slash, sword control technique. Special martial skill, Great River Sword intent of the Origin Energy Realm, perfected. True Chi attribute, thunder, metal. Life script, the host killed the blood butcher Zhang Tianwu, devoured his orange luck, and was also influenced by Hu Yunxi's extraordinary luck, resulting in a certain degree of change in his own destiny. Recent opportunities, the host was influenced by Hu Yunxi's extraordinary luck, increasing his luck and easily obtaining some small opportunities. Orange luck. Perfected Great River Sword intent. Earth-ranked body technique, Wind Spirit Step. This mission in the stormy forest has brought Xiao Ming many gains. Compared to when he arrived, his strength has greatly increased. The mission is complete. It's time to go back. Xiao Ming looked up at the sky, then swung his furious thunder sword and soared into the sky. Chapter 32 Dare to bully my maid? Court Death. The long sword pierced through the air, like a shooting star, heading straight for the residence of Spirit Sword Gate. After about half an hour, Xiao Ming returned to the sect. Then he went straight to the mission hall. Arriving at the hall, Xiao Ming found the staff responsible for assigning tasks and handed over Zhang Tianwu's sword, as well as a bunch of items that could verify his identity. This included the blood slaughter sword technique. You killed the blood slaughter hand Zhang Tianwu and completed the mission. The staff was surprised, looking at the pile of items in front of them with an astonished expression. Is there a problem? Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. It's just. Zhang Tianwu is a very tricky evil cultivator. He is powerful. Although he is only at the innate realm great perfection, the intelligence says he is capable of fighting against early-stage Origin Energy Realm experts. How did you manage to do it? The staff couldn't help but ask. Xiao Ming didn't say anything. Instead, he trembled slightly, and immediately, a powerful aura of mid-stage Origin Energy Realm surged out from his body. Feeling this aura, the staff suddenly realized. So that's how. You are a mid-stage Origin Energy Realm expert. Killing a mere Zhang Tianwu is naturally not a problem. I was overthinking it. Saying that, the staff quickly transferred contribution points and elemental stones as rewards to Xiao Ming. Taking the mission rewards, Xiao Ming left the mission hall. Although he mainly killed Zhang Tianwu for the Great River Sword intent, it was also a happy thing to receive so many rewards. Just like an ordinary person never thinks they have too much money, any martial artist hopes to have as many cultivation resources as possible. Leaving the mission hall, Xiao Ming went straight to his residence courtyard. Suddenly, Xiao Ming's figure paused. Beside the road, he found a bag full of elemental stones, not knowing who had lost it. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming collected the elemental stones and a smile appeared on his face. Recently, he had been lucky, often finding valuable things and unexpectedly gaining some small fortune. No need to think. All of this was brought by Hu Yunxi's luck. Soon, Xiao Ming approached his residence, and from a distance, he saw a crowd of people gathered at the entrance of his courtyard, including Hu Yunxi. Hu Yunxi was surrounded by a group of male disciples, extremely helpless. What was even more excessive was that these male disciples were actually touching and teasing Hu Yunxi. Some were pulling on Hu Yunxi's fox ears, some were playing with Hu Yunxi's tail from behind. The group of people were laughing and joking. And Hu Yunxi was already crying, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming immediately became furious. How dare these bastards bully his maid, they were simply tired of living. You bastards! Are you looking to die? Xiao Ming shouted, his figure flickered, and he shot forward like a gust of wind. Smack! 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 Bang! Xiao Ming used both his hands and feet, slapping and kicking all the male disciples who hadn't reacted yet. In an instant, the entrance of the courtyard was cleared. Hu Yunxi, who was crying in grievance, only felt a figure flash before her eyes. Following the crisp sound, those male disciples who had bullied her were all sent flying. Only then did she see Xiao Ming clearly. Young master? Young master, you're finally back. Woo woo woo. Hu Yunxi instinctively hugged Xiao Ming's thigh, venting her grievances as she sobbed. It's all right now. With me here, I won't let anyone bully you. Xiao Ming gently stroked Hu Yunxi's head, comforting her in a soft voice. At the same time, his face became even more gloomy, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. How dare these dogs unite to bully Hu Yunxi while he was not at home? Such wickedness deserves death. Even if the sect master himself were to come today, he wouldn't be able to save them. With a cold glance around, Xiao Ming saw that this group of people had already panicked and crawled up from the ground, each with a swollen nose and a bleeding mouth. One of the leaders angrily stared at Xiao Ming and said with resentment, "Who do you think you are, daring to attack us? Do you know who I am?" "That's right. Daring to attack us, you're looking for trouble. Zhang big brother, teach this kid a lesson and avenge us." The others also shouted arrogantly. Xiao Ming laughed in anger. All these people were at the innate realm, and even the leader was only at the mid-stage of the innate realm. Such strength was nothing more than that of an outer disciple at the Spirit Sword Gate. Now they dared to shout at him. If he didn't show them some color, they wouldn't know how formidable Xiao Ming was. Just as Xiao Ming was about to make a move and kill them all, Hu Yunxi suddenly tugged at Xiao Ming's clothes. "Master, let it go. They outnumber us, we will suffer." Hu Yunxi whispered. Before Xiao Ming could react, these outer disciples became excited. "Hee hee, scared, huh? Knew you wouldn't dare to mess with us. Quickly apologize to Zhang big brother. You're finished, absolutely finished. Daring to provoke us, today you won't be able to leave." Arrogant voices kept coming. These outer disciples seemed to be convinced that they could suppress Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming sneered. With a wave of his palm, a dense sword energy burst out from his palm, sharp as a torrential rain, sweeping towards the surroundings. Bang bang bang! A series of muffled sounds of hitting flesh echoed. Except for the leader named Zheng, the others didn't even have a chance to scream before they were pierced through the chest by Xiao Ming's sword energy and killed on the spot. For a moment, bodies fell in a large area. The strong smell of blood filled the air. Zheng, the disciple named Zheng, was stunned, like a statue, staring blankly at Xiao Ming. After a moment, he finally reacted and couldn't help but step back, his voice trembling, You're not an outer disciple of the innate realm, you're a powerful expert of the origin energy realm. How dare you kill in public? The sect rules prohibit disciples from killing each other, and you actually killed so many people. Xiao Ming couldn't be bothered to listen to his nagging. With a grab of his palm, the power within him turned into a true qi palm, grabbing the man and bringing him in front of Hu Yunxi. Kneel down and apologize. Zheng, the man, trembled uncontrollably. He looked at Hu Yunxi, who had a surprised expression and covered her mouth, and then at Xiao Ming, who was full of killing intent. Then, his knees went weak, and he knelt down. I am Zheng Peng, I was blind and offended senior brother and this junior sister. I was foolish and ignorant. Please forgive me, senior brother and junior sister. As he spoke, Zheng Peng kowtowed heavily in front of Hu Yunxi. Hu Yunxi widened her beautiful eyes. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction and revenge surged through her heart. Looking at Zheng Peng kneeling and apologizing in front of her, Hu Yunxi was extremely happy. Was this the benefit and pleasure brought by being powerful? Master is amazing. Just then, a figure suddenly flew from a distance and arrived in front of Xiao Ming in an instant. It was an elder of the sect. The elder looked at the bodies on the ground and instantly became furious. Who dared to massacre disciples of the sect? The elder angrily shouted, the sect has rules that disciples are not allowed to kill each other. Who did this? It was him, it was him. As soon as he saw the elder, Zheng Peng, who had been kneeling, stood up with a bang. He pointed at Xiao Ming and cursed, it was this little BD who killed so many fellow disciples. This kid is lawless. I beg the elder to take action. Upon hearing this, the elder looked over. Hu Yunxi shrank her body in fear, and the pleasure she had just felt disappeared. Fear surged in her heart again. But Xiao Ming stood with his hands behind his back, facing the elder's gaze, proud and unyielding. Chapter 33 Hu Yunxi Favorability plus 30. Xiao Ming was not at all afraid of the approaching elder law enforcer. Firstly, he did not actively provoke trouble. Secondly, even if he were to be punished by the elder law enforcer, or even expelled from the sect, Xiao Ming would not regret it. It would be worth it to leave Spirit Sword Gate for Hu Yunxi, who was the reincarnation of the Empress. At this moment, Zheng Peng was extremely pleased. It was a strict rule within the sect that disciples were not allowed to kill each other, and it was an unforgivable offense. Yet, Xiao Ming, in a fit of anger, actually killed so many disciples. It was simply outrageous. Even though he was a strong cultivator in the origin energy realm, he could not escape punishment from the sect. He might even be expelled from the sect. Zheng Peng had a smug look on his face, eagerly awaiting Xiao Ming's punishment from the elder law enforcer. However, what happened next made Zheng Peng question his life. Upon seeing Xiao Ming, the elder law enforcer first froze for a moment, then awkwardly said, "So it's Xiao Zhen's true disciple, Xiao Zhen's true disciple. Why did you have such a violent outburst and kill your fellow disciples?" The tone of the elder law enforcer was gentle, more like a calm conversation than a reprimand. He had seen how terrifying Xiao Ming was. Xiao Ming was not only the personal disciple of the sect leader, but also had extremely high talent in cultivation. He might become the core pillar of the sect in the future. Therefore, the elder law enforcer did not dare to easily offend Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming looked up and said, "These bastards took advantage of my absence and bullied my maid. Their crimes deserve death. I killed them in self-defense. I asked the elder law enforcer, what did I do wrong? Is that what happened? Then it's fine," the elder law enforcer said with a smile. Beside them, Zheng Peng's eyes widened. Xiao Zhen's true disciple? True disciple? The person in front of him was actually a true disciple. Wasn't he only in the origin energy realm? How did he inexplicably become a true disciple? In Spirit Sword Gate, ordinary disciples in the origin energy realm were only inner disciples. To become a true disciple, one had to at least cultivate to the core lake stage. And that wasn't even the most important thing. The most important thing was that this matter was just brushed aside so lightly. Even if Xiao Ming was a true disciple, after killing so many fellow disciples, he should still be punished by the sect. Elder Law Enforcer, I refuse to accept this. Zhang Peng shouted, even if he is a true disciple, he can't be so arrogant. He killed so many fellow disciples. I ask the elder to enforce the law strictly. Strictly my A. The elder law enforcer said angrily, you people provoked first, and Xiao Zhen's true disciple only retaliated in self-defense. If you continue to cause trouble here, I'll deal with you first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Peng was immediately silenced. He realized that something was wrong. Clearly, the elder law enforcer was trying to please Xiao Ming. According to the sect's rules, even if Xiao Ming was acting in self-defense, his retaliation was excessive. Fine, I admit defeat this time. Zhang Peng was indignant and turned to leave. However, Xiao Ming let out a cold laugh. You want to leave? It's not that easy. With a flick of his hand, a sharp sword energy burst out from his palm. Bang! Zhang Peng's arm was instantly shattered by the sword energy, and he was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Why are you still attacking me? Zhang Peng covered his painful wound, his face filled with shock and fear. When you saw the elder law enforcer coming, you immediately changed your tune, trying to use the elder law enforcer to suppress me, Xiao Ming sneered. That move just now was to teach you a lesson. Remember, my name is Xiao Ming, and I am someone you can't afford to provoke. Senior Xiao, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please spare me. Zhang Peng looked at Xiao Ming, who was filled with anger, and then at the elder law enforcer who stood by and did nothing. His expression changed immediately, and he quickly begged for mercy. Humph, a fence-sitter like you, get lost. Yes, yes, I'll leave now, I'll leave right away. Zhang Peng lowered his head and covered his wound before running away quickly. Meanwhile, the elder law enforcer remained expressionless after Xiao Ming suddenly took action, as if he hadn't seen anything. After Zhang Peng had left, the elder law enforcer smiled and chatted with Xiao Ming for a while before leaving in a flash. After seeing off the elder law enforcer, Xiao Ming returned to the courtyard with Hu Yunxi. Closing the door, Xiao Ming asked, what exactly happened today? With her head lowered, Hu Yunxi timidly said, I saw some leaves and dust piled up at the entrance, so I took a broom to clean it up. After I finished cleaning, those people saw me and started coming over to bully me. Master, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have caused trouble for you. At this point, Hu Yunxi almost burst into tears. Xiao Ming patted Hu Yunxi's head gently and said softly, I didn't mean to blame you, I just wanted to understand the whole story. Well, you have a unique appearance, so it's better not to go out casually in the future to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hu Yunxi was petite and cute, with a pair of fox ears and a beautiful fox tail behind her. Such a well-behaved little fox girl was indeed eye-catching. Yes. I understand, I won't cause trouble for master anymore. Hu Yunxi nodded firmly. Then she added, Master, you were so domineering just now. Thank you for helping me out. As soon as she finished speaking, the system's prompt suddenly sounded in Xiao Ming's mind. The host helped Hu Yunxi and gained plus 30 favor ability from Hu Yunxi. Xiao Ming was slightly stunned. Then he felt overjoyed. Favor ability had just increased like this? And it increased by a full 30 points. Adding the previous favor ability, Hu Yunxi's favor ability towards him had reached 50 points. At this moment, Xiao Ming suddenly hoped that Zhang Peng, who had rolled far away, would continue to be stubborn. This way, he could increase Hu Yunxi's favor ability even more. On the other hand, Zhang Peng returned to his residence with a pale face. After swallowing a pill that could stop the bleeding and stabilizing his injuries, Zhang Peng became more and more angry as he thought about it. Since joining the Spirit Sword Gate, he had never been humiliated and severely injured like this before. Even his arm had been forcibly severed. No, I can't swallow this anger. That Xiao Ming may only be in the origin energy realm, and I'm not his match, but my big brother can be. I will ask my big brother to help me seek revenge. Furious, Zhang Peng gritted his teeth and immediately rushed to his big brother's residence. Zhang Peng's big brother was named Zhang Jian and had already cultivated to the peak of the origin energy realm. He was a well-known inner disciple. Speaking of which, the reason Zhang Peng dared to cause trouble everywhere in the Spirit Sword Gate and had some followers was not because of his own mediocre strength, but because he had Zhang Jian backing him up. Zhang Peng quickly found Zhang Jian and roughly explained the situation. Zhang Jian was immediately furious. This guy named Xiao Ming has gone too far. Zhang Jian angrily said, "Don't worry, little brother, I will teach him a lesson for you and make him pay the price." After a pause, Zhang Jian added, "Are you sure Xiao Ming is only in the origin energy realm?" "Sure." Zhang Peng nodded and said, "But Xiao Ming seems to be a true disciple with a high status." Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain flashed across Zhang Jian's face. A true disciple? Humph, when I reach the core lake realm, I will also be a true disciple. So, there's no need to fear his identity. So, big brother, what are you planning to do? Will you disable his arm to avenge me? Zhang Peng asked with a gloomy expression. However, Zhang Jian shook his head. The sect strictly prohibits disciples from killing each other. I can't directly cripple him. However, the sect has the life and death platform to resolve conflicts. Zhang Jian sneered, "I will publicly kill Xiao Ming in front of all the disciples. I want to let other disciples know that Zhang Jian is not to be trifled with." A true disciple? So what? If his strength is not enough, he will still be a dead soul under my spear. Saying that, Zhang Jian picked up a large green iron spear and, guided by Zhang Peng, headed straight towards Xiao Ming's location with an imposing manner. Chapter 34 Duel on the Stage of Life and Death. Soon, Zhang Jian and Zhang Peng, the two brothers, arrived at Xiao Ming's small courtyard. Looking at the tightly closed gate, Zhang Jian sneered. Then he kicked it. With a loud bang, the sturdy gate was instantly shattered by the kick, and countless fragments fell like goose feathers in a flurry, covering the ground. "Where is Xiao Ming? I want to fight you to the death!" Zhang Jian shouted loudly. Before the sound could even fade, a figure shot out from the main house like a gust of wind and appeared in front of Zhang Jian in an instant. The figure was tall and handsome, it was Xiao Ming. However, Xiao Ming's face was full of anger, his eyes almost spewing fire. No one would be in a good mood after having their gate kicked in. "I am Xiao Ming, and who are you?" Xiao Ming's gaze swept over the person next to him, Zhang Peng, and he had a vague idea of what was going on. "I am Zhang Jian, Zhang Peng's older brother." Zhang Jian stood proudly with his gun and said arrogantly, "You bullied my brother, and today I have come to seek justice." "Oh? What do you want to do?" Xiao Ming suddenly became interested. "I want to fight you to the death." Zhang Jian said provocatively, "Do you dare to sign and seal with me, to determine life and death?" As he spoke, Zhang Jian took out a pen and paper from his pocket and quickly wrote down his name. Then he threw the pen and paper to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming was familiar with life and death battles. As the name suggests, a life and death battle is a fight to determine life and death. The fight only ends when one party falls. Some grudges cannot be reconciled and can only be resolved in this way. At this moment, Yunxi, the little fox girl, ran out of the main house in panic. She grabbed Xiao Ming's clothes and whispered, "Master, please don't agree to him, I'm scared." "It's okay, this person is not my match." Xiao Ming patted Yunxi's head and comforted her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian on the opposite side couldn't help but sneer. He had already sensed Xiao Ming's cultivation level, which was only at the mid-stage of the origin energy realm. While he, Zhang Jian, had already cultivated to the peak of the origin energy realm. There was a difference of 2 small realms between them. Zhang Jian had enough confidence to defeat and crush Xiao Ming. Enough talk, do you dare to duel with me? Zhang Jian impatiently said, if you dare not, then cut off one of your arms and go to the square in front of the sect to apologize to my brother in front of all the disciples. Then I will reluctantly let you go. It's just a life and death battle, why wouldn't I dare? Xiao Ming picked up the pen and signed his name on the life and death agreement. Good. This is your voluntary decision to duel, don't say that I bullied you. Zhang Jian held his spear and sneered, I'll be waiting for you on the life and death stage. Saying that, Zhang Jian turned and left. Zhang Peng, who was next to him, glared fiercely at Xiao Ming and quickly followed. The worry in Hu Yunxi's eyes became even stronger. She had no family or friends, only Xiao Ming as her friend. If Xiao Ming made a mistake, the peaceful life she had finally obtained would disappear. Master, it's all my fault. I caused trouble for you. Can you not go to the life and death battle? Hu Yunxi looked up at Xiao Ming with worried eyes. It's okay, just stay at home honestly and wait for me to come back. Xiao Ming smiled and then quickened his pace, walking towards the position of the life and death platform. Watching Xiao Ming's figure getting farther and farther away, Hu Yunxi became more worried, with mist gathering in her eyes. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Ming arrived at the life and death platform and leaped up. Looking around, the surroundings of the life and death platform were already filled with a large number of disciples, who were constantly whispering to each other. Someone actually initiated a life and death battle. I've been in the sect for almost 5 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone challenging life and death. Who hasn't? Life and death battle, a fight to the death. It seems that someone will definitely fall today. I know Zhang Jian, the one with the gun, but who is this kid who just stepped onto the stage? I'm not familiar with him. It seems to be someone called Xiao Ming. It's a pity, this guy is exceptionally handsome, but only at the mid-stage of the origin energy realm. Mid-stage of the origin energy realm? That's not good. Zhang Jian has already cultivated to the peak of the origin energy realm. One after another, voices of discussion rang out. Lin Feng also arrived at the life and death platform, accompanied by the quite beautiful Su Jin. Junior brother Lin Feng, who do you think will win between these two? Su Jin asked. Lin Feng looked at the arrogant Zhang Jian and then at the calm Xiao Ming before whispering, my intuition tells me that senior brother Xiao Ming will defeat Zhang Jian and have the last laugh. Oh? Why is that? Su Jin was stunned for a moment and instinctively said, Zhang Jian is a well-known inner disciple, and he has already reached the peak of the origin energy realm. His strength should not be underestimated. Before she finished speaking, Lin Feng retorted, for true strong individuals, this difference in cultivation level is not a problem. Since I've known senior brother Xiao Ming, he has repeatedly obtained many opportunities. From this, it can be seen that he is a person with great luck. Such a person can definitely challenge and even kill opponents of higher realms. Pausing for a moment, Lin Feng added, the question is how long it will take for senior brother Xiao Ming to defeat Zhang Jian. That's what I'm truly interested in. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Jin fell into deep thought. Further away, the sect master Li Chongfeng, the elder Su Tianming, and a group of elders stood at a distance, all watching Zhang Jian and Xiao Ming on the life and death platform. They had received the news and came specifically to watch. Because within the Spirit Sword Gate, life and death duels were not a common occurrence, let alone one involving Xiao Ming. Compared to Zhang Jian at the peak of the origin energy realm, Xiao Ming's cultivation level is a bit low, only at the mid-stage. One elder said. So what? Xiao Ming is the disciple of our sect master, he will definitely win. Li Chongfeng said confidently. Upon hearing this, Su Tianming and the others nodded slightly. They all recognized Xiao Ming's strength. Guess how long it will take for Xiao Ming to defeat Zhang Jian? At this moment, an elder smiled and said. There is a difference of 2 small realms, so it will probably take at least a quarter of an hour. Su Tianming hesitated. A quarter of an hour is 15 minutes, not too long or too short, just right. Li Chongfeng thought for a moment and said, I think it will take at most half an hour for Zhang Jian to be defeated. Half an hour? Sect Master, are you too confident in Xiao Ming? Zhang Jian is not an easy opponent. That's right, Sect Master. Although Xiao Ming is extraordinary, he has only recently advanced to the origin energy realm. Even if he can defeat Zhang Jian, he will definitely face a tough battle. Wait. Look, the 2 on the life and death platform are making a move. Chapter 35 Kill Zhang Jian and devour the yellow luck. Life and death on the stage. Zhang Jian twisted his neck, and immediately, a series of crackling joint sounds resounded. He held the gun with one hand and looked at Xiao Ming on the opposite side with a sneer. Xiao, you dare to duel with me to the death. Hehe, you brought this upon yourself, can't blame anyone else. Before his words fell, Zhang Jian stomped heavily on the ground, rushing towards Xiao Ming like a cannonball, while the large iron gun in his hand swung wildly, instantly thrusting out hundreds of thick gun shadows. The gun shadows were dense and accompanied by scorching fire intent, sweeping towards Xiao Ming like a sea of fire. Seeing this scene, the people below the stage exclaimed. This is the royal grade top-notch gun technique, the Blaze Origin gun technique. The Blaze Origin gun technique is Zhang Jian's ultimate martial skill. I didn't expect him to use this move at the beginning of the battle. Once the Blaze Origin gun technique is used, it becomes an unstoppable sea of fire. If Xiao Ming doesn't have a corresponding countermeasure, he will suffer a great loss. There was a lot of discussion below the stage. At this moment, Zhang Jian's dense gun shadows had already approached within 3 zhang of Xiao Ming. Although the gun shadows had not yet touched Xiao Ming, the accompanying scorching fire intent had already slightly curled his hair. And Xiao Ming, until now, had not counterattacked, just standing in place, holding the long sword in his hand, with a calm expression. In the eyes of others and Zhang Jian, it seemed that Xiao Ming was too scared to move. Just then, a breeze suddenly blew. The wind rose, and people moved. Xiao Ming's body swayed slightly, accompanied by the sound of the wind, and disappeared on the spot. Hey! Such fast footwork! Zhang Jian was greatly surprised. He quickly looked around, but couldn't find any trace of Xiao Ming. Subconsciously, Zhang Jian retracted the thrust of his long gun and switched to a defensive stance. The sound of the wind surrounded him. But Xiao Ming was still nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Zhang Jian's expression changed. He suddenly turned his head and fiercely stabbed behind him. I sense you. Die! Zhang Jian shouted loudly, and a meter-long thick gun radiance emerged from the sharp tip of his gun. Sure enough, behind Zhang Jian, an illusory figure appeared. Crack! The large gun radiance exploded this figure, and the figure dissipated as if it had never appeared. Seeing this situation, Zhang Jian instantly became alert. The one he stabbed was just a phantom, not the real Xiao Ming. He fell for it. I'm here. A leisurely voice suddenly sounded above Zhang Jian's head. The voice was faint, but to Zhang Jian, it sounded like a ghostly voice. Zhang Jian's hair stood on end from the shock, and he instinctively raised his gun to stab. But it was a bit too late. Xiao Ming appeared behind him in the air, and a majestic river of sword qi emerged. In an instant, all the river of sword qi poured into his sword. Slash! Holding the furious thunder sword, Xiao Ming, in a commanding position, unleashed 2 incredibly powerful sword techniques in one breath. In the next moment, hundreds of dense sword shadows, accompanied by dazzling lightning and sharp golden radiance, engulfed Zhang Jian like a torrential rain. This was the 100 Shadow Frenzy. After the 100 Shadow Frenzy, a moon-shaped sword chi over a meter long shot out. This was the shattered moon slash. Boom! 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 At this moment, it was like countless shells exploding at the same time, causing a series of ear-piercing explosions. The 100 shadow frenzy poured down, shattering the large iron gun in Zhang Jian's hand, blasting Zhang Jian into a bloody mess, blood spraying everywhere. Then, in Zhang Jian's terrified gaze, the golden crescent-shaped sword chi struck. Bang! Zhang Jian was heavily hit by the crescent-shaped sword chi, the immense force sent him flying off the stage of life and death, and the majestic sword chi pierced through his chest, passing through his body from his back. Zhang Jian was almost cut in half by the sword chi. In the eyes of countless shocked gazes, Zhang Jian lay straight on the ground, foaming at the mouth. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Then his head tilted, and he died completely. From the moment Xiao Ming and Zhang Jian started fighting until now, it seemed that they had frequent exchanges, but in fact, only a few breaths had passed. In the eyes of many, they felt that the two in the arena had just begun to fight, and then they saw Zhang Jian being blasted away and dying on the stage. The process was extremely short. After killing Zhang Jian, Xiao Ming sheathed his sword and coldly looked at Zhang Jian's body on the ground. A yellow luck emerged from Zhang Jian's body and entered Xiao Ming's body, being devoured and absorbed by him. After devouring luck, Xiao Ming coldly surveyed his surroundings. Everyone had their mouths wide open and their eyes bulging, dumbfoundedly staring at him like statues. Silence! A deathly silence enveloped the area. All the disciples present were dumbfounded. Many of them subconsciously rubbed their eyes, seemingly unable to believe what they were seeing. Zhang Jian is dead? The renowned Zhang Jian, who had already reached the pinnacle of the origin energy realm, was easily killed by Xiao Ming, who was only in the mid-stage. And the battle was so short. Is it really necessary to be so exaggerated? Gudong! A disciple nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This sound seemed to awaken everyone. In the next moment, the previously extremely quiet crowd erupted into a cacophony. What is going on? Zhang Jian is dead, Zhang Jian is dead. I didn't see it wrong, Xiao Ming actually killed Zhang Jian. What do you mean killed? Xiao Ming was in control of the entire fight against Zhang Jian. This Xiao Ming's strength is too terrifying. Is he pretending to be weak? All the disciples were passionately discussing, spitting as if a flock of ducks were simultaneously quacking. In the audience, Zhang Peng, who had a smile on his face, suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he had eaten feces. He never expected that his big brother would be defeated by Xiao Ming. His big brother had already reached the pinnacle of the origin energy realm. How could he die at the hands of Xiao Ming? How could this happen? At this moment, Zhang Peng's emotions were extremely complicated, and a profound sense of fear surged within him. He was afraid. If even his big brother couldn't match Xiao Ming, what courage did he have to oppose him? With a flustered heart, Zhang Peng pursed his lips and quietly left the crowd. Just then, whoosh! A sword chi flashed and instantly appeared in front of Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng didn't even have a chance to scream before he was killed by the sword chi. The one who released the sword chi was Xiao Ming. Although Zhang Peng posed no threat to him, Xiao Ming's style was always to eliminate all potential troubles, leaving no room for any future problems. After killing Zhang Peng, Xiao Ming left the life and death stage and walked towards his own courtyard with large strides. The disciples around automatically made way, and everyone looked at Xiao Ming with fiery gazes. From this day forward, Xiao Ming's reputation within the sect soared. Looking at the spirited and glorious Xiao Ming in the crowd, Lin Feng clenched his fist tightly. A hint of intense envy and admiration flashed in his eyes. He had previously estimated that Xiao Ming would definitely win, but he never expected that Xiao Ming would win so easily. Just 2 moves. With just 2 sword techniques, he killed Zhang Jian on the spot. Such strength made even the usually arrogant Lin Feng tremble with fear. Senior brother Xiao is too terrifying. I am no match for him. Lin Feng muttered to himself. In the distance, the sect master, Li Chongfeng, and others were also shocked one by one. My goodness, Xiao Ming's strength far exceeds our imagination. An elder exclaimed. Yes, even if we expected Xiao Ming to win, we thought he would have to go through a tough battle. Who would have thought that this kid would be so dominant and defeat Zhang Jian in just a few moves? The sect master has taken in a good disciple. If given time to grow, Xiao Ming will definitely become a giant figure and strengthen our spirit sword gate. We should focus on cultivating Xiao Ming. Ha ha ha. Li Chongfeng suddenly laughed heartily, his face filled with indescribable pride. Truly my good disciple. He has given me face. Now I say we should provide Xiao Ming with abundant cultivation resources. Who agrees, who disagrees? Li Chongfeng swept his gaze over the elders, speaking domineeringly. No one disagreed. Instead, all the elders nodded firmly. Chapter 36 Promotion to the late stage of origin energy. It didn't take long. Xiao Ming returned to his small courtyard. Hu Yunxi, who had been worried, saw Xiao Ming return safely and hurriedly ran over, cheering and jumping. Are you okay, young master? Hu Yunxi nervously looked at Xiao Ming, glancing here and there, afraid that Xiao Ming might be injured. I'm fine, I'm very well, Xiao Ming smiled and said. In addition, the Zheng brothers have been taken care of, our troubles are resolved. Young master is amazing. Hu Yunxi breathed a sigh of relief and her beautiful eyes sparkled. She had been on edge, afraid that Xiao Ming would get hurt, afraid of retaliation from the Zheng brothers, and worried that she might be expelled from the Spirit Sword Gate. But now, everything was fine. All these problems were solved by the capable young master. The host protected Hu Yunxi's favorability plus 10. Suddenly, the voice of the system sounded in Xiao Ming's mind. Xiao Ming was slightly stunned, then smiled. His favorability had increased again. At this point, Hu Yunxi's favorability towards him had accumulated to 60 points. There was no need to think, the influence of luck on Xiao Ming would definitely be stronger. At this moment, an elder appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, holding a pile of medicine boxes. It was the law enforcement elder they had seen not long ago. Xiao Zhenchuan, I have been sent by the sect leader and many elders to bring you some spiritual medicine. The law enforcement elder said with a smile. Xiao Ming quickly invited the law enforcement elder into the living room. After some small talk, the law enforcement elder took his leave, leaving behind a pile of medicine boxes. Xiao Ming opened one of the boxes and saw 5,000-year-old spiritual medicines inside, the other boxes were the same. And there were a total of 6 boxes. Another 30,000-year-old spiritual medicines. With the ones I didn't use before, I now have a total of 60,000-year-old spiritual medicines. Xiao Ming sighed with emotion. If these were placed outside, any one of these 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines would be extremely precious. Who knows how many martial artists would fight fiercely for one, not giving up until blood was shed. But he had 60 of these spiritual medicines. I have to say, the Spirit Sword Gate is indeed wealthy and generous to me. If one day the Spirit Sword Gate encounters danger, I will do my best to save them. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes, his gaze firm. He had always been straightforward, repaying kindness and seeking revenge. Taking these 30 spiritual medicines, Xiao Ming walked into his room and closed the door. He faintly sensed that after devouring Zhang Jian's yellow luck, his cultivation realm had undergone a drastic loosening. As long as he put in more effort, he would definitely be able to advance to the later stage of the origin energy realm. Inside the room, Xiao Ming sat cross-legged, closing his eyes slightly, and began to cultivate. As time passed, the aura emanating from Xiao Ming became stronger and more fierce. In the end, the powerful aura directly caused the air in the room to explode, making the entire room rumble. At the same time, a tremendous change occurred within Xiao Ming's body. Above his dantian, a cloud of spiritual energy appeared once again. The spiritual energy cloud condensed frantically, and then, like rain, droplets of true essence liquid dripped down. Drip, drip. Dense drops of true essence liquid fell from the spiritual energy cloud and into Xiao Ming's dantian pool. With each new drop, Xiao Ming's dantian pool became larger and stickier. After an unknown amount of time, an unprecedented powerful aura suddenly surged out from within Xiao Ming's body, the aura as strong as a storm, causing the room to tremble loudly. As his breath surged out, Xiao Ming's realm smoothly advanced to the later stage of the origin energy realm. Xiao Ming opened his eyes, and two golden sword lights shot out from his eyes. After a while, the golden sword lights slowly dissipated. Successful advancement. I am now in the later stage of the origin energy realm. Feeling the changes in his body, Xiao Ming clenched his fist tightly. Then, he focused his mind and looked at his dantian. Above his dantian, the spiritual energy cloud had already exhausted all its energy and dissipated. And the quantity of true essence liquid in Xiao Ming's dantian had reached a staggering 700 drops. A total of 700 drops of true essence liquid. This amount of true essence liquid was much more than that of an ordinary martial artist at the same level. Even a martial artist in the peak stage of the origin energy realm usually only had 600 drops of true essence liquid. However, the quantity of true essence liquid did not completely represent a martial artist's true combat power. A martial artist's combat power would also be influenced by other factors, such as the cultivation technique, martial skills, and weapons used. This was also why Zhang Jian, who had clearly reached the peak stage of the origin energy realm, died at the hands of Xiao Ming. Now, Xiao Ming's true essence was thick enough. He cultivated a heavenly rank technique, his body was the indestructible sword body, and he wielded the earth rank sword, the furious thunder sword. These factors combined to make Xiao Ming's combat power far surpass that of martial artists at the same level. With such strength, even if he encountered a strong expert at the core lake realm, Xiao Ming dared to confront them head-on. After carefully feeling his own changes, Xiao Ming opened his life script. The script template was updated in real time, and his current information became as follows. Host, Xiao Ming. Realm, later stage of the origin energy realm. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Fate, extraordinary luck, yellow, temporary luck, bystander. Physique, indestructible sword body, heavenly rank. Main cultivation technique, Imperial shocking heaven sword art, 3rd layer, heavenly rank. Body technique, wind spirit steps, earth rank. Martial skills, 100 shadow crazed slash, shattered moon slash, sword control art. Special martial skill, origin energy realm great river sword intent, perfected. True chi attribute, thunder, gold. Life script, the host killed Zhang Jian, devoured his yellow luck, and was also influenced by Hu Yunxi's extraordinary luck, resulting in a certain degree of change in his own destiny. Recent opportunities, the host was influenced by Hu Yunxi's extraordinary luck, increasing his luck and easily obtaining some extraordinary opportunities. There were not many changes in the script template. The main change was Xiao Ming's realm and his own luck turning yellow, which was because he had devoured Zhang Jian's yellow luck. To be honest, Zhang Jian could be considered a small genius, as his luck had reached the extraordinary level of yellow. Otherwise, he would not have been able to smoothly cultivate to the peak stage of the origin energy realm. Of course, the extraordinary yellow luck now belonged to Xiao Ming. In addition, due to gaining more favorability from Hu Yunxi, the probability of him obtaining opportunities also increased. Xiao Ming even suspected that the reason he was able to successfully advance this time was because of Hu Yunxi's influence. After shaking his head, Xiao Ming cleared his mind of the cluttered thoughts and then looked at the many spiritual medicines around him. Beside him were 60 millennium spiritual medicines, as well as some elemental stones and pills, all neatly arranged. With so many resources at hand, it would be a waste if I don't make good use of them. While I'm still in this hot state, I should continue cultivating. Saying that, Xiao Ming picked up a millennium spiritual medicine and stuffed it into his mouth, then closed his eyes again. Continue cultivating his realm. Chapter 37 The Fourth Level of Sword Art, The Broken Element Sword Gang. One by one, the elemental stones and elixirs were swallowed and transformed into a rich energy that filled Xiao Ming's limbs and body. After swallowing all the intermediate-grade elemental stones and elixirs, Xiao Ming reached out and took out a 1,000-year spiritual medicine, stuffing it into his mouth. These 1,000-year spiritual medicines had all undergone special processing by the sect, making their properties mild and pure, suitable for direct consumption. After swallowing a 1,000-year spiritual medicine, a scorching sensation spread from Xiao Ming's abdomen throughout his body. This was the power of the medicine melting. Xiao Ming clearly sensed that the energy contained in a 1,000-year spiritual medicine was probably equivalent to a bottle of Baihu pill. After refining this spiritual medicine, Xiao Ming found that his true qi had become noticeably richer. With joy, Xiao Ming picked up the second spiritual medicine. Then the third. The fourth. After about 2 hours, Xiao Ming finished his cultivation breakthrough. During these 2 hours, he devoured and refined more than a dozen 1,000-year spiritual medicines in one breath. Although his true qi had become more than twice as rich as before, it still did not meet the requirements for promotion. Moreover, his body seemed to have developed resistance and could no longer absorb the energy of the spiritual medicine. He was now like a water tank filled to the brim. In order to continue absorbing the energy of the spiritual medicine, he had to first refine the abundant medicinal power in his body. Otherwise, no matter how many 1,000-year spiritual medicines he consumed, it would be a waste. Xiao Ming was not in a hurry either. After thinking for a moment, he took out a manual from his pocket. The Imperial level Shocking Heaven Sword Art. After advancing to the later stage of the Origin Energy Realm, Xiao Ming could cultivate the fourth level of the sword technique. Not only could cultivating the sword technique make his true qi purer and stronger, but he could also obtain a powerful sword technique. Without hesitation, he placed his palm on the manual. Xiao Ming mobilized his true qi, and as the true qi poured in, the fourth page of the manual quickly softened. Then Xiao Ming gently turned it over. A new cultivation method appeared before Xiao Ming's eyes. This is the fragmented Yuan sword qi. Xiao Ming became interested when he saw the sword technique recorded on the fourth page. The fragmented Yuan sword qi was an extremely powerful sword technique. The essence of this sword technique was for the cultivator to compress their true qi to the extreme through a certain method of running their meridians, compressing it into a solid sword qi form. When facing enemies, as long as it was unleashed, it could erupt with tremendous killing power. The fragmented Yuan sword qi could be unleashed without a sword, so it could be said to be a very secretive and unexpected attack method. The only regret was, this thing was a disposable consumable. Although it was powerful, it had to be recultivated every time it was used. Xiao Ming sat cross-legged again, adjusted his state, and began to cultivate the fourth level of the sword technique. After about a quarter of an hour. Boom! 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 Xiao Ming's newly opened meridians were blasted open by true qi, and a series of low explosions resounded within his body, as if there were explosives rumbling inside him. After a while, the cultivation of the fourth level of the sword technique was successful. Next, he would cultivate the fragmented Yuan sword qi. Following the cultivation method on the sword technique, Xiao Ming began to compress the true qi in his body. Suddenly, the majestic true qi, like a great river, began to condense madly. Condensed from a gaseous state into a liquid state. Then transformed into a jelly-like state, finally forming a solid state. Half an hour later, a tangible sword aura emitting a sharp sword intent appeared inside Xiao Ming's body. After cultivating the fragmented Yuan sword aura, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, walked out of the room, and flew towards an unnamed small mountain peak in the distance. He intended to test the power of the sword aura. Arriving above the unnamed small mountain peak, Xiao Ming looked around and confirmed that there were no other disciples nearby. He extended his arm and fiercely slashed towards the mountain peak. Swish! A golden sword aura shot out from his body, and as it faced the wind, it instantly grew to over 3 meters long, carrying astonishing power as it struck the mountain peak. Boom! The sword aura heavily hit the top of the mountain, directly flattening it. The ground shook, and dust filled the air. This scene was like a heavy missile exploding. Xiao Ming watched in astonishment and joy. The power of the fragmented Yuan sword aura far exceeded his previous sword techniques, such as the Shattered Moon Slash and Sword Control technique. It could be said that it was his most powerful hidden technique at the moment. The fragmented Yuan sword aura was so terrifying that Xiao Ming estimated that no one at the same level as him could withstand its impact. Even a martial artist at the peak of the origin energy realm, when struck by this move, would be blasted into a mist of blood. Even a stronger opponent at the early stage of the core lake realm, if they took this hit head-on, would be severely injured if not killed. After testing the power of the sword aura, Xiao Ming was satisfied and returned. Then he entered the room again and continued to compress his true essence within his body, cultivating the fragmented Yuan sword aura. The previous fragmented Yuan sword aura had been consumed, so Xiao Ming needed to cultivate it again. According to the sword techniques records, his current level could only condense 3 sword auras at most. While Xiao Ming was cultivating in seclusion, several hundred miles away, there was bad news coming from the Lei family fort. Lei Fang, who had his arm severed and was seriously injured, suddenly went berserk for some reason and was in critical condition. Lei Fang was the most outstanding disciple of the Lei family fort in recent centuries and carried the responsibility of strengthening the fort. Therefore, when something happened to him, all the high-level members of the Lei family fort became nervous. Inside a cultivation chamber in the Lei family fort, Lei Fang lay straight on the bed. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper, and uncontrollable bloody fluid flowed from his mouth and nose. It seemed that he wouldn't survive. Beside Lei Fang's bed, the high-level members of the Lei family fort gathered, their faces growing darker one by one. "Father, I'm afraid I won't survive," Lei Fang looked at a middle-aged man and said in a tone of extreme unwillingness, "The person who injured me is a male disciple from the Spirit Sword Gate. That guy is young and handsome, We have already found out his information. His name is Xiao Ming." The middle-aged man quickly said. "Xiao Ming! Xiao Ming!" Lei Fang suddenly became excited. "If I don't kill Xiao Ming, I won't be able to rest in peace. Father, please avenge me." After speaking, Lei Fang kicked his legs and completely lost his breath. He was overwhelmed by anger, and without catching his breath, he died directly. Although he died, Lei Fang's eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't rest in peace. Seeing the miserable state of their son, the middle-aged man's facial hair stood on end, his eyes fierce as if he wanted to devour someone. "Spirit Sword Gate, Xiao Ming! Injuring my son, severing the genius of the Lei family fort, if I don't seek revenge for such a deep hatred, I, Lei Ao, will not be human." Lei Ao roared in a low voice. Due to his extreme anger, his eyes had turned red. Intense killing intent surged out from his body, instantly filling the entire cultivation chamber. Chapter 38 – The Lei Family Fort Attacks. Inside the secluded cultivation chamber, the other senior members of the Lei family manor all wore expressions of anger. Lei Fang possessed exceptional talent and was a rising star in the family. He was also the most likely disciple in the Lei family manor to advance to the Divine Sea realm or even the Imperial Qi realm. No one expected him to fall like this. With Lei Fang's demise, the Lei family manor undoubtedly suffered a heavy blow. Furthermore, according to the many subordinates who escaped from the Lei family manor in Lei Fang's last words, another legitimate member of the family, Lei Li, also died at the hands of Xiao Ming. Lei Fang and Lei Li were brothers and both were the sons of Lei Ao. Lei Ao only had these two sons, and now they were both killed by Xiao Ming. Thinking of this, Lei Ao's chest heaved with anger, almost wanting to kill someone. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said with resentment, "Now, spread my orders. First, purchase the best funeral supplies and hold a grand funeral for my son. Second, gather all the strong members of the family and follow me to the Spirit Sword Gate to demand an explanation." Upon hearing these words, all the senior members present were shocked. An old man quickly advised, "Lord of the manor, we understand your pain of losing a child, but it may not be wise to make such a big fuss at the Spirit Sword Gate. Yes, Lord of the manor, you need to calm down and think twice." Another old man also advised, "The Spirit Sword Gate is a 2-star sect with formidable strength, not something we can provoke. If we anger Li Chongfeng, the sect master of the Spirit Sword Gate, our Lei family manor may face the danger of annihilation." However, Lei Ao sneered. "You are being too cautious." Lei Ao said, "Although the Spirit Sword Gate is powerful, they cannot control everything within 1,000 miles. The Clear Breeze City Lord's Mansion is also a 2-star power and has never been at odds with the Spirit Sword Gate. And our Lei family manor is not to be trifled with. Don't forget, we are a 1-star power. If Li Chongfeng dares to provoke us, we will collectively join the City Lord's Mansion. This is something Li Chongfeng absolutely does not want to face. Furthermore, a mere Xiao Ming is nothing. Based on my reputation, Li Chongfeng will most likely hand over Xiao Ming and let us deal with him. So, you are worrying too much." After thinking it over, the surrounding elders seemed to agree with this. Li Chongfeng would not push them to the brink of destruction for the sake of a mere disciple. It had to be said that Lei Ao was indeed extraordinary. Although he was extremely angry, he did not lose his rationality. On the contrary, his mind was clear, and he had considered everything thoroughly. An elder immediately said, "Lord of the manor, your long-term considerations are admirable. I will gather the manpower now and follow you to the Spirit Sword Gate to force Li Chongfeng to hand over the culprit." Before long, Lei Ao led a team of over 100 people and marched mightily towards the Spirit Sword Gate. On the other side, inside the Spirit Sword Gate, Xiao Ming was already nearing the end of his cultivation. He had condensed 2 shattered elemental sword auras and the third one was about to be completed. After a while, the third sword aura completely condensed and stored in his dantian. The 3 mini sword auras, shaped like small fish, happily swam in his dantian. Occasionally, they emitted sharp sword radiance. Just as he finished his cultivation, a deafening shout suddenly came from the mountain gate. Lei Ao, the lord of the Lei family manor, accompanied by members of the family, pays respects to Senior Li Chongfeng. Please come out to meet him. The sound rolled like thunder, resounding above Spirit Sword Gate. Xiao Ming was first stunned, then squinted his eyes. Lei family fort, Lei Ao? Why would people from Lei family fort suddenly come here? Could it be? Xiao Ming subconsciously thought of Lei Fang and Lei Li, the 2 brothers with whom he had a deep grudge. He had already killed Lei Li, and he had cut off one of Lei Fang's arms, causing him to flee back to the family in a sorry state. So, the sudden arrival of Lei family fort was to seek revenge on him? While he was thinking about it, his master, Li Changfeng's voice sounded, "All elders and disciples above the inner sect, follow me to greet the guests." Xiao Ming no longer hesitated and walked out of the room. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, if Lei family fort really came for revenge, hiding in the sect would be useless. As he walked out of the room, Xiao Ming saw Hu Yunxi, the little fox girl, sweeping fallen leaves in the courtyard. At this moment, Hu Yunxi was both scared and angry. She was scared because people from Lei family fort had come to their door. She was angry because she thought of the Yunhe clan that had been slaughtered by the Lei family. When Hu Yunxi saw Xiao Ming, she became nervous and ran up to him, looking up at him with a worried expression. Young master, people from Lei family fort. Don't worry, today's matter has nothing to do with you, Xiao Ming patted Hu Yunxi's head and comforted her. Stay at home and wait for me. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Xiao Ming's figure flickered and shot up into the sky, joining the other elders and inner sect disciples as they rushed towards the mountain gate. In the small courtyard, Hu Yunxi watched Xiao Ming leave, her face full of worry. At the same time, she tightly clenched her small fist. At this moment, she yearned for powerful strength. Only with powerful strength could she not be frightened by troubles from the outside world. If she had enough strength, she could ignore the people from Lei family fort who came knocking on their door. In her yearning, a seed of energy inside Hu Yunxi's body cracked even more. At the same time, Xiao Ming and the other elders and inner sect disciples all arrived at the mountain gate. Inside the gate, more than 100 people from Lei family fort stood outside, the two groups facing each other. The atmosphere around them was tense. Li Chongfeng had already arrived here. He stood with his hands behind his back, glanced at the people from Lei family fort, and then focused his gaze on Lei Ao, who was leading them. Lei Ao, you're quite audacious. Li Chongfeng said displeasedly. Are you leading so many people to attack the mountain gate? Are you trying to attack our spirit sword gate? Master Li is joking. How could I, Lei Ao, have such courage? Lei Ao raised his head and said. However, I did come today for a reason. What reason? Your spirit sword gate has a disciple named Xiao Ming. This person killed my two sons. I came today to seek justice. Lei Ao couldn't hide his anger and shouted, I request Master Li to hand over the culprit and let Lei family fort take care of it. More than 100 people from Lei family fort also spoke in unison. I request Master Li to hand over the culprit and let Lei family fort take care of it. Their voices were uniform and resounded through the sky. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Chongfeng and many elders all turned their heads and looked at Xiao Ming. Chapter 39 beat Lei Ao violently. Xiao Ming, is this true? Yes. Xiao Ming stepped forward and admitted openly, I did indeed kill the disciples of the Lei family fort, but I'm not sure if one of them was the son of the fort's master. Master, I have explained this before. Oh? Is that so? I don't remember. Li Chongfeng tilted his head, pretending to think. It seemed that Xiao Ming did mention this incident when he returned to the sect last time. However, Li Chongfeng had long forgotten about such a trivial matter and didn't recall it at the moment. It seems like there was such a thing. After pondering for a moment, Li Chongfeng looked at Xiao Ming with a meaningful expression, but what I remember, is that you acted in self-defense. It was the Lei family fort's people who provoked you first. Yes. It was self-defense. Xiao Ming quickly added. Since his own master had said so, Xiao Ming naturally wouldn't admit any fault on his part. After all, everything was the Lei family fort's fault. At this moment, Lei Ao couldn't help but say, regardless of the reason, Xiao Ming killing my son is an undeniable fact. Master Li, please hand over Xiao Ming. I want to avenge my two sons. After speaking, Lei Ao stared at Xiao Ming with a fierce gaze. At this moment, he had already thought of more than a dozen ways to torture Xiao Ming. In Lei Ao's eyes, Xiao Ming was already a fish on the chopping board, a captive in his hands. Because Xiao Ming's cultivation level was not high, currently only at the late stage of the origin energy realm, at most just an inner disciple of the spirit sword gate, he wasn't considered an important person. Under normal circumstances, Li Chongfeng wouldn't choose to offend the Lei family fort for the sake of Xiao Ming. After all, Xiao Ming had killed someone first and committed a serious offense. However, what happened next exceeded Lei Ao's expectations. You want me to hand over Xiao Ming? Lei Ao, are you still asleep? What kind of ridiculous dream are you having? Li Chongfeng looked at Lei Ao with a strange tone, his eyes slanted. Your son dying at Xiao Ming's hands is their good fortune. You people from the Lei family fort can enjoy yourselves secretly. Now you want me to hand over Xiao Ming. I think you are like a toad pretending to be a frog, ugly and playing around. As soon as these words came out, everyone from the Lei family fort was stunned. Especially Lei Ao, he stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. He was actually humiliated. Listen to what Li Chongfeng was saying. His son being killed was considered good fortune? What kind of good fortune was that? Master Li, what do you mean by speaking in such a strange manner? Lei Ao, who had reacted, said in a deep voice. Nothing, Li Chongfeng said lazily with his hands behind his back. If you all leave now, I will pretend that this matter never happened. But if you dare to continue babbling, don't blame me for turning my back on you. As he spoke, Li Chongfeng raised his arm and swung his fist fiercely. The threat was evident. Seeing this, Lei Ao took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, but also extremely puzzled. This situation was not right. Li Chongfeng was usually a reasonable person, why was he acting so strange today? Was he really willing to pay a huge price and turn against the Lei family fort for a relatively unimportant Xiao Ming? This was not right. Not right at all. Suppressing his anger and confusion, Lei Ao said in a deep voice, Master Li, your disciple made the mistake first. You don't have to choose to side with Xiao Ming over us. Stop. Stop right there. Lei Ao's words were interrupted by Li Chongfeng. Li Chongfeng straightened his chest and said proudly, Lei Ao, listen carefully. Xiao Ming is not just any ordinary disciple, he is my personally accepted direct disciple. Direct disciple? Upon hearing this, Lei Ao couldn't help but be stunned. This was something he hadn't expected. However, even if Xiao Ming was a direct disciple, so what? Since Lei Ao dared to bring a large group of people here, he wouldn't leave empty-handed. But he probably couldn't torture Xiao Ming as he pleased. Once again, taking a deep breath, Lei Ao said, Master Li, I know you have the intention to protect your disciple, but my disciples are human beings, and my two sons are also human. Here's the deal, I'm not asking you to hand over Xiao Ming, but Xiao Ming must be severely punished. And it has to be in front of me, accepting the punishment. Pausing for a moment, Lei Ao added, as long as Xiao Ming is punished, I will take my people back to the Lei family manor, how about that? I see you're thinking nonsense. Li Chongfeng mocked mercilessly, punish Xiao Ming? Don't even think about it. But since you've already taken a step back, I'll also take a step back. Do you see this bag of elemental stones in my hand? Consider it as burial expenses for your son. Hurry up and take the elemental stones and get lost. Saying that, Li Chongfeng threw the elemental stones on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lei Ao's face turned red with anger. How could the mighty Lei family manor lack such a bag of elemental stones? Li Chongfeng was humiliating him. Humiliating the entire Lei family manor. Li Chongfeng, you've gone too far. Lei Ao said angrily, I have made a great concession, but you show me no respect. If I can't save face for my own son, where should I put Lei Ao's face? How can I gain the respect of others? I don't give a damn about your face. Li Chongfeng also became angry, I've given you the elemental stones, whether you want them or not. If you dare to talk back again, I'll give you a big slap and let you know how to respect the strong. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying aura, like a mountain, suddenly erupted from Li Chongfeng's body, forming a turbulent gust of wind that roared above his head. Lei Ao's anger turned into a smile. Good. Li Chongfeng, you're so domineering. Today, let me experience Master Li's methods. Saying that, with a clang, Lei Ao drew the long knife from his waist. You want to fight? Come with me, I'll FG smash your dog head. Li Chongfeng sneered and directly soared into the sky, instantly rushing into the clouds above. Enraged, Lei Ao followed closely behind. The next moment, above the clouds, deafening explosions rang out. Sword energy filled the air, and the powerful aura formed a raging battle between the two. The elders of the Spirit Sword Gate looked up at the sky, not showing any worry on their faces, but instead a faint smile. On the other hand, the people of the Lei family manor were full of worry. According to the intelligence, Li Chongfeng was at the peak of the Divine Sea Realm, while Lei Ao was only at the early stage of the Divine Sea Realm. The difference in their strength was quite significant. Lei Ao only chose to fight Li Chongfeng because he had no other choice, but he was definitely not Li Chongfeng's match. It wouldn't be long before Lei Ao would be defeated, and he might even be seriously injured. Sure enough, amidst the worries of the people from the Lei family manor, a figure fell from the sky and heavily smashed into the ground not far away, creating a large pit with a powerful impact. For a moment, dust filled the air and rocks flew everywhere. When the dust settled, the crowd could see that the person in the pit was Lei Ao. At this moment, Lei Ao was covered in blood, his hair disheveled, and his clothes torn. There were one after another hideous sword wounds on his body. Although he hadn't fallen, his aura was extremely weak, looking like he had suffered heavy injuries. Lord of the Manor! The people from the Lei family exclaimed and hurriedly went to dig Lei Ao out of the pit. At this moment, Li Chongfeng descended gracefully from the sky. With his hands behind his back, Li Chongfeng sneered, "An overconfident nobody dares to fight me. Truly, the old man has had enough. Get lost! All of you, get lost!" His voice howled like a fierce wind, startling the people from the Lei family, who didn't even dare to make a sound. They carried the heavily injured Lei Ao and left the Spirit Sword Gate in a dejected manner. Once the people from the Lei family had gone far away, the disciples of the Spirit Sword Gate burst into excited cheers. "Master is mighty! Truly worthy of being the master, he defeated Lei Ao with just a few moves. The Lei family manor dared to cause trouble for us, humph, they've really eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. That's right, Lei Ao didn't even shit himself, consider it him taking care of business early, haha. Ha ha ha." The disciples happily discussed, and the air was filled with joy. Li Chongfeng glanced at Xiao Ming and then transmitted his voice, "Xiao Ming, come with me. I have something to tell you." Chapter 40 Hu Yunxi's Mutation. After Li Chongfeng's secret transmission, he rose into the air and shot towards the position of the sect's main hall. Xiao Ming was still pondering over what had just happened. In reality, he did not kill Lei Fang, he only severed one of Lei Fang's arms. According to reason, Lei Fang should not have died. It is estimated that it was because Lei Fang offended Hu Yunxi. Hu Yunxi has a very special nine-colored luck, which means that anyone who offends her will inevitably fall into a state of extreme misfortune. It is estimated that it was the misfortune that led to Lei Fang's death. But all of this is not important. After hearing Li Chongfeng's secret transmission, Xiao Ming's expression remained unchanged as he quietly left the crowd. Not long after, Xiao Ming arrived at the sect's main hall, where Li Chongfeng had been waiting for a long time. Disciple pays respects to master. Xiao Ming slightly cupped his hands and said, "Lei family's momentum was fierce, especially Lei Ao's relentless appearance. Disciple thanks master for intervening and resolving this crisis for me. You are my disciple, who else should I help if not you?" Li Chongfeng smiled and waved his hand, saying, "We don't need to use these formalities between us, let's not be so distant." "Yes, master." Xiao Ming straightened his body and smiled. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chongfeng said, "There is no need to say much about the twists and turns of the Lei family's matter, because the dignity of a martial artist lies only in the edge of the sword. Lei Ao has already been severely injured by me, damaging his original power. His strength has now plummeted, at most only at the mid-core lake stage. Without 7 or 8 years of painstaking cultivation, he will never be able to recover to his original state. Therefore, he is no longer a concern. But you still cannot be careless. Speaking up to this point, Li Changfeng's expression turned serious as he warned, although I have suppressed Lei Ao, the Lei family still has many experts, including several core lake stage powerhouses. The Lei family will definitely not swallow this anger. Once you leave the mountain to handle matters, they will swarm like a pack of wild dogs. So, for the time being, you should stay at the sect and focus on cultivation. When you have raised your strength, it won't be too late for you to leave the mountain. Thank you for your guidance, disciple will remember. Xiao Ming cupped his hands again and sincerely thanked. At the same time, he muttered to himself. Master said that he should raise his strength before leaving the mountain? Then the question arises. At what level of cultivation can one be considered to have raised their strength? There is no specific standard for this. With Xiao Ming's current strength, even if he encounters an early core lake stage powerhouse, he can still withstand a fight. Even if he can't win against a mid-core lake stage powerhouse, he can still escape. Does this count as having strength? While he was thinking about it, Li Changfeng smiled and said, Disciple, I see that your aura has become much stronger than a few days ago. Have you made another breakthrough? Yes, Master. Disciple has been lucky and advanced to the late origin energy realm. Xiao Ming spoke without reservation. Not bad for my disciple. Your cultivation speed is damn fast. Li Changfeng couldn't stop smiling, then he rummaged in his bosom for a while and took out a delicate black ring. This item is called the Ink Void Ring, a rare spatial type artifact. It can store some things, and now I'm giving it to you. Saying that, Li Changfeng threw the ring to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming quickly and happily caught it. Ink Void Ring, a spatial type artifact. He can finally carry his belongings with him, so he won't have to carry a big bag everywhere like before. The Ink Void Ring is an ownerless item. You just need to drip your own blood into it, and you can use it freely, Li Changfeng said. In addition, I have also stored 20,000-year spirit medicines in it, which I'm giving to you as well. Thank you, Master. Why thank me? You have been my disciple for some time now, and this is the first time I have given you a treasure. It is only right, Li Changfeng said. However, the Ink Void Ring is a shared item of the sect, and I have given it to you privately, which technically violates the rules of the section. What? Xiao Ming was stunned. His own master's actions seemed like embezzlement and misuse of public property. What? Rules are meant to be broken. I am the sect master, and my words are the rules. Li Changfeng waved his hand and said, as long as you don't flaunt it, even if the other elders see it, they will pretend they didn't. All right, enough idle talk. Go back and cultivate. Yes, Master. Xiao Ming slightly bowed and then left the sect's main hall. After Xiao Ming had walked far away, Li Changfeng stood up and walked to the entrance of the main hall. Then he looked up at the sky, towards the location of the Lei family's stronghold. After today's battle, Spirit Sword Gate and the Lei family had completely torn their faces apart. In fact, Li Changfeng did not want it to be this way, because it would only push the Lei family towards another 2-star power, the Clear Breeze City Lord's Mansion. However, for Xiao Ming, even if it comes at a great cost, it is worth it. Saying that, Li Changfeng fiercely waved his fist. Xiao Ming is a highly valued genius of the sect, and there is no room for failure. As for the falling out with the Lei family, let it be. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming returned to his small courtyard. Opening the gate, he saw Yunxi sitting on a stone stool, her hand supporting her cheek, her face full of worry. Upon hearing the sound of the gate opening, Yunxi instinctively looked over and saw Xiao Ming, who had a slender figure, handsome face, and flowing hair. Young master! Yunxi exclaimed, running over and hugging Xiao Ming's thigh. Young master, Are you all right? Hu Yunxi looked up with an anxious expression on her face. I'm fine, Xiao Ming patted Hu Yunxi's head and smiled, saying, the people from the Lei family have been repelled, our crisis is over, you don't have to worry anymore. Okay. I knew the young master was amazing. Hu Yunxi nodded heavily. Meanwhile, the voice of the system suddenly sounded within Xiao Ming. The host has once again protected Hu Yunxi, gaining plus 10 favorability from Hu Yunxi. The favorability has increased again? Xiao Ming was stunned, both surprised and delighted. With the 10 favorability points he just received, he had now raised Hu Yunxi's favorability to 70 points. Looking at the current situation, it wouldn't take him long to raise Hu Yunxi's favorability to the maximum of 100 points. The future looks promising. During the following time, everything was calm and peaceful. Xiao Ming stayed in his room, diligently cultivating without leaving his house. With each millennium spiritual medicine refined and the increase in his true essence, Xiao Ming's aura became stronger and stronger. After about half a month, Xiao Ming finished his cultivation. He had consumed the millennium spiritual medicine given by Li Chongfeng, and his cultivation had reached the edge of a breakthrough at any moment. But he hadn't broken through yet. Just like before, he was only one step away from reaching the pinnacle of the origin energy realm. Although he could break through at any time, he just couldn't cross that final step. Perhaps the opportunity had not yet arrived. Opportunity, something invisible and intangible, yet extremely important to martial artists. Some people could immediately advance with a meal and a drink, while others diligently cultivated for countless years, remaining stagnant in their cultivation. Opportunity. Should I go find Lin Feng again and see if there are any new opportunities? Xiao Ming pondered in secret. Lin Feng was a big fat sheep, and Xiao Ming had gained many benefits from him. Oh? Wait a minute. Why is there a strong aura in the small courtyard? Suddenly, Xiao Ming sensed something and his face showed a look of astonishment. In his perception, there was a faint but astonishing aura emanating from Hu Yunxi. This aura was extremely mysterious, and if one didn't carefully sense it, they wouldn't notice it at all. Curious, Xiao Ming walked out of his room. Then he saw Hu Yunxi sitting in the small courtyard. That faint and mysterious aura was emanating from Hu Yunxi. Young master, have you finished cultivating? Hu Yunxi saw Xiao Ming come out and bounced over. Xiao Ming didn't speak, but instead looked at Hu Yunxi with a curious gaze, examining her from head to toe. Feeling a bit embarrassed under his gaze, Hu Yunxi twisted her head and asked, Young master, what are you looking at? Xiao Yunxi, I've noticed something strange about you. Xiao Ming said seriously, why do you have the energy aura? And it seems to have reached the 10th level of body refining. Hu Yunxi's current cultivation had unexpectedly reached the 10th level of body refining. But she hadn't practiced any techniques, nor had she swallowed any elixirs. She didn't even know how to cultivate. You're talking about this? Hu Yunxi tilted her head and thought for a moment, saying, a few days ago, I suddenly had a dream. I dreamt that I arrived at a heavenly palace in the 9th heaven and sat on a golden throne inside the palace. Under my feet were colorful clouds, and I could see many small worlds through the clouds. Oh, and many people inexplicably knelt before me. And then? Xiao Ming asked in a deep voice. And then? There's nothing more, Hu Yunxi obediently said, every time I wake up, I find that my strength has increased a lot, and I'm getting stronger every moment. Xiao Ming was speechless. Was this the terror of the chosen one? Dreaming of sitting high on a throne in the 9th heaven, getting stronger every time she woke up, and even growing stronger every moment. Compared to Hu Yunxi's heaven-defying talent, Xiao Ming realized how weak he was. He was simply a small fry. Chapter 41 Another Son of Luck. Xiao Ming's mood was both expectant and speechless. What he was looking forward to was that Hu Yunxi finally began to show her potential, and he wondered how terrifying she would become in the future. What left him speechless was that Hu Yunxi's growth rate was unbelievably fast and extremely straightforward. She hardly had to do anything or take any elixirs, yet her cultivation level kept skyrocketing. Thinking about this, Xiao Ming became restless again. It wasn't that he was jealous of Hu Yunxi, but rather he felt immense pressure. He had to become stronger at a faster pace. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up with Hu Yunxi's progress. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ming hesitated no more and left his own courtyard. He planned to find Lin Feng and see if he could benefit from him again. Lin Feng was also a true disciple, so he had his own independent courtyard, not too far from where Xiao Ming lived. It didn't take long for Xiao Ming to arrive at Lin Feng's residence. However, Lin Feng's courtyard was tightly closed at the moment, and there were powerful auras emanating from inside, even emitting gentle spiritual lights. Xiao Ming was slightly surprised. Lin Feng was cultivating, and it seemed like he was about to break through to the origin energy realm. He truly deserves to be the son of heaven. Even after I took away so many opportunities from him, he can still cultivate at such a fast pace, Xiao Ming thought to himself. It seems that I shouldn't underestimate Lin Feng. After all, he has many top-tier luck protections. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming left the place. Lin Feng was currently at a critical moment of breakthrough, and it was customary among martial artists not to disturb each other during such times. As he continued walking, there was suddenly a commotion up ahead. An elder led a group of new faces, heading straight for the main hall of the sect. Meanwhile, the senior disciples nearby were discussing among themselves. Have you heard? Among the new disciples we recruited at Spirit Sword Gate, there's someone very famous. I heard about it. That guy seems to be called Wang Hao. Yes, Wang Hao. It is said that he comes from a distant and powerful clan. His innate talent for cultivation was extremely outstanding. He awakened the Divine King Bone as soon as he was born. Unfortunately, he was ambushed by enemies and had his Divine King Bone forcibly taken away. Wow, that's really unfortunate. Yes, he went from being a highly anticipated peerless genius to an ordinary person. It's probably hard for most people to accept. Why did he join our Spirit Sword Gate then? I guess it's to escape from his enemies. Someone just mentioned that Wang Hao comes from a distant and powerful clan. Joining our Spirit Sword Gate is definitely a way for him to avoid trouble. That makes sense, but who is Wang Hao? Someone asked in confusion. Have you seen that guy among the new disciples wearing white clothes? That's Wang Hao. The discussions reached Xiao Ming's ears. He listened with a stunned expression. Naturally awakened Divine King Bone? The Divine King Bone was forcibly taken away by enemies? This was the typical treatment of a protagonist. Curious, Xiao Ming looked towards Wang Hao, who was dressed in white, and activated his inspection ability. In the next moment, Wang Hao's information appeared before his eyes. Name, Wang Hao. Realm, Late Innate Realm. Fate, Child of Luck, 9 colors, Defying Fate, 9 colors, Turning Misfortune into Blessing, 9 colors, Unparalleled Talent, 9 colors. Life script, had his naturally awakened Divine King Bone taken away by enemies, would have faded into obscurity, but with luck on his side, he defied fate and rewrote his life, ultimately reaching the pinnacle. Swish! A large area of familiar and dazzling 9-colored spiritual lights once again filled Xiao Ming's eyes. Child of Luck, 9 colors with luck on his side, how can he be an ordinary person? He will definitely reach the pinnacle in this life. Reverse Fate, 9 colors. The Great Dao has 50 paths, and the heavens have 49. The only change is the key opportunity to change one's fate. Reverse Fate, my fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. When things are at their worst, the best is yet to come. 9 colors. All hardships and pain are stepping stones to reaching the peak. The greater the hardships, the greater the future achievements. Unparalleled talent, 9 colors. Any cultivation technique can be understood at a glance and mastered with ease. Wang Hao's fate appeared one by one before Xiao Ming's eyes, leaving him speechless. This is another super invincible peerless genius. Even compared to Hu Yunxi and Lin Feng, he doesn't fall behind. I wonder what spirit sword gate has gone crazy to actually acquire both Lin Feng and Wang Hao, the two sons of luck, the hidden dragons and crouching tigers of the cultivation world. They've really gathered them all now. If they also add Hu Yunxi, who is equally extraordinary, Spirit Sword Gate will have three sons of luck. With a grin, Xiao Ming looked at Wang Hao's opportunities, and saw the following recent opportunities. Recent Opportunity 1, 3 days later, there will be a feeling of breakthrough, successfully advancing to the innate realm's perfection. Opportunity 2, 5 days later, while descending the mountain, he will encounter an unnamed old man passing by, who will be amazed by him and give him the heavenly rank cultivation technique, small heavenly star dough technique. Opportunity 3, 10 days later, he will go to the profound ice pool, kill the profound ice python, and obtain the essence of the 5 elements at the bottom of the pool, refining the top grade sacred body, 5 elements sacred body. Opportunity 4, on the way back, he will come across a cultivator's ruins and obtain many elixirs and a ground-level weapon, Dragon Sparrow Blade. Opportunity 5. Opportunity 6. Rows and rows of opportunities appeared before Xiao Ming's eyes as if they were free, one after another. Xiao Ming scanned through them one by one and found the most valuable one to be the third opportunity. Opportunity 3, 10 days later, he will go to the profound ice pool, kill the profound ice python, and obtain the essence of the 5 elements at the bottom of the pool, refining the top grade sacred body, 5 elements sacred body. Essence of the 5 elements. Top grade sacred body, 5 elements sacred body. The 5 elements sacred body is one of the many famous sacred bodies in the immortal martial continent. In terms of power and rank, it surpasses Xiao Ming's indestructible sword body. Xiao Ming's indestructible sword body is only heavenly rank, and above heavenly rank is the sacred body. This opportunity is good, I'll take it. Xiao Ming secretly made his decision. Actually, Wang Hao's other opportunities are also good. For example, gaining the recognition of the unnamed old man and obtaining the small heavenly star dough technique, or obtaining the cultivator's ruins and the ground-level weapon Dragon Sparrow Blade. However, it is very difficult to gain the recognition of the unnamed old man, after all, it is not under Xiao Ming's control. As for the ground-level weapon Dragon Sparrow Blade, Xiao Ming already has the Furious Thunder Sword now, and there is a great possibility that he will also gain the recognition of the Heavenly Guardian Sword in the future, so this weapon is no longer attractive to him. Xiao Ming is not a hesitant person. When he decides to do something, he does it. Without even returning home, he directly takes out the Furious Thunder Sword and flies towards the profound ice pool. The profound ice pool is a quite famous place, and Xiao Ming has also heard of it. The pool is located 500 miles north. Whoosh! The sound of the wind rises. Xiao Ming travels at an extremely fast speed through the heavens and earth, and in the blink of an eye, he leaves Spirit Sword Gate. Although Li Chongfeng told him not to leave the sect recently to avoid retaliation and assassination from the Lei family manor, Xiao Ming doesn't care. If the people from the Lei family manor dare to make a move against him, Xiao Ming doesn't mind going on a killing spree. Just as Xiao Ming broke through the air and left. At the foot of Spirit Sword Gate's mountain, several warriors dressed in ordinary clothes and with ordinary appearances suddenly became alert. They were powerful and stared straight at Xiao Ming, who was flying away from Spirit Sword Gate. The leader among them said in a deep voice, "Xiao Ming has left the protection of Spirit Sword Gate. Our opportunity for revenge has come. You all immediately return to the Lei family manor and tell the Lord to send more assassins. As for me, I will personally track Xiao Ming and leave a trace along the way." Yes. The remaining few people responded in unison, then without hesitation, they headed towards the direction of the Lei family manor. The leader snorted coldly, his figure flickered, and he followed closely behind Xiao Ming, who was flying on his sword. Chapter 42 Get the Origin of the Five Elements. A hurried journey. After about half an hour, Xiao Ming arrived above the Xianbing pool. Stepping on his flying sword, Xiao Ming looked down and saw that the Xianbing pool was located on top of a small mountain peak. Its area was not large, like a miniature version of a small lake. However, unlike ordinary lake water, the Xianbing pool emitted a cold white chill, and there was a thin layer of ice on the surface. Although the Xianbing pool was somewhat unique, it appeared relatively ordinary compared to the vast immortal martial continent. As a result, there were not many people around. With a flicker, Xiao Ming descended from the sky. Standing by the edge of the pool, Xiao Ming pointed his fingers like a sword and lightly tapped the cold water. Swish! A thick sword energy shot out from his fingertips, fiercely striking the calm pool water. Boom! The sword energy exploded, causing the water in the pool to surge and the currents to ripple. There was a Xianbing python in the Xianbing pool. Xiao Ming did this to lure the python out. Sure enough. After a moment, an angry Xianbing python with milky white scales emerged from the depths of the pool. It was as thick as a millstone, with a length of over 50 meters, and exuded a bone-chilling coldness. At this moment, its slender snake eyes were fixed on Xiao Ming, ready to attack at any moment. Seeing the Xianbing python, Xiao Ming smiled. This python's cultivation level was quite low. Only at the mid-stage of the innate realm. But thinking about it, the Xianbing pool didn't have abundant spiritual energy, so it naturally couldn't nurture powerful monsters. If the Xianbing python was too powerful, Wang Hao wouldn't have been able to kill it and obtain the five elements origin at the bottom of the pool. Python, if you have intelligence, then get out of here immediately. Xiao Ming looked at the Xianbing python, which was ready to attack at any moment, and said calmly, if you dare to stop me, you will only have a dead end. Hiss! Hiss! The Xianbing python hissed, and suddenly, it opened its mouth and spat out a white ice arrow. Oh, then you're looking for death yourself. Xiao Ming's tone was indifferent. He once again pointed his fingers like a sword and lightly slashed towards the Xianbing python. Whoosh! Another thick sword energy shot out from his fingertips. The sword energy was sharp and unparalleled. It easily shattered the incoming ice arrow and then fiercely struck the python's body, directly shattering the python on the spot. For a moment, the broken snake corpse floated on the surface of the pool, and the crimson snake blood spread out from the body. Overestimating yourself. How dare a mere mid-stage innate realm attack me? Xiao Ming sneered. Not to mention that the Xianbing python was only at the mid-stage of the innate realm. Even if it was at the peak of the innate realm or even the origin energy realm, Xiao Ming could easily kill it with a casual strike. After killing the python, Xiao Ming leaped down and jumped into the pool. At the moment he entered the water, the true essence in Xiao Ming's body was mobilized, forming a thick protective shield on the surface of his body. Under the protection of the true essence, Xiao Ming moved freely in the water without any hindrance. Soon, Xiao Ming arrived at the bottom of the pool. Looking around, he saw that the bottom of the pool was plain and unremarkable, without even a single strand of water grass. There were only piles of scattered rocks. Suddenly, a pile of rocks caught Xiao Ming's attention. Inside that pile of rocks, there was a cluster of colorful light. The light consisted of 5 colors: gold, green, blue, red, and earth yellow, and it was extremely mysterious. Xiao Ming's spirit shook, and he quickly swam over. Arriving next to the light, Xiao Ming reached out his arm and grabbed it. In the next moment, the power of the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, instantly flowed into Xiao Ming's body through contact. Xiao Ming couldn't help but shudder. So this is the 5 elements origin? Such a powerful force! Xiao Ming was amazed. I have only made initial contact and haven't fully absorbed and refined it, but I can already feel its immense power. If I absorb the 5 elements origin, I will definitely be able to condense a 5 elements supreme sacred body. With joy, Xiao Ming grasped the colorful light and headed straight for the water surface. After 5 or 6 breaths, Xiao Ming emerged from the pool and arrived at the shore. After confirming once again that there was no one else around to disturb him, Xiao Ming tilted his head back, opened his mouth, and directly stuffed the colorful light into it, then swallowed it in one gulp. The colorful light melted as soon as it entered his mouth, transforming into the 5 innate powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, entering Xiao Ming's body. Then, the power transformed and filled every part of Xiao Ming's body. Under the influence of this power, Xiao Ming's aura, physical body, and even his danshan began to undergo earth-shattering changes. His aura soared, beginning to advance towards the completion of the origin energy realm. His physical body became stronger and emitted a spiritual light of 5 colors. Under the illumination of this light, Xiao Ming appeared even more extraordinary. His danshan underwent a sudden change, and both the danshan and the true elemental fluid inside gradually evolved into colorful hues. Xiao Ming's entire being was undergoing a rebirth. From the inside out, from every cell to every strand of hair, unimaginable and astonishing changes were taking place. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Xiao Ming could condense the 5 elements sacred body. Just as Xiao Ming was condensing the sacred body, in a mountain forest several miles away from the Xianbing pool, a strong individual from the Lei family fort was anxiously waiting for reinforcements. He had been carefully tracking Xiao Ming all the way, and finally discovered that Xiao Ming had arrived at a small mountain peak and stopped there. Obviously, that mountain peak was Xiao Ming's destination. He didn't dare to continue tracking for fear of being discovered by Xiao Ming, so he could only patiently wait in this forest. He had left many marks along the way to ensure that the people from the family could come quickly. After an unknown amount of time, powerful auras surged like a gust of wind from a distance and arrived in the forest in an instant. In the surging aura, 3 old figures appeared. "Where is the Lei family fort's scout?" The leader of the old men said in a deep voice. "I'm here." The scout who had been tracking Xiao Ming quickly ran over from not far away. After glancing at the 3 old men, he quickly saluted respectfully and said, "Disciple pays respects to the 4th elder of the family. Pays respects to the 5th elder. And the 6th elder." These 3 old men were members of the Elder Council of the Lei family fort. Although their rankings were low, their strength was quite formidable. The 5th and 6th elders were at the early stage of the Core Lake realm. The 4th elder was at the mid-stage of the Core Lake realm. Seeing that 3 Core Lake realm elders from the family had come all at once, the scout who had been tracking Xiao Ming was secretly amazed. Because according to the intelligence, Xiao Ming was only at the late stage of the origin energy realm, and any Core Lake realm elder could easily kill him. But now, 3 Core Lake realm elders had come, and one of them was even at the mid-stage of the Core Lake realm. With such a powerful lineup, Xiao Ming was undoubtedly doomed. "Why are you here? Where is that villain Xiao Ming?" the leader of the 4 elders asked. "He is on that mountain peak in the distance." The scout pointed to Xiao Ming's location and quickly said, "I was worried that if I got too close, Xiao Ming would discover me, so I waited here." "Well done," the 4th elder nodded, then waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Everyone, hurry to the mountain peak and make sure to kill Xiao Ming." "Yes." The other 2 elders responded in unison, their eyes filled with killing intent. Just then, on the mountain peak in the distance, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth suddenly boiled. Then, a sudden change occurred. In the astonished gaze of the 3 elders from the Lei family fort, a colorful pillar of light as thick as a house shot up from the mountain peak, piercing through the sky. The pillar of light was dazzling, emitting a dazzling 5-colored spiritual light. The 5-colored pillar of light was like a towering pillar, one end connected to the mountain peak and the other end reaching the endless sky. Seeing this astonishing scene, the 3 elders from the Lei family fort were both shocked and excited. "This is a treasure appearing. It must be a treasure, otherwise it wouldn't cause such a shocking sight." "But, the place where the five-colored pillar of light appeared is Xiao Ming's location. The scout said cautiously. Upon hearing this, the fourth elder narrowed his eyes and sneered, no wonder Xiao Ming came here. So there is an opportunity here. Everyone, follow me and seize the treasure, kill Xiao Ming. Chapter 43 Condensed 5 Elements Sacred Body, Early Stage of Core Lake. Meanwhile, on top of the mountain peak, by the side of the Xianbing Lake. At the moment when the colorful light pillars appeared, it represented Xiao Ming's successful cultivation of the 5 elements sacred body. The 5 elements sacred body can devour and absorb the power of the 5 elements in the world, greatly enhancing the speed of cultivation. After condensing the 5 elements sacred body, Xiao Ming did not stop his cultivation. Instead, he mobilized the power of the sacred body and began to extract the spiritual energy of the 5 elements from the surrounding world. He sat cross-legged, bathing in the colorful light pillars as thick as houses. Under the guidance of the light pillars and his own sacred body, the spiritual energy of the 5 elements within a radius of hundreds of miles was all drawn over. Golden metal energy, green wood energy, blue water energy, red fire energy, and earthy yellow earth energy. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The energy of the 5 elements surged towards Xiao Ming like tides. And all of it poured into Xiao Ming's body. Under the infusion of this immense power, Xiao Ming's momentum began to rise steadily. Origin Energy Realm, Complete Mastery. Core Lake Realm, Initial Stage. After absorbing the massive spiritual energy of the 5 elements, Xiao Ming's realm continuously broke through, and he advanced to the initial stage of the Core Lake Realm in one breath. The true element pool in his body had already turned into a deep small lake at this point. The small lake displayed 5 colors, appearing extremely mystical. Not only did Xiao Ming's core lake change color, but even his true element, the fragmented element sword qi stored in his body, and even his flesh and blood were all influenced by the 5 elements sacred body, emitting colorful spiritual light. But that's not all. On the surface of Xiao Ming's skin, there also appeared lines of the same 5 colors. The colors of the lines were different, but each one contained terrifying power, and could even stir up the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. These were the 5 elements' holy patterns. The holy patterns were the symbol of the sacred body. Every sacred body had holy patterns. The reason why the holy patterns formed was that the energy within the martial artist's body was too concentrated, causing it to overflow on the surface of the body and form patterns. Martial artists could exert extremely strong combat power through the holy patterns, and could also absorb and control the unique power between heaven and earth through the holy patterns. Xiao Ming cultivated the 5 elements sacred body, so his holy patterns could easily absorb and control the 5 powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth in the surrounding area. At this moment, the colorful light pillars connecting heaven and earth slowly dissipated. Xiao Ming stood up from the ground. He reached out and gently grasped the void. Suddenly, the power of the 5 elements between heaven and earth surged into his hand, forming a colorful sword qi with a sharp sword intent. Although he hadn't tested the power of this sword qi, Xiao Ming could clearly feel its terror. This colorful sword qi was probably equivalent to a full force strike from a mid-stage core lake realm expert, or even stronger. And this was the terror of the 5 elements sacred body. It could greatly enhance the combat power of a martial artist. Suddenly, a series of breaking sounds rang out. Xiao Ming looked up and saw 4 figures flying towards him from a distance, 3 old men and a young scout. Among the 3 old men, 2 were in the initial stage of the Core Lake Realm, and 1 was in the mid-stage of the Core Lake Realm. The young scout was the weakest, only in the initial stage of the Origin Energy Realm. These 4 people had different strengths and ages, but they were all wearing the uniform attire of the Lei family fort. People from the Lei family fort. Xiao Ming sneered. Sure enough, the Lei family fort had sent people to cause trouble for him. But now, Xiao Ming had no fear of being surrounded and killed. Whoosh! The sound of the wind blew past. The four figures landed in front of Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming! How dare you leave the protection of the Spirit Sword Gate and come to this god-forsaken place alone? The young scout said brazenly. Now, 3 elders in the Core Lake realm from the Lei family fort have come out. Today, you are doomed to die. After speaking, the young scout revealed a look of pride and arrogance. If one didn't know better, they would think he was the leader. Xiao Ming couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Instead, he focused his gaze on the 3 old men. Xiao Ming didn't care much about the 2 old guys in the initial stage of the Core Lake realm, but the strongest one in the mid-stage of the Core Lake realm made Xiao Ming narrow his eyes. Fighting against someone in the mid-stage of the Core Lake realm would be a bit tricky for Xiao Ming, who had just advanced. But it wasn't a big problem either. Xiao Ming! Do you know the crime of slaughtering 2 core disciples of our Lei family fort? Elder Lu, the 6th elder, stepped forward and shouted. Know the crime? IFG no. Xiao Ming sneered and drew the thunderous wrath sword from his waist. You insolent brat! Elder Lu immediately became furious and was about to make a move against Xiao Ming. Wait! Suddenly, the strongest 4th elder blocked their way. The 4th elder! Haven't you noticed that Xiao Ming, the evil thief, has already advanced in his cultivation? The 4th elder's expression turned serious. This guy's aura is intense, he has already condensed Core Lake and reached the early stage of Core Lake realm. What? The 5th elder, 6th elder, and the young scout were all shocked, quickly looking towards Xiao Ming. Indeed. Xiao Ming's aura is no longer at the origin energy realm, he has already cultivated to the Core Lake realm. That damn kid must have swallowed a treasure to suddenly advance. The 6th elder said angrily. Don't let your guard down, let's attack together and kill this kid. The 4th elder shouted, drawing a whip that shimmered with lightning. The 5th elder pulled out a large iron spear from behind. The 6th elder unsheathed a long sword. As for the young scout, his strength was too weak, so he had already retreated to the side. Don't be afraid, elders. The young scout, who had retreated to a distance, vigorously waved his fists and cheered, Xiao Ming has just advanced, his realm must be unstable. The 3 of you attacking together will surely be able to kill this thief. In my opinion, it will only take a dozen breaths for you to kill Xiao Ming right here. While the young scout was shouting, Xiao Ming made his move. His figure flickered and directly transformed into a gust of wind, rushing towards the 3 old men. In mid-air, Xiao Ming mobilized all his strength and raised the furious thunder sword in his hand, slashing furiously. Swish! A sword energy in the shape of a crescent moon, 3 meters long and radiating colorful light, suddenly shot out, carrying a terrifying sword aura as it attacked the 6th elder with a rumble. Be careful, 6th elder! The 4th elder and the 5th elder exclaimed at the same time. Then, each of them took out their weapons and madly attacked Xiao Ming from both sides. The 6th elder, who was targeted by Xiao Ming, didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly slashed out sword energies, trying to resist Luo Zhen's shattered moon slash. However, his counterattack was extremely weak. After his sword energies collided with Luo Zhen's shattered moon slash, they were continuously shattered like paper. After shattered moon slash shattered all the obstructing sword energies, its momentum remained unabated and continued to fiercely strike towards the 6th elder. The 6th elder was greatly shocked. He never expected that Xiao Ming's sword technique would be so powerful. After easily shattering his sword energies, it continued to push forward in an invincible manner. In his panic, the 6th elder wanted to use his ultimate martial technique, but it was already too late. He could only hold his long sword horizontally in front of his chest to block Xiao Ming's attack. My electric light sword is a royal grade top-tier sword weapon, extremely sturdy. It should be able to withstand this move. A thought flashed through the 6th elder's mind. The next moment. Boom! The crescent moon-shaped sword energy fiercely hit the 6th elder, and then, in the sixth elder's terrified gaze, the colorful sword energy shattered his long sword. But it didn't end there. The sharp sword energy was unparalleled, almost cutting the sixth elder in half on the spot. The powerful force sent him flying, crashing heavily 100 meters away. Wow! The sixth elder's throat felt sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of thick blood. In the blood, there were also many shattered internal organs. His clothes were torn, and a grim sword scar, deep enough to reveal bone, appeared on his chest. At the same time, the fourth elder and the fifth elder approached Xiao Ming. Just as the two swung their weapons to attack, Xiao Ming smiled faintly, his figure flickered, and once again disappeared from sight. A gust of wind passed by. Xiao Ming appeared out of thin air 100 meters away, behind the heavily injured sixth elder. Hey? Where's Xiao Ming? Where did he run off to? The fourth elder and the fifth elder, who lost sight of Xiao Ming, asked in confusion. He's over there. He's behind the sixth elder. The young scout in the distance quickly reminded. The fifth elder and the sixth elder turned their heads at the same time. Then they saw Xiao Ming holding the furious thunder sword, lightly slashing at the sixth elder's neck. How dare you, you thief! Be careful, sixth elder! The fourth elder and the fifth elder exclaimed at the same time. Xiao Ming raised his hand, and the sword fell. A large head soared into the sky. The heavily injured sixth elder didn't even know what had happened. He felt a whirlwind, and then completely lost consciousness. The sixth elder, dead. Chapter 44, Crush Stance, Kill All. He killed Elder Lu. Elder Wu exclaimed in shock and anger. The strongest elder, Elder Si, remained silent, but his eyes were fixed on Luo Zhen with a dark and menacing expression. Xiao Ming raised the thunderous wrath sword in his hand, grinned, and revealed a set of white teeth. Don't worry, it's your turn to die now, Xiao Ming said softly. Then, step by step, he walked towards Elder Si and Elder Wu. As he moved, a swirling green wind gathered around Xiao Ming's feet, making him seem like a gust of wind that could disappear at any moment. Elder Si noticed Xiao Ming's abnormality and said in a deep voice, "This kid's speed is strange and unpredictable. He must have cultivated a profound body technique." Elder Wu, be careful. Yes. Elder Wu nodded heavily, tightening his grip on the large iron spear in his hand. Just then, Xiao Ming's figure flickered and disappeared on the spot. Quick, back to back, prepare for defense. Elder Si shouted, swinging his thunderous steel whip wildly, creating a dense and impenetrable whip shadow in front of him. Elder Wu reacted quickly as well. He backed up against Elder Si and swung his large iron spear, sending out electrically charged spear rays. The spear rays condensed, forming a solid defense in front of him. These two relied on each other, with a barrage of steel whip shadows on one side and a solid spear defense on the other, firmly protecting themselves inside. However, after waiting for a moment, Xiao Ming did not attack. Where did that kid go? Elder Wu couldn't help but ask. I'm right here. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded out of thin air. He's above us. Elder Si instinctively shivered and quickly looked up, only to see that Xiao Ming had already appeared above their heads at some point. And above their heads, there was nothing. Just as the two were stunned, Xiao Ming flicked his sleeve, and the thunderous wrath sword, carrying a terrifying sword aura, shot towards Elder Si like a missile. Sword Control Technique. The sword control technique not only allowed Xiao Ming to control the flying sword, but also to control his own sword, launching it towards his opponent in a ferocious manner. The power of the sword control technique was no less than that of the moon-shattering slash, making it a powerful sword technique. While controlling the thunderous wrath sword, Xiao Ming also extended his arm and made a fierce slash towards the astonished Elder Wu. Swish! A more than 10-meter-long, multicolored and violent sword aura flashed by, crashing towards Elder Wu. The broken Yuan sword aura. This sword aura was compressed to the extreme by the true essence within Xiao Ming's body, making it extremely powerful. It could be considered Xiao Ming's strongest attack. From Xiao Ming's sudden appearance to the display of these two sword techniques, the time was extremely short. Elder Si and Elder Wu hadn't even had time to react before they saw the sword techniques coming at them, leaving them no time to use their martial techniques. Boom! The thunderous wrath sword crashed down, hitting Elder Si heavily like a missile. The powerful sword aura directly sent Elder Si flying a long distance. Elder Wu fared even worse. While he was still standing there in a daze, the broken Yuan sword aura pierced through space and slashed down from above, cutting through Elder Wu's chest and abdomen. It cut Elder Wu in half. Even after cutting Elder Wu in half, the broken Yuan sword aura continued downwards, leaving a deep sword mark in the solid ground like a trench. Elder Wu didn't even have time to scream before he split in half with a snap. For a moment, blood gushed out of Elder Wu's body like a fountain. It was a gruesome sight. Elder Wu, who was as powerful as Xiao Ming and at the same level, was killed in one move. The reason why Elder Wu fell so quickly was because Xiao Ming caught them off guard and launched an attack from above. Secondly, they underestimated Xiao Ming. Although Xiao Ming's cultivation was only at the early stage of the core lake realm, his true combat power far exceeded his peers due to factors such as the five elements sacred body, techniques like the Great River Sword intent, and so on. Therefore, killing Elder Wu was an easy task for Xiao Ming. After annihilating Elder Wu, Xiao Ming slowly landed on the ground and then looked up at the strongest elder, Elder Si. Elder Si had been sent flying for over 100 meters before barely stopping. His chest was heaving, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, indicating that he had suffered minor injuries. Xiao Ming beckoned with his palm, summoning the thunderous wrath sword. Then, step by step, he walked towards Elder Si. At this moment, Elder Si had already stabilized his figure. After taking several deep breaths, he looked towards Xiao Ming. Then, he saw Elder Wu's corpse. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Elder Wu. You killed Elder Wu too. Elder Si was furious, but beneath his anger, there was an indescribable fear. Xiao Ming was too powerful. He was not an ordinary early-stage core lake realm cultivator. How much time had passed since they had joined forces to besiege Xiao Ming until now? It was a short amount of time. Yet, two elders had already died at Xiao Ming's hands. At this moment, the four elders suddenly regretted. If they had known that Xiao Ming was so terrifying, they would have gathered more elders to surround and kill Xiao Ming. If their side had been stronger, they wouldn't have lost two clan elders. But who could have imagined that damn Xiao Ming would be so powerful? According to the intelligence, when Xiao Ming left the Spirit Sword Gate, he was still in the late stage of the Origin Energy Realm. The four elders originally thought it would be an easy battle. They even thought it was a bit exaggerated to send 3 elders at the Core Lake stage to kill Xiao Ming. But who would have thought? After obtaining some kind of opportunity, Xiao Ming's cultivation soared and he directly advanced to the Core Lake stage. Moreover, his displayed combat power far exceeded that of the early stage of the Core Lake stage. Just look at it and you'll know. As the dignified mid-stage Core Lake cultivators, the 4 elders were lightly injured by Xiao Ming with just one move. The more the 4 elders thought about it, the angrier and more regretful they became. The more they thought, the more fearful they became. And just as their thoughts were racing, Xiao Ming made his move again. This time, Xiao Ming didn't use the wind spirit step to conceal his figure. Instead, he stomped heavily on the ground, like a cannonball, fiercely attacking the 4 elders. In mid-air, Xiao Ming unleashed all his sword techniques in one breath. Crazy Shadow Slash, Shattered Moon Slash, Sword Art. 2 scattered elemental sword auras emitting colorful spiritual light. Swish! A fierce wind blew. Hundreds of densely packed sword shadows, like a huge net, swept towards the 4 elders. After the hundreds of sword shadows, there were crescent-shaped sword qi over 3 meters long. After the crescent-shaped sword qi, there was the furious sword aura of a ground-rank sword weapon, the Wrathful Thunder Sword. After the Wrathful Thunder Sword, there were even more furious scattered elemental sword auras. So many powerful sword techniques swarmed over, completely disrupting the spiritual energy of the world here. The 4 elders were shocked and kept retreating, their faces turning pale. At this moment, the 4 elders didn't know whether they should face the battle head-on or turn and run. "I'll fight. I don't believe that I, a mid-stage core lake cultivator, am not a match for Xiao Ming." The 4 elders made a decision in an instant. Their faces turned fierce as they used their strongest trump card. Once again, they swung the Thundersteel Whip, creating numerous whip shadows. Then, these whip shadows merged into a thick whip shadow over 10 meters long. "Break!" The 4 elders shouted angrily, controlling the thick whip shadow over 10 meters long and smashing it down fiercely. Boom! The mighty whip shadow shattered Xiao Ming's crazy shadow slash, but its own power was also damaged. Boom! The whip shadow clashed head-on with the crescent-shaped sword qi, shattering Xiao Ming's crescent-shaped sword qi, but the whip shadow suffered even more damage and became illusory. Boom! Another deafening explosion resounded. The Wrathful Thunder Sword fiercely struck the whip shadow. When the explosion subsided, the Wrathful Thunder Sword was knocked away and returned to Xiao Ming's hand. The thick whip shadow of the 4 elders couldn't hold on any longer and disintegrated on the spot. The 4 elders' strongest trump card had dissipated, but Xiao Ming still had 2 scattered elemental sword auras. Swoosh! The sound of breaking through the air rang out. The first sword aura hit the 4 elders, almost obliterating their chests. Then, the second sword aura followed closely, directly bisecting the 4 elders. After all of Xiao Ming's attacks dissipated, a rain of blood fell from the sky. This rain of blood was the corpse of the 4 elders. Not only were they killed by Xiao Ming, but not even a complete body was left behind. After killing the 4 elders, Xiao Ming held his sword with one hand and coldly looked towards the distance. There was still one trouble there. The young scout. At this moment, the young scout was trembling uncontrollably. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. "They're dead, all 3 elders are dead. How is this possible, how is this possible? It's fake, it's all fake, ha ha ha." The young scout laughed hysterically in place as if he had gone mad. Then, he suddenly stopped laughing, like a startled rabbit, and frantically fled downhill. "Trying to run? Can you escape?" Xiao Ming said in a low voice, then used the wind spirit step to chase after him at an extremely fast speed. A moment later. Ah! In the mountain forest, a scream like a pig being slaughtered resounded, startling a flock of birds. Cut the grass and remove the roots. Chapter 45 The 5th level of Sword Art, Small Achievement in Slashing the Universe. After killing the young scout, Xiao Ming looted the belongings and returned to the top of the small mountain peak. Then he began searching the bodies. As the saying goes, kill people and set fires, and you'll have a golden belt. There are many ways to quickly accumulate wealth, and one of them is to kill powerful opponents and obtain a large amount of treasure. After searching the bodies, Xiao Ming obtained a large number of treasures, the most precious of which were the Thunder Steel Whip of the 4th Elder, the Iron Spear of the 5th Elder, as well as their martial arts and martial skills. He opened the martial skills and took a look. Xiao Ming was somewhat surprised to find that they were all practicing the same main martial art, called the Thunderous Lightning Decision. This martial art is of the royal grade, which should be the most powerful core martial art of the Thunder Family Fort, not bad at all. Bringing it back to the Spirit Sword Gate can earn a large amount of contribution points. Even if it is sold, it can still obtain a considerable amount of elemental stones. In addition to the Thunderous Lightning Decision, there are several other martial skill manuals. Xiao Ming glanced at them briefly and then collected them all. After finishing these small matters, Xiao Ming looked up, squinting his eyes, and looked in the direction of the Thunder Family Fort. He and the Thunder Family Fort are already in a situation of no compromise. Only when one side is completely wiped out will the other side stop. The most powerful person in the Thunder Family Fort is Thunder Ao. However, after the previous conflict, Thunder Ao has been seriously injured by my master and his cultivation has fallen to the mid-core lake stage. Xiao Ming touched his chin and thought to himself. This cultivation level is no longer a threat to me. But besides Thunder Ao, there are other strong people in the Thunder Family Fort, such as the remaining elders. Those elders are probably in the mid to late core lake stage. If they unite, it might be a bit tricky. Xiao Ming has also heard about the strength of the Thunder Family Fort. It is said that besides the Fort Lord Thunder Ao, there are 6 elders, all of whom are in the core lake stage. And now, 3 of them have already died at his hands, so the Thunder Family Fort still has 3 of the most powerful elder group members. For Xiao Ming, it is necessary to eliminate the Thunder Family Fort to prevent future troubles. But he needs to plan slowly. With this in mind, Xiao Ming took out a martial art manual from his pocket. Heavenly Rank Martial Art, Imperial Shocking Heaven Sword Art. This is Xiao Ming's main martial art. With his cultivation reaching the core lake stage, he can now cultivate the 5th level of the sword technique. Once he successfully cultivates the 5th level, Xiao Ming's strength will inevitably increase, and he will have more confidence in dealing with the Thunder Family Fort. Without further ado, Xiao Ming sat cross-legged on the spot and then the true essence in his body surged out, pouring into the martial art manual. As the true essence poured in, the 5th page of the manual gradually softened and was gently opened by Xiao Ming. A brand new and more exquisite cultivation method immediately came into Xiao Ming's view. After about a quarter of an hour, Xiao Ming, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. As his eyes opened, 2 colorful sword auras shot out from his pupils, making a hissing sound in the void. He has completed the cultivation of the 5th level of the sword technique. After cultivating the 5th level of the sword technique, the core lake in Xiao Ming's body became more than twice as thick as before. The deep core lake was as if frozen, extremely viscous, and contained true essence energy far surpassing that of the same level martial artists. Even a mid-core lake stage martial artist's true essence in their core lake cannot compare to Xiao Ming's. The true essence energy contained in the core lake is the foundation of martial artists at this stage. The more powerful the core lake, the more terrifying the combat power that can be erupted. In terms of core lake energy alone, Xiao Ming can now compete with a late core lake stage martial artist. And the change in the core lake is just one of the changes brought by the sword technique. After cultivating the 5th level of the sword technique, Xiao Ming also refined a new sword technique. Chop the Universe. This is a sword technique attached to the 5th layer sword art. Once executed, it possesses extremely powerful force. However, because the power of Chop the Universe is too terrifying, it is divided into 3 parts: minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Just like the Great River Sword intent that Xiao Ming possesses. The 5th layer sword art can cultivate Chop the Universe to the level of minor achievement. The 6th layer sword art can cultivate it to major achievement. If one cultivates the 7th layer sword art, then Chop the Universe can be cultivated to the state of perfection. Therefore, due to his own cultivation level and the number of layers of the sword art, Xiao Ming can currently only display the power of minor achievement Chop the Universe. But, although Chop the Universe only has the power of minor achievement, according to the records in the manual, this level of power is enough to severely injure or even kill martial artists below the Divine Sea realm. Moreover, it can almost achieve an instant kill. And this is the power of heavenly rank martial arts, allowing practitioners of this martial art to easily challenge opponents of higher realms. Xiao Ming slowly stood up, lightly stepping on the ground with his feet, instantly soaring into the air, reaching the mid-air. Looking at the small mountain peak beneath his feet, as well as the mysterious ice lake at the top of the peak, Xiao Ming slowly exhaled. He planned to test the power of Chop the Universe. Extending his palm, he gently grasped the void. In the next moment, the 5 elements of power within a radius of tens of miles rushed towards Xiao Ming. The 5 forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth integrated and condensed in Xiao Ming's hand, forming a 100-meter-long colorful sword shadow. This 100-meter-long sword shadow is Chop the Universe. As for why it appears in various colors, it is because Xiao Ming is controlling the 5 elements of power. With one hand holding the 100-meter-long colorful sword shadow, Xiao Ming exerted force and fiercely slashed towards the small mountain peak beneath his feet. Boom! The sword shadow cut through the void, and the powerful sword aura caused the void to rumble. Then, boom! The colorful sword shadow, like a sword that opens the heavens, directly split the small mountain peak into 2 halves. The mountain peak exploded, and rocks flew in all directions. The ice lake at the top of the mountain peak was directly blasted, turning into countless splashes of water. Seeing this scene beneath his feet, Xiao Ming was both shocked and delighted. Is this the power of Chop the Universe? It's insane, it's ferocious. Such a terrifying sword shadow would probably severely injure or even kill a martial artist in the later stage of the Core Lake realm if they were hit. However, after Xiao Ming's surprise, his brows furrowed. Because he was astonished to find that after using Chop the Universe, more than half of his true essence was consumed. The power of Chop the Universe is indeed terrifying, but the consumption of true essence is also astonishing. It seems that Chop the Universe can only be used as a last resort, Xiao Ming thought to himself, unless it is a critical moment, it should not be used easily. With my current cultivation level, I can only use Chop the Universe twice at most, no more. After considering this, Xiao Ming turned his head and looked ambitiously in the direction of the Lei family fort. Now that his strength has skyrocketed, it is time to annihilate the Lei family fort. With a wave of his palm, Xiao Ming drew out the furious thunder sword, and then used the sword flight technique to fly at lightning speed, soaring into the sky and disappearing into the clouds. After a moment, he disappeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 46 Heading to Laijiabao. While flying on his sword in the sky, Xiao Ming opened his own life script attribute panel. With a flash of light, his information immediately appeared before his eyes. Host, Xiao Ming. Realm, Core Lake Initial Stage. Fate, Extraordinary Luck, Yellow, Luck Attached, Temporary. Physique, 5 Elements Sacred Body, Extreme Sacred Body. Main Cultivation Technique, Imperial Shocking Heaven Sword Art, 5th Level, Heavenly Rank. Body Technique, Wind Spirit Steps, Earth Rank. Martial Skills, 100 Shadow Crazed Slash, Shattered Moon Slash, Sword Control Art, Shattered Yuan Sword Chi, Slashing Heaven and Earth, Minor Completion. Special Martial Skill, Origin Energy Realm Great River Sword Intent, Major Completion. Storage Artifact, Ink Void Ring. Life Script, the host killed Zhengjian, swallowed his yellow luck, and was influenced by Hu Yunxi's extraordinary luck, resulting in a certain degree of change in his own destiny. Recent opportunities, the host has been influenced by Hu Yunxi's extraordinary luck, increasing his luck and easily obtaining some extraordinary opportunities. On the attribute panel, apart from physique, realm, cultivation technique, and martial skills, there were no other changes. Regarding physique, since he had already cultivated the 5 elements sacred body, Xiao Ming's previous immortal sword body automatically dissipated and turned into nutrients that were absorbed by the 5 elements sacred body. What surprised Xiao Ming a bit was that his luck did not change. It was still the original yellow luck. The reason for this was that the luck of the 3 Thunder family elders killed by Xiao Ming was also at the yellow level. Therefore, Xiao Ming's luck level could not be improved. I hope the remaining strong members of the Thunder family have higher level luck, otherwise, I'll be cursing. Xiao Ming snorted and quickly rushed towards the direction of the Thunder family. At the same time, inside the Thunder family stronghold, due to being heavily injured and his strength plummeting, the Lord of the Thunder family, Lei Ao, had entered the cultivation chamber early and no longer interfered with the affairs of the clan. Therefore, the three elders who ranked high in the Thunder family were currently in charge of the stronghold. They were the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder of the Thunder family. In the spacious and bright reception hall, these three elders were seated separately, drinking tea and chatting happily. Calculating the time, the fourth, fifth, and sixth brothers should have already found that scoundrel Xiao Ming by now, the third elder said with a smile. We, the Thunder family, have dispatched three elders at once, so Xiao Ming is bound to meet his demise. That's for sure. The second elder disdainfully said. According to the intelligence, Xiao Ming was only at the late stage of the origin energy realm when he left the Spirit Sword Gate. With such weak strength, how could he be a match for our Thunder family? Hearing this, the Grand Elder nodded and shook his head. Xiao Ming is undoubtedly doomed, but it seems a bit excessive for all three elders to be dispatched together, especially with one of them being at the mid-stage of the Core Lake realm, the Grand Elder sneered. Just a small Xiao Ming, any family elder could easily kill him. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Ah, there's nothing we can do. The fourth brother is too cautious. He insisted on bringing the fifth and sixth brothers along, and we couldn't persuade him, the third elder shook his head. Never mind, as long as we can deal with Xiao Ming, a little trouble is nothing, the Grand Elder waved his hand and then looked outside the door, saying. It's already dusk now, and the darkness is gradually thickening. I estimate that the fourth brother and the others should be back by the time it's completely dark. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, the sky completely darkened. However, the four elders of the Lei family fort have not returned on time. Although the elder of the Lei family fort was quite puzzled by this, he didn't think much of it and only believed that the four elders were delayed by other matters. It had nothing to do with Xiao Ming anyway. After it got dark, the elder instructed the third elder, Third elder, you will lead the patrol within the clan today. If there is anything, inform me, and the second elder immediately. The third elder smiled indifferently and said, Don't worry, no one dares to provoke our Lei family fort. The elder nodded. Indeed. Within 100 miles, the Lei family fort was a behemoth. Not only would no one dare to provoke the Lei family fort, but even if someone privately expressed dissatisfaction with the Lei family fort, they would be swiftly dealt with. In this territory, the Lei family fort was the ruler. As time passed, the sky grew darker. The third elder did not lead the team on patrol, but instead hid in his own room, watching the dancers while drinking wine and enjoying hot pot. However, this scene did not last long. Just as the third elder was enjoying himself, a disciple from the Lei family fort hurriedly came and anxiously said, Third elder, disciple has important news to report. What's the matter? The third elder didn't take it seriously, answering casually while staring fixedly at the dancer's fair thighs. Third elder, something big has happened. Two of our patrol teams mysteriously disappeared. After searching, we found their bodies in a desolate area outside the fort. They are all dead, and it seems they were all killed instantly by a sword piercing their throats. What? The third elder exclaimed sharply, instantly jumping up from his seat. Two patrol teams were killed? Who the hell dares to provoke our Lei family fort in this territory? The third elder was both shocked and furious, his face filled with murderous intent. I don't know who did it. Third elder, you should go and take a look. Everyone is in a panic. The disciple said nervously. Let's go. I want to see who the hell has the audacity to challenge our Lei family fort. The third elder, full of anger, picked up a long knife and walked out of the door. Not long after, the third elder led a team of elite disciples to the desolate area outside the fort. Under the relatively bright moonlight, the third elder and his men could clearly see the bodies of the Lei family fort disciples lying on the desolate ground. These disciples were all members of the patrol teams, and after being annihilated, they were all thrown here. Who the hell did this? The third elder was furious, Whoever dares to kill the disciples of our Lei family fort, I will crush their bones and scatter their ashes." The elite disciples of the Lei family fort remained silent. Because no one knew who did it. Just then. "Why are you barking like a dog? The one who killed your Lei family fort disciples is me." A faint voice suddenly sounded in the night sky. "Who is it? Show yourself." The third elder drew his long knife with a clang, his eyes wide open as he scanned the surroundings. The remaining elite disciples of the Lei family fort were also on high alert. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Xiao Ming descended gracefully from mid-air. "It's you? Xiao Ming? You're not dead." The third elder was instantly shocked after seeing Xiao Ming's face. "I'm not dead. Are you surprised?" With a light laugh, Xiao Ming slowly drew out the furious thunder sword, pointing the blade at the third elder, and said calmly, "It's not me who should die, it's all of you. From tonight onwards, the Lei family fort will cease to exist." Chapter 47. Tune the tiger away from the mountain, defeat each one. Arrogant. The third elder sneered contemptuously, mocking, "With your meager strength, you still think?" Before he could finish his sentence, the third elder suddenly froze. He sensed Xiao Ming's powerful aura. "You're actually at the core lake realm? When did you advance?" The third elder exclaimed in shock. Xiao Ming couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. With a light wave of his furious thunder sword in the void, the spiritual energy of the five elements in the world surged like a floodgate being opened, covering the sword in an instant, forming a 100-meter-long colorful sword shadow. Slash! Xiao Ming shouted lightly, gripping the sword shadow and slashing fiercely. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly resounded. The colorful sword shadow, carrying an unrivaled sword aura, directly struck the third elder and the elite disciples of the Lei family, and then the power of the sword shadow swept over, instantly obliterating the third elder and the others. The powerful third elder died under the slash of heaven and earth without even having the chance to use his martial skills. After the explosion that killed the third elder and the others, the power of the sword shadow continued unabated, cutting a deep trench into the hard ground. After annihilating the third elder and the others with a single move, Xiao Ming took a deep breath and took out 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs from the Mo Kong ring, stuffing them all into his mouth. The power of the slash of heaven and earth was indeed sharp and powerful, but it also consumed an astonishing amount of true essence. Xiao Ming needed to quickly restore the true essence in his body because there was still a major battle waiting for him. In fact, an hour ago, Xiao Ming had arrived at the Lei family's stronghold. However, he didn't immediately launch an attack. Out of caution, he first understood the situation of the Lei family's stronghold. This was something a mature warrior should do. If one didn't understand the specific situation of the enemy, one couldn't recklessly attack. Otherwise, they might fall into a situation where they were surrounded and killed. After a thorough investigation, Xiao Ming learned that among the three elders of the Lei family, the second and third elders were both at the mid-core lake realm. The strongest elder was at the late-core lake realm. Coupled with the heavily injured Lei Ao, the strength of the Lei family's stronghold was actually quite astonishing. After learning this information, Xiao Ming was glad that he didn't rush into the Lei family's stronghold. If he had disregarded everything and directly attacked, he would definitely have been attacked by several elders of the Lei family. Even if he had a deep foundation and many means, he might not be able to withstand it. There was even a risk of falling. Therefore, Xiao Ming patiently waited for nightfall while formulating a plan, which was to create chaos and lure out the three elders of the Lei family one by one. As it turned out, he succeeded. The arrogant and proud third elder indeed led a group of elite disciples to the outside of the stronghold, only to be killed by Xiao Ming in one move. While recovering his true essence, Xiao Ming squinted his eyes and looked at the buildings of the Lei family's stronghold. The commotion here is not small. The people of the Lei family's stronghold must have sensed it. Next, it depends on which elder of the Lei family's stronghold is lured out, Xiao Ming thought to himself. If the person who comes out is at the mid-core lake realm, I will use the same technique to kill them. If the strongest elder comes out, then I will counterattack and enter the Lei family's stronghold, first dealing with the others before battling the strongest elder. In short, I will temporarily put aside the late core lake realm elder and deal with the others first. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Ming leaped into the air, riding on the furious thunder sword, and disappeared into the night. The people of the Lei family's stronghold couldn't even detect him. In this way, Xiao Ming was in the shadows, while the Lei family's stronghold was in the light. How to attack and who to kill were all within Xiao Ming's thoughts. At the same time, the elder and the second elder, who were still asleep, had already been awakened. These two people not only heard the deafening explosion outside the fortress, but also felt a strong surge of elemental energy. Obviously, an astonishing battle had taken place outside the fortress. After hastily putting on their clothes, the elder and second elder of the Lei family almost simultaneously arrived in the reception hall. They called for a disciple of the family and the elder of the Lei family asked in confusion. What happened outside? Who is fighting? In response to the elder, 2 patrol teams were completely wiped out by someone. The bodies were all piled up in a wasteland outside the fortress, the disciple explained hurriedly. Just now, the third elder has already gone to investigate the situation. Based on the situation, it seems that the culprit has been found and is currently engaged in a battle with the culprit. Upon hearing the disciple's report, both the elder and second elder of the Lei family furrowed their brows at the same time. The situation doesn't look good for the third elder. The elder said in a deep voice. Judging from the intensity of the disturbance just now, it's not something the third elder could have caused. From this, it can be seen that the culprit's strength is quite formidable. It is likely at least in the mid to late core lake stage, otherwise it wouldn't have caused such a strong surge of elemental energy. What should we do? Should we hurry to help the third elder? The second elder asked anxiously. The elder shook his head. The enemy's situation is unknown. We cannot empty the fortress, otherwise we might fall into a trap. Don't forget, the lord of the fortress is currently in seclusion in the cultivation room. He absolutely cannot be disturbed by external forces, otherwise his injuries may become even more severe. After thinking for a moment, the elder continued, All right, I will personally go out to meet the culprit outside the fortress. As for you, second elder, you will stay with the disciples and guard the family. No problem, the safety of the family is on me. The second elder said confidently, patting his chest. The elder nodded and said no more, directly leaving through the air. Outside the Lei family fortress, Xiao Ming stood on the furious thunder sword, his gaze fixed on the location of the Lei family fortress. After a moment, a figure emitting a powerful aura rushed towards Xiao Ming from the direction of the Lei family fortress. This person's aura was very strong, already reaching the late core lake stage. Late core lake stage? It seems that the person coming is the elder of the Lei family. Xiao Ming rubbed his chin and smiled slightly. In that case, don't blame me for rushing into the Lei family fortress and killing everyone. After speaking, Xiao Ming controlled the furious thunder sword to dodge the approaching elder. After making a turn in mid-air, he headed straight for the Lei family fortress like a tiger attacking a flock of sheep. After a dozen breaths, the elder of the Lei family arrived at the battlefield outside the fortress. His gaze swept over and he saw a deep sword mark on the ground, surrounded by countless pieces of crimson flesh. How could this be? Where is the third elder? Where is the culprit? The elder was shocked and quickly searched around, but it was eerily quiet, without a trace of anyone. After searching desperately for a while, the elder finally noticed something unusual. Among the flesh on the ground, he found the body of the third elder, but the body had been blown to pieces. If it weren't for the clothes of the elder of the Lei family that he was wearing, it would have been extremely difficult to identify. The third elder has been killed. The elder's face showed a look of horror, it was hard to imagine what he was seeing. The third elder's strength was not weak. Not only had he cultivated to the mid-core lake stage, but his martial skills were also very powerful. To kill the third elder in such a short time, the culprit's combat power had to be at least in the late core lake stage, or even in the great perfection stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill the third elder in such a short time. It should be noted that for a powerful martial artist, defeating someone is easy, but killing them is extremely difficult. Unless they have overwhelming strength. The third elder is dead, where did the culprit go? The elder's face was full of vigilance. He looked around, trying to find any traces, but found nothing. Just then, from the direction of the Lei family fortress behind him, a surge of elemental energy suddenly erupted, and a stunning sword pressure shot into the sky. The elder instinctively turned his head to look, and then saw a 100-meter sword shadow emitting colorful light rising abruptly from the Lei family fortress. Then it came crashing down. Oh no! I've fallen into a trap. The elder's face changed drastically, gritting his teeth. While I was out, the culprit directly entered the Lei family fortress. Chapter 48, Forcibly Killing the Castle Owner Lei Ao. In a state of shock and anger, the elder turned his head without hesitation and rushed towards the location of the Lei family fortress. By the time he arrived at the Lei family fortress was already in ruins. He saw that the massive colorful sword shadows from earlier had already shattered one building after another, and the ground was littered with the bodies of the disciples of the Lei family fortress. Blood flowed like a river, and the stench was overwhelming. Among the countless bodies, there were two figures engaged in a fierce battle. One of them was Lei Ao, the lord of the Lei family fortress, who had been awakened and broken through the barrier. The other person was a young boy who looked somewhat familiar. You are Xiao Ming. After observing for a moment, the elder exclaimed in disbelief. On his way here, he had also wondered who would dare to attack the Lei family fortress so recklessly. Various enemies flashed through his mind, but he never expected it to be Xiao Ming. Wasn't Xiao Ming already killed by the joint efforts of the fourth elder and the others? How could he appear here? Furthermore, Xiao Ming was just a minor disciple of the Spirit Sword Gate. Even if he was a true disciple, his strength was only at the late stage of the origin energy realm as mentioned in the intelligence. What courage and strength did he have to provoke the Lei family fortress? Just as the elder was in shock, both Xiao Ming and Lei Ao noticed the arrival of the elder. Elder, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and help me! Lei Ao couldn't help but shout at the top of his lungs. After speaking, he was struck in the chest by Xiao Ming's sword, spewing out a mouthful of thick blood. Although it was said that the two were engaged in a fierce battle, in reality, Lei Ao was completely suppressed and beaten by Xiao Ming. Weakened and heavily injured, Lei Ao was no match for Xiao Ming. Whether it was the density of true energy in his body or the power of his martial skills, Lei Ao was completely overwhelmed by Xiao Ming's one-sided beating. If the elder didn't intervene soon, Lei Ao would truly die at the hands of Xiao Ming. The lord of the fortress is actually no match for Xiao Ming? This doesn't make sense. The elder became even more astonished. Although the lord's cultivation has declined, he still has a deep foundation and can still display the strength of the mid-stage of the core lake realm. How could he be suppressed and beaten by Xiao Ming? Just as he finished speaking, the elder noticed something was wrong. He sensed Xiao Ming's aura, and Xiao Ming's cultivation at this moment was no longer in the origin energy realm but in the core lake realm. So that's how it is, this kid has broken through to a higher realm. Don't panic, Lord of the Fortress, I will help you now. The elder shouted, drew his long sword from his waist, and pounced on Xiao Ming like a soaring eagle. Xiao Ming glanced warily at the approaching elder and disregarded him. What was most important for Xiao Ming now was to quickly kill Lei Ao and then have a decisive battle with the elder. When facing multiple opponents, the most important thing to avoid was attacking aimlessly and striking everywhere. When surrounded by multiple people, it was better to disable one finger than to injure all 5 fingers. With a flicker of his figure, Xiao Ming used the wind spirit step to disappear on the spot, evading the elder's attack, and instantly appeared by Lei Ao's side. Then, the furious thunder sword spewed out a fierce 3-foot sword energy, slashing horizontally towards Lei Ao's neck. Lei Ao was taken aback and instinctively raised the long knife in his hand, blocking it in front of his eyes. However, this was just a feint from Xiao Ming. While slashing horizontally with the sword, Xiao Ming's other palm suddenly lifted and made a ruthless slash towards Lei Ao. Swish! A massive sword aura over 10 meters long shot out from Xiao Ming's palm, carrying a terrifying sword force as it attacked. Boom! A dull sound of impact on flesh resounded. The unparalleled sword energy instantly turned half of Lei Ao's body into a mist of blood, while the remaining body was heavily blasted hundreds of meters away, as if it were a torn sack. Lei Ao crashed heavily onto the ground, and thick blood gushed out from his wounds like a fountain, quickly staining the ground red. Within moments, the ground was dyed red. Severely injured, Lei Ao's eyes rolled back, his life hanging by a thread. However, just as Xiao Ming sent Lei Ao flying, the elder of the Lei family also arrived behind Xiao Ming. "UBD, go to hell!" The elder shouted angrily, raising the long sword in his hand and slashing out a thick sword energy radiating with lightning. The lightning was dazzling, and the sword energy was magnificent, fiercely hitting Xiao Ming's back. Xiao Ming was also sent flying a long distance. After sending Xiao Ming flying with one strike, the elder didn't look back. Because that strike was his most powerful attack, called the Thunderous Lightning Slash. Without any defense, if one were to directly face this strike, even if Xiao Ming was only at the early stage of the Core Lake realm, let alone the middle or late stage, they would still die. The elder quickly arrived by Lei Ao's side. "Lord? Lord, are you all right?" The elder anxiously asked while shaking Lei Ao's body. Lei Ao showed no response. In fact, his body had already started to turn cold. "He's dead. Lord is dead." After seeing that Lei Ao had no breath left, the elder muttered, almost unable to believe his own eyes. The mighty Lord Lei Ao of the Lei family had fallen just like that? Not only Lei Ao, but looking around, the once glorious and bustling Lei family now only had him as the sole survivor. Almost wiped out. The only thing to be grateful for was that the killer, Xiao Ming, had been killed by him. This was the only thing that could improve the elder's mood. Just then, a faint voice suddenly sounded from a distance behind the elder. "Hiss! My back feels itchy, and my clothes have been shredded by the sword energy." Who's speaking?" The elder abruptly turned his head, and as if he had seen a ghost, an expression of disbelief and horror appeared on his face. In the distant night sky, Xiao Ming's figure slowly appeared. At this moment, Xiao Ming's upper body was completely torn, revealing his solid chest. Xiao Ming's chest emitted a soft multicolored spiritual light, and under the illumination of the spiritual light, there were many peculiar patterns faintly visible on the surface of his chest. Not only was Xiao Ming not dead, but he also looked lively and energetic. "You're not dead? How is this possible? This can't be!" The elder instinctively exclaimed, like a snake that had been stepped on, instantly entering a state of extreme shock. "Whether I'm dead or not, can't you see? What are your two eyes for?" Xiao Ming sneered. It had to be admitted that the elder of the Lei family had indeed launched a shocking attack, especially when Xiao Ming had no defenses and took the elder's furious strike head-on. That strike was enough to kill an unguarded late-stage Core Lake Realm expert. Unfortunately, Xiao Ming possessed the 5 elements sacred body. Even in the entire immortal martial continent, the 5 elements sacred body was an extremely famous top-grade sacred body. The defensive power of the 5 elements sacred body was extremely abnormal, and Xiao Ming could also mobilize the power of the sacred runes and the 5 elements between heaven and earth, making his defense even more indestructible. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Ming dared to ignore the elder and directly take his attack. Chapter 49 Exterminate the Clan. The wealth of the Lei family. Across the street. The elder of the Lei family has already calmed down from the shock, but in its place, a strong sense of fear and dread surged in his eyes. If we're talking about cultivation level alone, he is not afraid of Xiao Ming. But Xiao Ming emits a colorful spiritual light all over his body, making him appear godlike and demonic under the illumination of the light. This inevitably gives rise to a sense of fear in the elder. After all, he had just made a full-force attack, successfully ambushing Xiao Ming without any defenses, but it still had no effect. The terrifying physical defense of Xiao Ming is evident. At this moment, deep within the elder's heart, even the thought of running away emerged. Xiao Ming is too mysterious and unpredictable, even though his cultivation level has reached the later stage of the core lake realm, higher than Xiao Ming. But he may not necessarily be Xiao Ming's opponent. Just as the elder of the Lei family was hesitating, Xiao Ming made a move. His figure flickered, and he displayed the wind spirit step, disappearing on the spot. Accompanied by the sound of the wind, Xiao Ming instantly appeared above the elder's head, then raised the furious thunderous sword in his hand and fiercely slashed down. At this moment, the vitality between heaven and earth suddenly boiled, and the forces of the five elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, rushed from all directions. As the sword fell, 100-meter-long colorful sword shadow formed out of thin air, carrying a terrifying sword aura capable of splitting mountains and overturning seas, and slashed down. It was only at this moment that the elder of the Lei family reacted. He wanted to run, but it was already too late. The 100-meter-long colorful sword shadow ruthlessly descended, instantly submerging the elder of the Lei family. Boom! The vitality shook, and the earth trembled. The solid ground was once again split open by the colorful sword shadow, creating a deep trench. Soil flew and dust rose into the sky for a while. Xiao Ming reached out and activated his true essence, summoning a gust of wind that blew away all the dust in the air. Then he saw the scene inside. In the trench created by the sword shadow, the elder of the Lei family was covered in blood, lying quietly at the bottom of the trench like a dead dog. He was not killed in one move. However, although he still had a breath, his limbs were shattered, his chest exploded, and blood foam kept spewing from his mouth. Even if he wasn't dead now, he wouldn't live much longer. With a cold snort, Xiao Ming flew down and arrived beside the trench. Gripping the thunderous sword, Xiao Ming looked down at the elder in the trench with a cold and indifferent gaze. The elder felt Xiao Ming's killing intent and wanted to get up, but no matter how hard he tried, his body only trembled a few times. With his limbs shattered, he couldn't stand up at all. I originally estimated that I would need at least 2 strikes of the heaven and earth slashing sword shadow to kill you, Xiao Ming said in a calm voice, but now it seems that I overestimated you. Although you are the elder of the Lei family, and although you have cultivated to the later stage of the core lake realm, you are very weak. After speaking, Xiao Ming gripped the thunderous sword and lightly waved it towards the elder, who was already full of shock but still unable to move. Swish! A sharp sword energy accompanied by dazzling lightning shot out from Xiao Ming's hand, beheading the elder's head in one stroke. The elder of the Lei family, dead. From this point on, the Lei family, which was once renowned and feared by many, was completely wiped out. Regardless of their strength, regardless of age or gender, they all died at the hands of Xiao Ming. From now on, there will be no more Lei family on this land, as they have been completely exterminated. After dealing with the Lei family, 2 green mysterious gases emerged respectively from the bodies of Lei Ao and the elder, then flew towards Xiao Ming in a leisurely manner. Xiao Ming cautiously took a few steps back. He immediately recognized that both of these gases were green luck. Although green luck is 1 level higher than Xiao Ming's current yellow luck, Xiao Ming doesn't want it, and even finds it annoying. The reason is simple. Warriors who possess this kind of luck are very likely to be cuckolded. This is also one of the unique magical abilities of green luck. System? System, come out quickly! Xiao Ming shouted in his mind while dodging the green luck with his agile steps. I'm here, host, the system replied. System, I don't want to absorb the green luck, what should I do? The system fell silent, seemingly not expecting such a request from Xiao Ming. After a moment, the system slowly said, green luck can enhance the host's cultivation speed and increase the host's opportunities. Why doesn't the host want it? Don't worry about that, I just don't want it. Xiao Ming became more agitated. Because those two lucks seemed to be locked onto him, no matter where he used his agile steps to run, the green luck followed him like a festering sore. The system fell silent again. Just when Xiao Ming thought the system had no solution, the system finally said slowly, this system can shatter the green luck, causing it to dissipate and lower its level in the world. Do you want to shatter it? Yes, yes, yes. Shatter it quickly, that damn green dog luck is about to touch me. Xiao Ming impatiently exclaimed. The next moment, a mysterious and ancient aura burst out from within Xiao Ming, directly attacking the two green lucks. The system finally took action. After being attacked by the system, the two green lucks instantly disintegrated and disappeared into thin air. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He would rather not upgrade his own luck, have weak opportunities, than have the green luck. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ming looked around. Then, he took out 2,000-year-old spiritual medicines from his ring and stuffed them into his mouth to restore his true essence, while starting to clean up the battlefield. Lei family fort had been famous for many years and had a deep foundation as a one-star power. They must have collected many precious cultivation resources. Not to mention, just the long knife in Lei Ao's hand was impressive, because Xiao Ming discovered that the power of that long knife was completely different from his furious thunder sword. It must also be a ground-level weapon. Half an hour later, the looting was complete. Xiao Ming obtained a ground-level blade, the Thundercloud blade, 2 profound-grade weapons, and a pile of royal-grade weapons. And countless elemental stones, elixirs, spiritual medicines, and various other cultivation resources. Xiao Ming stuffed all these things into his ink space ring in one go, but because there were too many things, the ring was almost full. After confirming that no resources were left behind, Xiao Ming brought 2 pots of boiling water and started pouring them into the ant nest of the Lei family. After filling the ant nest with boiling water, Xiao Ming looked at the ground. He saw that the ground of the Lei family had been blasted with 2 deep trenches, and many earthworms had been dug out. Without saying a word, Xiao Ming lifted his furious thunder sword and split all the earthworms in half from the middle. After splitting the earthworms, Xiao Ming found the kitchen of the Lei family and shook all the eggs, then stomped on them all. Then, Xiao Ming caught a nest of mice and gave each mouse a good beating before releasing them with a bewildered look on their faces. After all, the mice were stealing from the Lei family, which was a good thing. After doing all this, Xiao Ming finally stopped his revenge with a sense of satisfaction. Dare to provoke me, Xiao Ming? Hey! I poured boiling water into your ant nest. I split the earthworms in half. I shook all the eggs. I gave every mouse in your house a good beating. Even passing dogs had to be kicked. Unfortunately, the Lei family fort did not raise chickens, ducks, geese, and other poultry. Otherwise, Xiao Ming would have plucked all their feathers. And this is the consequence of provoking me, Xiao Ming. Looking at the ruins of the Lei family fort, which had become a pile of rubble, Xiao Ming chuckled, then used his sword flying technique to step onto the furious thunder sword. Before leaving, Xiao Ming set a big fire. The flames burned fiercely and spread quickly. In no time, the entire Lei family fort turned into a sea of fire. Chapter 50 Jinyu Building, 100,000 middle-grade primordial stones. The sound of the wind was piercing, whistling in Xiao Ming's ears. Under the bright moonlight, Xiao Ming was flying on his sword at an extremely fast speed. As he flew through the sky, Xiao Ming took out a set of clean and tidy clothes from his ring and put them on. At the same time, he restrained his divine aura and withdrew all the elemental light and holy runes from his body. This way, he wouldn't attract as much attention. After finishing these small tasks, Xiao Ming began to think about his next journey. He didn't plan to immediately return to the sect, but wanted to make a trip to Clear Breeze City. In the battle against the Lei family fort, Xiao Ming obtained a large number of cultivation resources, but these resources were of varying quality, and only a few pills and spiritual medicines were useful to Xiao Ming. The remaining items wouldn't earn him many points if he turned them into the sect. It would be better to sell them in Clear Breeze City. In Clear Breeze City, there was a commercial guild called Jinyu, which was a branch of a major power stationed in Clear Breeze City. Jinyu was well known and had fair prices, never deceiving anyone. What's more, Jinyu was an outsider and not under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion. This was good news for Xiao Ming. After all, the Spirit Sword Gate he belonged to and the city lord's mansion didn't see eye to eye and had many conflicts. If he could reduce trouble, it would naturally be the best thing. After making up his mind, Xiao Ming changed direction and rushed towards Clear Breeze City. After about half an hour, Xiao Ming arrived at Clear Breeze City. Although it was nighttime, Clear Breeze City was even more lively. Looking around, the streets were brightly lit, bustling with people, and various businesses were thriving. Xiao Ming had a clear goal and quickly arrived at Jinyu. As soon as he entered the gate, a waiter enthusiastically approached him. "Sir, what would you like to buy?" The waiter confidently patted his chest and said, "We have everything at Jinyu. As long as you are willing to spend money, we can get you anything." There was some boasting in his words. Jinyu was just a branch of a major power, and the immortal martial continent was so vast. How could a small Jinyu possibly obtain all the rare items? But Xiao Ming couldn't be bothered to argue with him and said, "I came to Jinyu not to buy things." "Ah!" The waiter was surprised. "I came to sell things," Xiao Ming added. "Selling things is also fine." "Sir, what do you want to sell?" Xiao Ming looked at the waiter and shook his head slightly. "I have a lot of things to sell, and they are quite valuable. I'm afraid a waiter like you doesn't have the qualifications to handle them. Go and find your manager. I want to talk to him." Upon hearing this, the waiter was not angry but rather delighted. He didn't care about Xiao Ming's disdain for him. On the contrary, he was very happy. Xiao Ming was his customer, and if he sold many valuable items, his commission would be higher. "Sir, please wait patiently here. I will go find the manager right away." After saying these words, the waiter hurriedly ran off. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a beard was brought over by the waiter. "I am the manager of Jinyu. May I ask, sir, what do you want to sell?" The middle-aged man smiled. Xiao Ming didn't speak. Instead, he took out a long knife from his ring, which was shimmering with thunder and lightning. The Thundercloud Blade. This was the most powerful thunder attribute weapon of the Lei family fort, and its quality reached the earth rank level. At the moment he saw the Thundercloud Blade, the middle-aged man paused for a moment, then showed a surprised expression. "This is the Thundercloud Blade of the Lei family fort? How did it end up in your hands?" the middle-aged man asked in astonishment. After speaking, he secretly glanced at the ink void ring in Xiao Ming's hand. The Thundercloud Blade, the ancestral weapon of the Lei family fort, a very rare spatial storage ring. At this moment, Xiao Ming's status in the middle-aged man's heart suddenly rose. Xiao Ming was also somewhat surprised. "You recognized the Thundercloud Blade of the Lei family at a glance? Your perception is truly remarkable, worthy of being the manager of the Golden Jade Tower." The middle-aged man chuckled and explained, "As the Golden Jade Tower opens its doors wide and welcomes guests from all directions, it naturally needs to understand countless precious items. Not hiding it from you, the information gathering ability of the Golden Jade Tower far surpasses that of ordinary sections. Xiao Ming waved his hand and said, "Enough small talk, I'll ask you directly, do you want to buy this Thundercloud blade?" "Buy it? Of course I will." The middle-aged man straightened his chest and said, "The Golden Jade Tower doesn't care about the origin of the items, as long as the price is right, we will trade. Just take this Thundercloud blade for example, whether you stole it or snatched it, once the transaction is completed, it will belong to the Golden Jade Tower. But this is not the place to talk, shall we go to a private room?" Xiao Ming nodded and said, "Let's go, lead the way." Not long after, Xiao Ming followed the middle-aged shopkeeper to a secluded private room. After the shopkeeper closed the door, Xiao Ming opened the ink void ring. Crash! A large pile of various things poured out from the ring, instantly filling up half of the room. Among these things were weapons, martial arts techniques, many elixirs, and relatively common spiritual herbs. The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment, then took a step forward and began to examine them. Then, he fell into waves of shock. 2 profound-grade weapons, a large pile of royal-grade weapons. Wait, is this the thunderous lightning decision? Isn't this the Lei family fort's ancestral martial art? Thunderous charge, lightning strike, lightning-infused light slash, hiss, are these all unique thunder-based martial arts of the Lei family fort? And so many elixirs and spiritual herbs. By the end, the shopkeeper's voice grew weaker, and the shock in his eyes became even more intense. He struggled to raise his head, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said, "Young friend, did you empty out the entire Lei family fort?" Xiao Ming smiled and remained silent. Seeing Xiao Ming's attitude, the shopkeeper also showed some tact and didn't ask further. He squatted on the ground, carefully examined everything, and then stood up and said, "Young friend, the items you provided are of high value." "How high?" "As high as 3 or 4 floors." The shopkeeper was satisfied with this and said, "Young friend, how much spirit stones are you planning to sell them for?" Xiao Ming held up one finger. Casually, he said, "I want 100,000 high-grade spirit stones." 100,000? High-grade spirit stones? The price is too high. The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "I can give you a maximum of 80,000. 11,000. Xiao Ming directly raised the price. "I'll give you 90,000. 12,000. Xiao Ming continued to raise the price. All right, just 10,000 then." "Don't continue raising the price, I'm afraid." The shopkeeper finally gave in and quickly waved his hand. "Fine, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones." Xiao Ming smiled faintly and said, "Don't feel wronged, you should know that this is the wealth accumulated by the Lei family fort for hundreds of years. Giving me 10,000, you won't be at a loss. The wealth accumulated by the Lei family fort for hundreds of years." The shopkeeper chewed on these words, and in his gaze towards Xiao Ming, a complex expression filled his eyes. "Young man, you also know that this is the accumulation of the Lei family fort for hundreds of years, but you have brought all this wealth here. If the people of the Lei family fort were to find out, I'm afraid they would all go crazy," the shopkeeper thought to himself, and the complex expression on his face became even more intense. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.